Welcome to Would I Lie to You, the show that separates the truth from the twaddle. On Lee Mack's team tonight, he is comedy royalty. It's Harry Hill. And she won the Euros, she won the Jungle, she's the one and only Jill Scott. And on David Mitchell's team tonight, he's a musician, artist, and like me, a style icon. It's Koji Radical. And she's here to sort your life out, Stacey Solomon. We begin with round one, Home Truths, where our panellists read out a statement from the card in front of them. To make things harder, they've never seen the card before. They've no idea what they'll be faced with. It's up to the opposing team to sort the fact from the fiction. Stacey is first tonight.
Oh, God. OK. I nearly broke up with my husband while he was trying to propose to me.
Please, team.
Well, this show's taken a turn, hasn't it?
We all know, but you're married to the mighty Joe Swash.
Oh, he is mighty.
Yeah.
A mighty pain in my nunchuck.
First of all, when was this?
It was a Christmas Eve, and I actually couldn't tell you the year. That's terrible, isn't it? Oh, that's right, it was lockdown. It was lockdown, and we were in the house, and we used to go for our daily walk.
Yeah.
So we'd go to the woods by our house, right?
Hey, steady now. This is not loose women.
And this one day on Christmas Eve, while I was in the thick of being really busy, he was like, we've got to go on our daily woods walk. And I was like, can't that wait? We can do it tomorrow. It's Christmas Eve. Yeah. But anyway, we went on a walk, and through the woods there was, like, all these flowers laid out. So I said, I think someone has passed.
Oh, you mean laid out in cellophane?
Laid out like these faux white, beautiful flowers all across the woods.
Right.
And then he said, let's go and have a look. I said, what the hell is wrong with you? Like, I'm not walking through that. And he was like, no, come on, let's just get a closer look at it. I was like, you are actually disgusting.
Stop you? If this is a lie, there's a hell of a lot of detail.
He kept saying, we've got to go and have a look, like he was being really nosy about somebody else's, like, terrible thing that had happened. And then I said to him, like, I don't know if I can be with a person like you who just... who gets off on someone else's misfortune. So I went over with him reluctantly and was expecting a shrine of some kind. It wasn't a shrine. It was Joe had put the flowers out to propose to me on.
Was there anything written in the flowers, or he got down on his knee?
No, I think his mistake was not having anything written in it, because if it had said, marry me, I'd have got it straight away.
It's quite a lot of flowers to write out.
You wouldn't have been able to see that from a distance, would you?
Well, it could be a big one, couldn't it? Like what they put in a funeral car.
Yeah, a funeral florist, they'd be glad of a more upbeat commission. At last, something positive.
It was actually a commemoration to Mary Mia, and he just changed the letters quickly.
So he got down on one knee, and I was like, oh, sugar. Like, we'd had a full-blown row on the way to this proposal, and I genuinely, it was hit and miss. And I did say yes in the end, obviously.
Well, of course, it was lockdown. You weren't going to meet anyone else.
Well, exactly.
What about your family? How did they react?
My dad actually was hidden in the bushes with a camera.
Joe had contacted your dad and said, hide in the bushes.
No, he was there by chance.
What time of day?
Four-ish.
Well, hang on. It's getting dark, right?
Yes, it was dusky.
So he's asking you to walk in the woods when it's... Why hasn't he used an earlier time to get a good photograph?
I think because I moaned so much about going on this walk.
I'm just thinking about your dad. How long was he lurking in the bushes for?
If it was dark, was your daddy able to flash the camera?
Now, I think you knew what you were doing there, Jill. And we're not at home to smut an innuendo on this show. What do you reckon, Jill? Is she telling the truth?
I think sometimes when you're telling a lie, you over-elaborate a bit.
Oh, you splurge too much information.
Yeah.
Harry?
I think it's a lie. I think if you were going to do that, you'd wait for Christmas Day, wouldn't you?
I think it's a close one, but a lie, I think.
Yeah, it's not easy having first-time guests on.
Do people come on twice?
Well, not this time, they won't. I'm joking. Something telling me this might be the truth, but I think I'll go with my team and say, yeah, she just made up that story. I mean, bearing in mind, we only asked one question and off she went.
If this is a lie, I'm going to put it in for an Academy Award.
Stacey Solomon, were you telling us the truth or were you telling us a lie?
It was true.
Yes, it's true. Stacey did nearly break up with her husband mid-proposal. Jill, you're next.
OK, here we go. I was sick into the FA Cup.
Oh, yeah. David's team.
Were you?
For the love of God, say yes.
I actually was.
That's a very good follow-up question. Under what circumstances?
So, basically, we just won the FA Cup, and then people do that thing where they pour the champagne into the FA Cup.
Who is we, Jill?
Manchester City.
Manchester City,
yeah,
right,
Manchester City. I take a sip of this champagne stuff, and I brought it back up into the FA Cup.
Did they sing a song like, we like to drink with Jill?
Because Jill is on me. And when we drink with Jill, she dances a drinking 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, yeah! And then yeah, and then I was sick, yeah. Are we the only two that go out?
Yeah, I've never heard that song.
That's also new to me.
I've never heard that in my life.
Well, you know what the worst thing was?
The person who got the second swig.
I didn't tell the girls.
Oh.
I know, because then they were passing it round.
This wasn't a full vomit. This was
No.
more like a short-term regurgitation.
Yeah, but I was a bit sick.
Did it go down the wrong hole?
No, it definitely went down the right hole.
I think the part that makes me suspicious is I believe Jill's a really nice person and she'd be like, oh, I've just puked in that.
Is that your definition of a nice person?
What do you reckon, Koji?
I reckon you did it.
It's like the end of EastEnders.
I think you lie.
You think lie? So it's up to me.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I reckon that's true.
Jill, was it true? They think it was, or was it a lie?
So it was a lie.
Yes, it was a lie. Jill wasn't sick into the FA Cup. Harry, you're next.
When I was a doctor, I accidentally sent 2 patients for procedures they didn't need because I'd got their forms mixed up.
Oh, so each other's form.
The test that they needed, I put the wrong one on the wrong person.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Because, in fact, you've rather understated your crime, because not only did you give them tests they
Crime
didn't...
is a very strong word.
I'll commute that to act of gross professional misconduct.
It was a very different time, David.
How long ago was this?
Well, I wasn't a doctor for long.
No. Probably for the best.
What kind of doctor were you?
I was a junior doctor. I would get patients ready for the operation and I would assist the surgeon with the operation.
What tests were they?
There were 2 patients and one required an X-ray of their neck.
Right.
And then the other one required a barium enema.
A what? What's a barium?
So that is where you squirt a radio-opaque dye into the anus, I'll say the word.
Were you like this as a doctor? I'll say the word. Anus.
One of them had a barium enema they didn't need, but also didn't have the neck X-ray they did need.
I then had to sort of correct that. So they ended up having 2 tests each instead of 1.
Well, hold on. Someone went in, right, for a neck X-ray and happily laid down and had an enema. Just because it said it on the
That is
sheet.
a hell of a blockage.
I never used the word happily.
How did they not question that? Did they not say...
Well, they wouldn't have understood a technical phrase like neck X-ray. They'd have no idea what that
The lady who required the neck X-ray and got the barium enema said to me she was impressed at how thorough I'd been.
Did it help, these extra tests? Did you find anything up this lady's bum or this man? That could have saved him in the future?
Now, fortunately, those were the normal. They were normal
So neck
tests.
lady had a perfectly healthy bottom, and bottom guy's neck was A-OK.
Did you, at any stage, come clean to these patient A and patient B?
Of course not.
All right, what are you thinking, then? Koji.
Impossible, man. I can't go for a neck X-ray and get something in my bum. Crazy.
Stacey.
I couldn't tell you what it was like in those days.
No, exactly. Exactly, Stacey. It was a different time.
What
it was
year?
a different time.
What year?
This would have been 1988.
What was it like then?
It was a different time, you know. But yes, I think doctors carry a lot of authority.
Yeah. And who do you complain to? You know how difficult it is to get to see a doctor at all.
Yeah, they won't want to see you again if you just complain.
You don't want to be known as a pain in the arse or a pain in the neck, do you?
All right, so what are we going to say, David?
I think it could have happened, but equally...
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
God, well, honestly, I fear for people who grew up in that time.
If you two are both convinced it's a lie, I won't overrule you, because it definitely might be a lie.
All right, then. So, Harry, was it true or was it a lie?
It was... true.
Yes, it's true. Harry did send 2 patients for procedures they didn't need. Our next round is called This Is My, where we bring on a mystery guest who has a close connection to one of our panellists. Now, this week, each of Lee's team will claim it's them that has the genuine connection to the guest. It's up to David's team to spot who's telling the truth. So, please welcome this week's special guest, Adam. So, Jill, what is Adam to you?
So this is Adam, and when he sold me a car, he actually gave me £1,000 off if I did some football skills.
Harry, how do you know Adam?
This is Adam, and together we set up a business selling homemade explosives.
And finally, Lee, what is your relationship with Adam?
This is Adam. I had him disqualified from a knobbly knees competition after discovering he was using bulldog clips on the back of his knees.
So there we have it. David's team, where will you begin?
Jill, £1,000 off a car. What was the car?
A Mercedes A-Class.
How much was it?
So I had a budget of £20,000 and it was 21.
When was it, Jill? Is this a recent thing?
2016. I use Adam quite a lot for cars, and then basically I looked at him like, come on, Adam, do us a bit of a deal. He sought out all the Man City girls through me. So basically he was like, right, if you get this ball in this boot of a car, I'll give you £1,000 off, but can I video it for the Mercedes promotion?
£1,000 to do an advert for Mercedes?
Yeah.
You've been had.
This is quite like a Mercedes advert now, isn't it? BMW, Vauxhall, Skoda, Jaguar, Land Rover, Volkswagen and Audi. There we are.
Pogo sticks, milk floats, buses. Just wanted to use all transport, so I don't want anyone missing out.
Penny farthing, waiting for a tectonic plate to move underneath you.
That's the review for this show, isn't it?
Are you a car guy, Koji?
Electric cars, yeah.
Oh, nice.
Oh.
David doesn't even drive, Koji.
Yeah, I know, you told me earlier.
Do you not?
No.
How do you get around?
Literally just wait for the tectonic plate to move. Hop straight onto it.
Did he not just offer you it for 20 if you brought all the girls in for the team? And you kept buying cars off him for the last 10 years and he still made you do something?
He's a bit stingy, I'm not going to lie.
If this is true, I'm not happy.
He was trying to get us to bring David Silver in for ages. I brought all the girls in and he wanted one of the male
And it
players.
wasn't enough.
What
No,
a
wasn't enough.
misogynist he is.
Yeah. No, he is a great guy, though.
No, I don't think he is.
No,
Not the
he
way
is.
you're describing him.
One thing I will say before we move on, she was reluctant to slag Adam off, which is often a sign that she genuinely knows him.
And I am due a new car, so...
Well, if you do know him, Jill, what's his surname?
Lowe, but with an E. L-O-W-E.
Adam Lowe.
Yeah.
OK.
L-O-W-E.
You're going to write it? You look like you're going to write it down.
What's
there.
this, I thought about it, but, you know, then I
You
realised...
don't need a car.
Yeah. So, Harry, what's his surname?
Starkey.
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 No further questions. So, sorry, a homemade explosives business. Well,
Yeah.
When was this?
Well, this was some time ago, and
Was it for the war?
it wasn't for the war. I'm not that old, Stacey, for crying out loud.
Were you a child?
I was about 11.
Yeah. So, yes.
Who were you mixing with at 11?
Well, Adam Starkey.
Bit of a pause before Starkey, though, wasn't it?
There were three of us initially. Patrick.
One of them died.
And no. No, business got so lively that we had to take on a fourth person. Neil.
OK, so it's Neil, Patrick, Adam, and... Sorry, what... Can you give us any clue as to the nature of the explosives?
Yeah, so it was fireworks. We made small explosives and fireworks, yeah, to sell to children.
How did you learn to make fireworks?
Adam Starkey told me. You couldn't find stuff out back then, but somehow we managed to find the recipe for gunpowder.
In a library? Or...
It would have been...
From his mate Guy. It was a long time ago.
It would have been in a book.
How did you obtain the ingredients for gunpowder?
Well, two of the ingredients, you could buy them from the chemist, and there was a chemist in Staplehurst, where I grew up. Hi, everyone. And big up to the Medway posse. And so we could get our hands on two of the ingredients.
And then there's the other ingredient you can't so easily obtain.
Patrick's auntie got hold of it.
Did you grow up in a wealthy area? Like, how did you buy these ingredients? Had you had a business prior that you'd saved up from and you were able to invest into the new business? Or...
I'm looking for £50,000 for 10% of the business. No, we had jobs. You know, I had a job anyway.
At 11?
Yeah.
What was your job?
Road sweeping.
Who was your, main customer?
I was 11, so, you know, our target would be 10-year-olds.
And how much money did you make?
Well, we made about £1. Hang on.
But back then, that was like £1,000.
It was about 1,000.
What about Lee?
OK.
Remind us, Lee, of your claim.
This is Adam Lowe Starkey, double-barrelled. I got him disqualified from a knobbly knees contest when I discovered he was using bulldog clips on the back of his legs.
Where did you place?
Well, I was second and he was first. I was going to let it go, but because I was second and he was first and he was cheating, I thought I'd make an issue of it.
Where was this, Lee? Where was this?
Between the waist and the feet.
Where was the contest taking place?
My daughter's school.
Oh.
Hang on. I haven't got a daughter.
Your daughter's school held a knobbly knees competition. Why?
A word that you don't get involved with, David. Fun.
Was there a particular occasion that it was part of, or was
School
it...
fete.
School fete.
Just the usual thing, tombolas, coconut shies, knobbly knees. It was an old school theme.
How many entered the knobbly knees competition?
There were, I think, about 8, so 16 knees in total.
OK.
No, 15. There was a guy that used to be a pirate.
Describe how it happens. I've never been to
Well, he was fighting, trying to get some gold from a ship. And they attacked him, and he wasn't having it, and they cut his leg off.
No, the knobbly knees competition.
Sorry. So we're all lined up, and they said third place was Sheila or whatever. Second place, Lee.
Oh.
Yeah, it's fine. First place is...
Adam.
Adam.
Who had judged it, by the way?
The children.
The children. Which children?
7 children. Do you need their names?
No, but how were they selected?
I'd say randomly.
But how do 7 children judge a knobbly knee competition? Because they all have to agree. There's got to be a third place, second place, first place. There's 7 children have to... How is this organised? This is a nightmare. It was 7 children. 7 children.
It might not have been 7.
It might not have been 7. All right,
Well,
I asked. A simple
I was
question.
guessing 7 because one of them looked happy, one was a bit grumpy. Roughly 7. Why are you so obsessed with the judging?
Who was announcing?
He had bulldog clips on the back of his legs. Why are you worried about the admin?
Who was saying who won?
The 7 kids got
The
together
in chorus,
in the
all speaking at once, like they're possessed. Who said, in third place, Sheila? Who said it?
The teacher.
The teacher? Which teacher?
You were sent an email about this. You're not allowed to treat me like this anymore. You promised. I went to HR about this. Stop.
All right, well, we
You
need...
have some emotion. Anything.
All right, we need an answer. So, David's team. Is Adam Jill's stunned salesman, Harry's mischievous mate, or Lee's crafty competitor?
Well...
He looks like he could be a car salesman.
Although, if we say that, there's a lot of time we wasted talking about knees and explosives.
I'd be actually a bit disappointed if he's the car salesman, and I think you could get better deals elsewhere.
I've been getting my cars off him for 10 years.
Well, he's laughing all the way to the bank, Jill.
He hasn't laughed once, to be fair.
What do you think?
I feel like the most believable story is Jill's.
I think the most believable story is Harry.
Well, why don't you split the difference?
Because no one's got knees baggy enough for a bulldog clip.
And that's your trailer.
Feel the back of your knee and just have a think about that for a second.
I could absolutely get a bulldog clip round it.
OK, let's make a decision.
OK, are you sticking with Jill?
Yeah.
You're sticking with Harry?
Yeah, because, yeah.
We're going Jill.
You're saying it's Jill,
What the hell?
the discount...
Well, I've got to go with one or the other.
Yeah, but
Or we
you've
could
been
go
with
Lee.
one twice, and
Yeah.
with the other 0 times.
Did you
know?
feel I've gone with your opinion less often?
Well, you have. I don't feel it. It's a fact.
Is it a fact? You're quite right. You're quite right. We're going with Harry. And all I'm going to say is it had better be him.
Adam, would you please reveal your true identity?
I'm Adam Starkey, and Harry and I set up a homemade explosive.
Adam is Harry's mischievous mate. Thank you very much, Adam.
My oldest friend.
Which brings us to our final round, quickfire lies, and we start with... It's Koji.
I have diagnosed myself as suffering from a condition I call HPS.
Right, Lee's team.
So, the obvious question, what does HPS stand for?
Heavy pelvis syndrome.
Heavy pelvis syndrome?
Oh,
Are you showing off? Can you describe the symptoms?
I can't swim.
Right.
Because your pelvis is too heavy.
Bingo. Which is why I feel like this is cheeky, because it's like, I do suffer from this. Do you know what I mean? It's not self-diagnosed, it's just diagnosed.
Whoa. It's been diagnosed by a doctor?
I'm getting a doctorate soon, so...
Yeah, I've got one of them. They count for nothing.
No. Don't ruin this for
Trust me, I've done it. If they say on a plane, if we got a doctor and you put your hands up, you're in for a whole world of pain. Did you try swimming when you were younger, as a child?
I've drowned a few times, yeah.
Well, you haven't, have you?
Nearly drowned 3 times as a result of HPS.
When was the first time?
I'm in the pool, I'm in the middle, and I've got a decision to make. I could either walk back to the shallow end stairs, or walk towards the deep end. And as I start to stroll, I feel like an alarming amount of weight from my pelvis.
How would you weigh the pelvis?
It's not about how I weigh the pelvis, it's about how the pelvis weighs me down.
Well, if you lie flat on the floor and we were to lift your pelvis, would we feel the weight?
Yeah,
You want to lift me with my pelvis? Come, darling.
Come on, then. If you could lie flat on the ground there, please, sir.
Well, put your knees up.
One sec, you gotta help me down.
Got to help you down. Watch the belt. Boom! I'll tell you what, that's a heavy pelvis.
Put your knees up.
I think that maybe we should have a doctor in attendance.
Yes.
But then, if he puts his feet flat, we'll feel the weight of the pelvis, won't we?
Yeah, but he won't be able to lift. Just relax.
Yeah, it's not.
Is it heavy?
It's quite a heavy pelvis, but I think he might be forcing it down.
Help me up.
You need to compare it to another pelvis, really. You!
Harry, you've had a chance to examine the patient. What would you recommend?
Well, I think you just need some swimming lessons.
What's it going to be?
You say true?
It's made up, of course it is. It's a lie.
I'll go with Jill. We'll say
You're
it's
gonna say
true.
that that's
But I
true?
would like to point out, I don't think he's got it.
Right.
I think he believes he's got it.
Okay.
Koji, truth or lie?
HPS is a real syndrome, and it's true.
He did think a bit too quick.
It's true. Koji has diagnosed himself with HPS. That noise signals time is up. It's the end of the show. And I can reveal that David's team has 2 points and Lee's team have 3. Thanks for watching. We'll see you next time. Good night. Welcome to Would I Lie to You, the show where dishonesty is sometimes the best policy. On Lee Mack's team tonight, a stand-up comedian making his return, it's Ivo Graham. And a gold medal-winning Paralympian, it's Kadina Cox. And on David Mitchell's team tonight, joining us for the first time, it's stand-up comedian Harriet Kemsley. And a multi-award-winning star of stage and screen, it's Eddie Marsan. We begin with round one, Home Truths, where our panellists read out a statement from the card in front of them. To make things harder, they've never seen the card before. They've got no idea what they'll be faced with. It's up to the opposing team to sort the fact from the fiction, and Ivo is first up tonight.
I once organised a stag do, but my poor admin skills meant I couldn't join in with all the fun.
David's team.
OK. We need some details, please.
It was my friend Ed's stag do.
Ed, OK.
Is it Eddie, Edwin or Edgar?
It's Ed. And he was getting married to Harriet, and
And the stripper was called David.
What were you organising for Ed?
he was keen to go canal boating.
Barging?
Well, we were very keen to get to the boat, for sure, but...
You're welcome.
This is the most middle-class double act I've ever seen.
It was undeniably quite a posh stag.
Was it?
Yeah, I'm afraid so. There were more surnames than people on the boat. So I booked a boat on the Grand Union Canal, and the maximum capacity for the boat was 12, and we were a group of 13. I didn't want to tell my friend about it because I didn't want to reveal that I'd made a big admin error in the organisation of the stag.
OK, so what happened?
As soon as we got on the boat, the person said, "How many of you are there?" And my friend Ed, whose stag do it was, said 13. So fell apart quite quickly.
Yeah. So what happened then?
I had to disembark the Black Pearl.
I hope that's not a euphemism. And then after you'd done that, did he let you in?
You had to get off the boat.
We took it in turns to be the person walking along the towpath next to the canal. Because it was my error, I did the lion's share of the towpath walking while trying to join in with banter that was happening on water about 3 or 4 metres away.
This is a canal boat?
Yes.
So it's largely indoors?
Some of the party were indoors, and yes, keeping up with their banter was nigh on impossible.
Yeah. I mean, I would say a canal boat is mainly indoors.
I think the misunderstanding... You're thinking of a sort of barge where there's only enough room at one end for Rosie and Jim.
No, you're not. Right, he's not thinking of a barge. He's thinking of a narrow boat.
Well, I'm thinking of the sort of boat they have on the Grand Union Canal. Right. There are wider canals in France, which certainly have things I would describe as a barge on them.
Well, this is the kind of lively debate we have here on the BBC's World of Boats. If you've been affected by any of the issues raised, do get in touch. All right, so the boating...
The easiest way through this is just Ivo simply describes the boat.
You know, I'm aware that I've drifted through, in many ways, my whole life on a sea of complacency and entitlement. But you can see why I should feel comfortable referring to a boat in a canal as a canal boat. You know, I was barely on it for a few minutes.
Can I just say, if you were on a sea of complacency, probably a barge.
Has there been other stag do's where you've done bad admin?
On one other stag do recently, I ordered too many LRBs for the group.
What are LRBs?
The London Review of Books. The stag was a big fan of the London Review of Books newspaper, so I thought, in tribute to him, I would get everyone a copy for the weekend. But unfortunately, quite a lot of members of the group had already brought their own copy.
So what are your team going to say?
I did believe it, and then I didn't.
Yeah, I'm on that. well, if we think maybe lie.
I think a lie.
Lie.
Yes,
I think it was quite a plausible scenario, but I'm not buying it.
All right, Ivo, was that a lie or was it actually the truth?
Well, somehow more depressingly, it's true.
It's true. Ivo couldn't join the fun on a stag do. Harriet, you're next.
Once, while camping, I lost my tent, then took desperate measures to find somewhere else to stay.
Right, Lee's team.
Define desperate measures.
That was said like a lawyer in an LA.
Where are we, Harriet?
Newquay.
Newquay.
Oh,
When was
lovely
this?
Cornwall.
It was when I was 17, which is...
Is it written up there?
So it's the early 2000s.
So you're in a campsite. Who were you with?
2 girls.
What they called?
Their names were Sam and Susan.
How many tents have you got?
1 tent.
Between the 3 of you?
Yes.
Is it a 3-woman tent?
No, 2-man.
Come on. Hashtag everyday sexism. So it's a 2-man tent.
Yes.
But you were trying to squash in.
Yes.
Right.
How irresponsible.
Yeah.
You should never exceed the recommended... any domain.
We went to put it up and then we realised we didn't know how to put up a tent. So then we went to go get some food to have energy to make the tent. But then...
Well, then you weren't lacking in energy, you were lacking in knowledge.
Then we came back.
Yes.
But then the tent was gone. So now we have nowhere to stay because we didn't have any money as well.
Whoa, what do you mean you got no money? You're on holiday.
Well, no, because we were only going for like 1 night. And then we saw a sign.
And it said?
Bikini Beach Babe competition. The prize was £100. And so Susan
Sorry,
said...
can I just check something?
Yes.
Did this happen or did you watch a Carry On film? So you've now decided
Yes.
this is your way to get some money?
Well, then the guy came out and then he was like, there's only one other entrant. So our
What a
odds
charmer
were
he
good.
was! You might win this because there's only one other girl, isn't it?
Then we go in and we're a bit nervous, but then we meet the other entrant. She's a professional.
A professional what? She could be a lady of the night, she could be a plumber. What is she?
She's a professional beach babe. We're not even semi-professional. But our odds are good because there's three
There's
of
three
us.
of you and one of her.
So, it's about to begin.
There's a crowd of men and they're all cheering.
Is it just men?
It's just men.
Oh.
Yes.
What were the men? What were the look on their face? See David's look on his face then. Is it that sort of look?
No, that's panic. That was my look. That was what I had. Sheer panic. Yes.
Could you teach David to give the face of the look that the men were giving?
Like.
So David, give it. Yes.
I'm getting flashbacks.
Did you do a catwalk type thing?
Yeah, a little bit of catwalk. Yeah, a little catwalk. But the professional, she had a chair.
Oh,
she brought her
like
own
flash
chair.
dance.
Yeah.
Oh. A chair to dance, not you didn't just sit there. I'm a professional, I haven't got time for this. I just sit there. Judge me, £100, I'm off. It's Penzance tomorrow.
Can we ask now who won?
Well...
The professional.
Then we had to find somewhere to stay, but we didn't have a tent, so...
So, in many ways, the situation is unchanged.
So then a guy, he was like, oh, you can stay in my van.
Oh, my God.
Then we slept for a bit.
So why don't you sleep in your car?
Yes.
Good question.
There was more space than I had a Renault Clio, and so we could have a proper sleep.
Right. Yeah. So has it finished, or did anything else happen?
Then we had a lovely day in Newquay, and then I drove back.
And that's it?
Yeah, on the way back, I was driving, and then I was like, oh, there's a stag in the road. And then...
Wasn't his lot, was it?
Susan said, I can't see a stag. And I'd imagined a stag.
Whoa, what do you mean? history of this show has an added bit ever been more worthless? Oh, one more thing. I thought I saw a stag, but I didn't.
So what do we think?
Have that as a bonus.
Right, Kadina, what do you make of it?
I think it's a lie.
You're not having it?
No.
What about you, Ivo?
I've had a lovely time. But I think it's a lie.
Lee Mack?
To have invented a story like that would require genius. So I think it's true. But I'm all about democracy.
Yeah.
So I will go with my team.
OK. They think it's a lie, Harriet. Was it or was it true?
It is true.
It's true. Harriet did take desperate measures when she lost her tent. Our next round is called This Is My, where we bring on a mystery guest who has a close connection to one of our panellists. This week, each of Lee's team will claim it's them that has the genuine connection to the guest. It's up to David's team to spot who's telling the truth. So please welcome this week's special guest, Andrew. So, Ivo, what is Andrew to you?
This is Andrew. He's the decorator that I had to hose down in my parents' garden after he tipped 5 litres of paint over his own head.
Right. Kadina, how do you know Andrew?
This is Andrew. I gave him a medal for winning a race running on all fours.
Right. And finally, Lee, what is your relationship with Andrew?
This is Andrew, and for the past 8 years, I've been making him hang on to a celebrity's loo seat on the off chance they come on this show.
So there we have it. David's team, where will you begin?
OK, Ivo. He's a decorator. What was he doing?
He was painting the wall of the house.
The outside wall?
The outside wall.
And what happened?
His pot of paint was at the top of a ladder, and as he descended the ladder, it wobbled and the paint fell on him.
And where are we, Ivo?
We're at my parents' house.
And what sort of house are we talking about? I only ask because I'm wondering if you had a great start in life.
My parents live in a nice house, and I enjoyed it very much for the first 7 years of my life, and then I went to boarding school.
And how was that, Ivo?
I don't think we've got time for the full unpacking of every repressed memory.
So how old were you at this point?
I was a teenager, I think.
So it was during the school holidays? You
Yes.
were briefly allowed back?
Yes.
But your parents were out?
Yes.
No need to hang around. He's here now.
You tell us the story in your own words.
Right. Well, I was minding my own business at home in the holidays while some labour was taking place in a different wing. Andrew rang the bell, and I came out to the garden. He told me to hose him, and I did, and I considered it a fantastic opportunity.
In what way a fantastic opportunity?
How often do you get to hose someone down? My parents were always very strict with the hose.
And what colour was the paint, by the way?
White.
What kind of white?
They have names now, don't they, like Horse Breath or Vicar's Regret?
It was Milkman's Shame.
Describe your hosing technique.
I put my thumb over the end of half of the hose.
You didn't have one of those
make
nice attachments?
No, in many ways it's been a life of great deprivation.
You'd need a hard hose. I've got covered in paint many times.
Is this another one of your competitions?
Why didn't he hose himself?
Well, I think he very kindly and sort of realised that it would be fun for me.
Is that your genuine answer to that question?
I can see where all the paint is.
And how old were you at this point?
I was in my mid-teens.
And how tall were you at this point?
A little bit less tall than I am now.
Because otherwise you'd have to spray up, and then it wouldn't make sense.
No, No, I think that's probably all right as well.
My concern at this point, Ivo, is that you're displaying consternation for being disbelieved about things that are possible. You're sort of thinking, this nonsense I'm telling, I thought I'd be picked up on totally different elements. Not the hosing height, you're thinking.
No,
you want to be disbelieved for the most disbelievable bits, not the bits that are actually possible. Is that true?
Well, I do respect that you've got a certain degree of status and experience on this show, but you can't tell us what we're thinking all of the time.
Who would you like to quiz next?
Kadina. So what medal did you give Andrew? Fill us in on that.
I gave him the first place medal.
And what was the race?
So it was a 4-legged race.
Right, and at what sort of an event?
So it was an event for dogs. It was a fundraising event.
I'll tell you what, he's very well trained, isn't he?
It was a fundraising event for dogs.
All right.
How far did they have to race on all fours?
It was 100 metres.
Oh, that's a long way.
I know, it's grim.
Were there any other events, or was it just the 100 metres four-legged race?
So there was, like, loads, like, random little bits. There was, like, you know, like dog hurdles, like an obstacle course.
For dogs now this time.
So there was, like, a human version and a dog version.
What, did you have to judge it?
So I was just giving out the medals.
It's a race. You don't have to judge it. It's literally who gets to the end first.
But did you not notice that Kadina said there were lots of events?
Oh, right.
And don't you think that possibly, David, there could have been some events of artistic expression or something that didn't come down to the hard and fast clock?
OK, yes, they could have been. You're
Thank
quite
you.
right.
Would you like to apologise?
I'm very sorry.
Thank you, David.
To all of us.
I'm not sorry to you, Ivo, because I think on some level this does you some good.
So, Kadina, how long did it take Andrew to do the 100 metres on all fours?
78 seconds, I think it was. Usain Bolt does 9.67 seconds.
Is that on all fours or...?
But, like, running.
And did you say you gave one of your medals?
Oh, no.
No. I thought it was just as a bit of fun as a joke.
He got an Amazon medal.
He got a what medal?
Amazon's finest.
Oh, what, like when you buy a plastic one on Amazon? Yeah. Right.
All right.
Yeah.
OK.
Obviously, other retail-crushing global giants are available. Except they're not, are they? It's a virtual monopoly.
OK, so, Lee, remind us, Lee, of what you're claiming.
This is Andrew, and I made him keep hold of a celebrity's loo seat for 8 years on the off chance they came on this show.
Which celebrity?
It was Beyoncé. Sorry, not Beyoncé, the other one. Mark Lawrenson.
He's a commentator, isn't he?
He used to play for Liverpool and he was a pundit for Match of the Day about 5 or 6 years ago.
Yeah. So how did Mark Lawrenson get hold of Andrew's loo seat?
No.
Andrew get hold of Mark Lawrence?
Yeah, good question.
Well, it came free as an extra bonus with the other thing that he bought off Mark Lawrenson.
A house.
Correct.
OK, so Andrew bought Mark Lawrenson's house.
I know. He said he's doing his renovation. He said, oh, I'm getting rid of this. It's just as a jovial thing to say.
He was holding
this is Mark Lawrence's Lucy, and get rid of it.
He was holding the Lucy.
He was miming it, I think, at the time.
He was miming it.
He was miming it.
He mimed the Lucy. When he talked to you about his house renovations, he said, I'm getting rid of Mark Lawrenson's Lucy, and he did a little mime.
To be fair, it might be that was my interpretation of what happened at the time.
OK.
Yes.
But then you said, hold on to it, because I might see him and give it back.
No. What were we 8 years ago? Series 10? You know, on this show, if anything happens, you grab it with both hands.
Yes.
Yeah. So if he comes on this show, I can say, this is Mark Lawrence's Lucy as a possession.
But then he'll come on the show and then you'll just go, oh, this is your Lucy.
And what would he say?
Oh, yeah.
What do you mean, oh, yeah? Are you telling me if I got out a Lucy, now you'd recognise it as yours?
It depends. Is it distinctive in any way?
Nothing at all, apart from the red and the LFC and the this is Mark Lawrence's Lucy. Nothing.
How do you know Andrew?
He's a relative.
OK. Can you be more specific?
Yeah, he's my great-grandmother. He's my cousin.
What year was this that he bought Mark Lawrenson's house?
Oh, I'm going to say 10 years ago.
You said 8 before.
No, I didn't. I said he's been hanging on to the loo seat for 8 years. He didn't do the renovation for the first 2 years. Next
But he would have had it for the 2 years. He would have had it.
If this is true, will we get to see the loo seat?
I can't. I don't do the admin. The loo seat.
I'm just at it.
Yes. If that's what you want to hear, David. Yes.
All right. We need an answer. So, David's team is Andrew, Ivo's painted pal, Kadina's fast friend, or Lee's seat steward?
I think it's Kadina.
It does, on the surface, that feels like the story that has the fewest holes in
I
it.
think so, and I think, yeah.
My toilet seat's got no holes.
It just comes out and sort of...
It comes with a free mop!
Shall we go with Kadina?
Kadina.
Kadina?
Yes.
Kadina, yeah.
We'll go with
We're going
Kadina.
to say that it's Kadina and the dog event. Andrew, would you please reveal your true identity?
I'm Andrew, and Lee made me keep hold of the toy.
Yes, Andrew is Lee's seat steward, and what's more... Thank you very much, Andrew.
I can't wait for Mark Lawrenson to watch this.
Which brings us to our final round, quickfire lies, and we start with... It's Eddie.
I once humiliated myself while trying to impress my in-laws.
Lee's team.
When was this?
The first evening I met them, 24 years ago.
What were you trying to do to impress them?
I was trying to make a cup of tea.
Trying?
To impress them?
Yes.
Had you offered to make everyone a cup of tea?
Yes.
What, in their house?
Yes, in their house.
You see, that straight away, I go...
See, I'm not... Yes.
That's weird. Can I make you all a cup of tea? Well, no, you can't. It's my house. So you've gone to make the tea?
Yes.
Have you done all the milk, sugar, all
Yes,
that?
I've done all that. I've asked all the right questions.
You've done all the admin?
I've asked all the right questions.
You've gone in the other room.
Yes.
What the hell went wrong, Eddie?
I put the kettle on, the hob, and I turned the hob on, and I could smell plastic burning.
So you put an electric kettle?
Yes, because
Why?
I had the stovetop version and they had the electric version.
Oh, no.
So I put that on there and then turned it on, and it melted.
So what did you do?
My wife, my girlfriend at the time, came in and just chucked it under the tap.
You hadn't even thought to do that yourself?
I'm not very practical.
You just stood there looking at the melting...
It's not easy.
When does it whistle? And it's all dripping down. It's weird, that kettle. It's getting smaller and smaller.
And then what happens? When do the parents... Do they find out about it?
Well, my father-in-law kept it.
Kept the kettle?
Kept the kettle.
Why?
Because when we got married, he had to make a speech and brought out the kettle.
Were you planning to marry Mark Lawrence?
Well, that's good. He immediately thought, this guy could marry my daughter. Unless he put it in the cupboard. When he opened it, loads of props fell out. Another one, another idiot.
So what's it going to be, then? Kadina?
I think the detail in it makes it seem quite real. And the fact that he said he brought it out on the wedding
That's the
day.
bit, innit? He's got a good imagination if this isn't true.
I think it's true.
True.
OK, they think it's true, Eddie. Was it true, or was it a lie?
It was true.
It's true. Eddie did humiliate himself at his in-laws. Next, it's David.
Recently, I amused myself in the bath by making a face on my kneecap out of bubbles and talking to it for 5 minutes.
Lee's team.
True. Yeah. OK, so which knee?
My left knee.
What were you talking to your knee about?
I had a lot of emails to get through at that point. It had slightly got on top of me.
Right.
And I was in the bath and I put some bubbles in because I had a bit of a bad back and I sort of felt that would be soothing. I don't usually use bubbles.
What do you usually use?
I just water.
Really?
Yeah.
No salts or anything?
No, not usually, no. No
Just
salts.
water?
Bit of pepper.
Just water?
And a few tomatoes bobbing around.
I think a bath at your age, without anything to turn the water not see-through, is a rather soul-destroying experience.
Well, you know, that's why I wear my trunks.
Anyway, do continue.
OK. I sort of noticed that the bubbles were falling in a sort of shapes on my knee,
Right.
in a way. And in my distracted state, I sort of sculpted the bubbly shapes into a little face, rather an authoritative face.
Did you give your knee face a name?
No, but I thought of it as a senior military figure.
And you then ascribed it a voice?
Well, just mine, but a bit gruffer, you know.
How does that sound?
Could you do it?
I just... Come on.
Come on, what were you doing?
Just got to get through it. Come on.
Get through what?
Keep soldiering on. The emails. I was discussing the email crisis with the knee face. What don't you understand?
And is anyone in the house but you?
My wife.
What would she think if she could hear unfamiliar sounds coming from the bar?
Come on, just do it. Do it. Just get on with it.
Yes,
Get on with it and do it.
Were you tempted to make your other knee a character?
Or the fella in the middle.
The angry worm.
He already is one.
OK, let's move on here. So, Ivo, what are you thinking?
I think it's true, and I'm embarrassed to say I'm probably going to do it myself in a moment of stress.
Kadina?
I feel like a stressed out David could have a whole conversation with his knee.
I think it might be true.
OK, so they think it's true. David, was it true or was it a lie?
It was, in fact, a lie.
It's a lie. David didn't make a face out of bubbles. That noise signals time is up. It's the end of the show, and I can reveal that Lee's team has won by 3 points to 2. Thanks for watching. We'll see you next time. Good night. Welcome to Would I Lie to You, the show with naked truths and well-dressed lies. On Lee Mack's team tonight, a stand-up comedian who is the king of the puns, it's Tim Vine. And a multi-award-winning star of stage and screen, it's Cush Jumbo. And on David Mitchell's team tonight, comedian, presenter and loose woman, it's Judy Love. And he's an artist, broadcaster and national treasure, it's Sir Grayson Perry. We begin with round one, Home Truths, where our panellists read out a statement from the card in front of them. To make things harder, they've never seen the card before. They've no idea what they'll be faced with. It's up to the opposing team to sort the fact from the fiction. First up, it's Judy.
As a schoolgirl, I got a free can of Coke every day from my newsagent in exchange for keeping quiet about his affair.
Lee's team.
How old are you?
I was 12.
And this happened for how long?
Maybe for about a year or so.
How did you know about the affair?
Because I walked in on them.
What were they doing?
Something that they shouldn't be doing.
Bit of a pick and mix.
Well, he was picking and she was mixing.
What did you see them do? Yeah, they were getting amorous, were they?
Gosh. Right, so went in and the door, because it was a post office as well, was open. And because we know him, I peeked round and somebody was on their knees.
Oh, God.
Had they dropped a contact lens?
Or they were simply praying for forgiveness.
Yeah.
That's not how you lick a stamp.
He went, oh, they all kind of like made noise and I kind of, I was just checking if he was all right, so I was just checking if he was all right.
What did he say?
And he was like,
oh, yeah, I'm fine.
Yeah.
Did you know who she was?
Yes.
She was a member of the local community?
She definitely was part of the community.
Was she married?
Yes.
So they were both married?
Yeah.
Not to each other?
No.
At what point did you have the actual deal where you said, I need to be paid with cola?
Right, so I didn't go in for a couple of days.
Right.
But back in those days, they had... Do you remember the jelly sweets that was a watch?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
I loved those sweets, and that was the only one that ever did it. So after 2 days, I was like, you know what? I'm going back in there. And then he was like, oh, no, take some more. You can have some more. And I was like, you never give anything free. So I said, can I have a cola as well? And he was like, OK. And I was like, OK.
So
and
at no stage did he say to you, don't tell anyone? It was all just done with looks and stuff?
I went back again. He gave me more sweets. I said, can I get a cola? And once I realised he was going to give it to me every time I went in...
You realised you were on for it? So, in a way, by you talking about this on national television, you've reneged on the deal.
Well, I haven't said their name, and I haven't said where I lived at the time.
Where did you live at the time?
How long did the fizzy drink deal go on for?
Oh, that went on for time until... I'd definitely say at least...
Last week.
Still get them delivered to my house now.
What do you think, Tim? I don't mean in general, I mean about this.
Yes. I think it's true because your description of the sort of looks backwards and forwards and it rings true to me.
I'll go with whatever you think. I'm not sure.
Are you 51% even towards one or the other?
Oh, I see what you mean.
You'd have to be sure,
Is that
but...
part of the game, or do you just not want to decide?
I don't like deciding.
OK.
Because I like someone to blame.
OK.
There's no right and wrong answers.
Well, I mean, yeah, there are.
I'm going to say true.
True.
OK.
We'll say true.
They're saying true. Judy, it was a while ago. It was shocking.
Very.
But was it true?
It definitely was a lie.
It's a lie. Judy wasn't bribed by her newsagent. Tim, you're next.
I once wrote a love song for a girl I saw in a shop.
David's team.
When did you see this girl in a shop?
Well, I was working in the shop.
Oh, right.
Yeah, and so was she.
Awkward.
It was a department store. I was 18 years old. I was pretty much falling in love with every girl I saw at that age, so... But this particular girl, I thought, gosh, she's jolly marvellous.
So you wrote a song?
The song was called Jill, which I'd said to someone, what's the name of the girl? Because I'd never been anywhere near her.
Can you sing us the first line?
Yeah, it goes... Shit, in fact, I can't remember the first line, but...
I want to feel like I'm Jill.
OK.
So can you do it? Can you come and do it to me?
Jill!
You're too far. You're too far.
Yeah, but you are in different departments.
And what happened? Is Jill typing? Is she serving a customer? What is she doing?
It was my understanding I came over here to sing. Jill! I can't bear it anymore. It's destroying me inside. Jill, I am coming back to you. Yeah, I've made up my mind. That's it.
It's a bit of a room splitter, isn't it? Because half the people thinking, oh, that's really romantic, and the other half going, creepy.
I recorded it on a cassette.
Right.
And it does get slightly tragic because I went up to her and I said, I wrote a song for you, and I handed her the cassette. And as I handed it to her, I looked down and on her name tag it said Jackie.
What do we reckon?
I think it's a lie because it was too funny. It was too funny.
I love the detail of the Jackie on the name badge because I was thinking about name badges.
Exactly.
But then maybe Tim was as well, as he invented the story.
He is a comedian.
Lie.
Should we go for that last bit?
I think we're going for a lie.
OK, Tim, it was a heartwarming story.
Very.
Truth or lie?
Every word of that is true.
Yeah, it's true. Tim did write a love song for a girl in his shop. Grayson, you're next.
Oh. Whenever I drive the car, I can't help but make vroom vroom noises.
Please, team.
You mean you? You actually go vroom vroom while it's going along?
Yeah. I suppose it goes back to when I was a kid and you're playing with cars, you know, and the cars now, they waft, don't they? They go... And so if you're going into a roundabout... you know...
Yeah.
So you get, you know, and so you're on board. You're on board.
How long have you been doing this for?
I do it unconsciously, I think.
Unconsciously, when you're driving?
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't pass my test until I was 30 because I was always a motorcyclist, you see. So I was used to the noise.
That's quite late to pass a driving test, isn't it?
Yeah,
David, how old are you now?
I'm 49.
And when did you pass again, remind me?
I haven't passed.
Oh, you haven't
yet.
passed, have you? That's it.
Have you ever tried? Have you ever sat your test?
Once.
And what happened?
What do you think?
Well, we know you failed. What happened?
No, you know, I crashed into a mobile library and exploded.
Did you go back in time? Mobile library.
Well, it was in the past.
Was it a DeLorean that you were driving?
Oh, this is a good opportunity for me. Marty! Marty! We gotta get back in the car! I'm doing Doc Brown. Thank you, Grayson. Thank you.
So you're doing vroom 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 for the revs in the car. Do you do other things like when you go around the corner, do you go like that? Or do you do the windows up and down? You do it all.
Right, Kush, what do you think?
I think it's probably true, only because your performance of the Vrooms was so quick.
Tim Vine.
I think it is true.
You think it's true?
Because I
thought we were coming to a close. I realised it was the start of something. Sorry.
I just had to give a reason.
You can't park there, mate. Well, you wound it the same way. Surely the other way to go back up.
It wasn't down properly. It's true.
We're going to go true.
Grayson, they're saying it's true. Was it true or was it a lie?
True.
Oh, it's true. Yes, it's true. Grayson does make vroom vroom noises when he drives. Our next round is called This Is My, where we bring on a mystery guest who has a close connection to one of our panellists. This week, each of Lee's team will claim it's them that has the genuine connection to the guest. It's up to David's team to spot who's telling the truth. So please welcome this week's special guest, Paul. So, Kush, what is Paul to you?
This is Paul. I left my OBE in his chip shop.
Right. Tim, how do you know Paul?
This is Paul. We got together to launch a brand new snack, Tim Vine's Bendy Biscuits.
Finally, Lee, your relationship with Paul.
This is brother Paul, and I'm ashamed to say that he's the monk that I got drunk.
So there we have it. Cush's fast food friend, Tim's biscuit buddy, or Lee's hammered holy man. David.
Excellent. So, Cush, and congratulations on the OBE.
Yes, congratulations on the OBE.
You've got an OBE, haven't you, Rob?
I've got the MBE, just below the OBE.
That's like the Carabao Cup of medals, isn't it?
Yes. They say when you get these honours, they say what it's for, don't they?
Yes.
And what did they list of yours?
Services to drama.
Just services to drama.
What do you mean, just? What's wrong with that?
Because sometimes there are people and then they'll say services to something, charity and something. It'll be a few things.
What were you? Services to what?
You got it for punctuality, didn't you? Cush, where is this chip shop?
In East Dulwich.
Why were you carrying your OBE with you to the chip shop?
Well, I took my parents to the palace. It was a very special day. I wasn't at the OBE bit where you get sandwiches and stuff after.
Why weren't you at the bit with the sandwiches?
Because you don't always get sandwiches and snacks after the awards. Like, on that day, the Queen gave me my OBE, and then you get to mill around a bit, and then you leave, you depart the palace.
Oh, is it? So if it's like, if you have to make do with Princess Anne, you get sandwiches, but if you got the Queen, then no snacks.
Yeah.
So the package evens out overall. If it's Prince Andrew, it's like a 5-course meal with booze.
So we headed back to where I lived, to a pub, and then my parents headed off home, and I went to my local chippy, where Paul works. It must have been going up towards midnight or something. So I went in to get some chips.
What else does he sell in the chip shop?
In the Codfather.
The
chips.
Codfather.
Yeah, that's what it's called,
the
Codfather.
Yeah.
When you go in there, everybody knows that Paul loves, like, Scarfacey, Italian movies, like, he's got all that stuff up on the wall.
It's like Tony Montana look about him, isn't he? You could imagine him stood there with a machine gun saying, "Say hello to my little friend."
Are you there as well, are you?
So where's your medal at this point?
Everyone in the chippy was really excited for me, and I put it down on the counter with my clutch bag, got my chips, got my can of Fanta, got my clutch bag, and I left, like this. Yeah. And it wasn't until I got home that I got inside that I was like, where's the box?
I love the person after you. I ordered cod and chips, but I got an OBE.
But by that time, Paul had closed, so I literally spent the most fretful night waiting to find out if it was in there. I went back at, like, 3, because that's normally when he starts to open and heat things up.
Oh, he don't open at lunchtime?
He's not a kebab shop, Judy. He's a proper chippy.
So when you went back in...
When I went back in, he was like, I know why you're here.
Did you pay for your chips?
Yes, I paid for my chips.
Oh, he's cheeky.
He obviously wasn't having an affair.
Right, who's next?
Right, Tim, remind us what you marketed with Paul.
It was to launch a brand new snack called Tim Vine's Bendy Biscuits.
Describe the snack, please.
Well, the snack came about from when I'm at my mum's on a Sunday, she makes me biscuits.
How old are you?
On this particular day, she made me this biscuit, and I just noticed it was slightly malleable. And I began to bend it, and he could touch his toes, you know, all the way like this. I just immediately thought, Tim Vine's Bendy Biscuits.
I thought one of the defining characteristics of a biscuit was that it would snap. I don't think it qualifies as a biscuit if it bends.
Well, in my eyes, it did, and I called it...
So what happened, Tim?
I happened to be chatting to a friend about this, and he said, well, I've got a mate who works in that industry.
The biscuit industry?
The biscuit industry.
Specifically the biscuit, not the food industry, the biscuit industry.
You're very keen for us to believe he's a monk, aren't you, Lee?
Did you have any marketing ideas for this? I mean, your creative brain...
Yes, I did, I immediately thought, you know, Tim Vine's Bendy Biscuits. Go on, have a bend! I thought that'd be the advert.
Who did Paul work for in the biscuit industry?
I don't know the name of the company. I wasn't there to try and quiz him what his background was. He lived in a massive house with loads of statues in the garden, and I thought, this guy's successful, and it's down to biscuits.
You went to his house?
You went to his house for the meeting, and it's a huge house with statues in the garden.
Did he wear a top hat and drive a Rolls Royce?
Paul said, let's do a tasting. So this is where the empire crumbles, if you like. I got that, and I explained everything to my mum, and blow me, she couldn't find what it was she did to make them bendy. She made several attempts. They were getting crumblier and crumblier. Well, I mean, she did one biscuit, it was like sand, you know, and I said, it's going in the wrong direction. We want to make it bendy.
Tim, how long ago did your stuff happen?
About 2 years ago.
Oh.
I know you assumed he was a child, but no, that happened in his adult life.
If you are telling the truth, I'm going home to try and make some bended biscuits.
Well, it's this, Lee's nonsense, or OBE in a chip shop. That's what we've got.
Oh, you're not even asking about me. You've already got into summary mode.
OK, Lee, how did you get brother Paul drunk?
Well, I was trying to promote my new Lee Mack's Rigid Rich Teas. No, we were at a party.
Whose party was this?
This was a guy called Peter. And he has a brother, and I know you're going to laugh, called Paul. This Paul.
I don't think anyone was going to laugh, no.
Paul is a monk.
What type of monk?
Oh, I don't know the type. He was taking a vow of silence, we didn't chat.
Now, you claim you got him drunk. Under what circumstances?
Well, Paul had asked me...
At Peter's party, Paul
Peter's
asked
parties,
you.
we were picking pecks of pickled pepper, and... we went... He asked me to get him a drink.
So he's let out for a special day because it's his brother's party.
Why is he not dressed as a monk now?
Because it would be a bit of a giveaway that it was...
So he asked you, who'd never met, to make him a drink?
Well, he didn't ask me to make him one, he asked me to go and get him a drink.
What did he drink? Was it like Buckfast and St Benedictine or something?
No, he doesn't drink, so he said, just get me a soft drink. And I went over to the table, and there was punch, and there was also a mocktail next door in the bowl there. And so I mixed up the two bowls.
Okay. And Paul was so innocent that when he sort of first took a sip, he didn't notice that it was sort of full of vodka.
You were fine to have one or two, and you wouldn't know. But 26...
When he became drunk, I mean, can you remember any particular
Oh,
incidents?
he was a completely different person.
Really?
Oh, like that.
So what did he become?
There isn't a God, you know. I'll just in it for the free food.
How did he get on with his brother? Were there any tensions
Well, there wasn't
between
any
him and his
tensions, but Peter was an atheist.
Were they brought up as religious?
I don't think so, no. I think...
So it wasn't a Catholic family?
No, Paul found his calling.
Right.
How do you know it's Catholic, by the way?
Well, monks are usually Catholic.
Could be Buddhist.
Yes. Is he Buddhist?
No, he's Catholic.
Was it a Catholic?
I'm just saying, don't make presumptions about things, David. Gets you into trouble.
Yeah.
Do you remember?
Yeah.
We sent you an email.
Could be... OK, but it was, in this case, Catholic. And do you know the order?
Just one mocktail, please.
All right, we need an answer. So,
Yes.
David's team. Is Paul Cush's fast food friend, Tim's biscuit buddy, or Lee's hammered holy man?
We shouldn't judge him on his appearance. But I would say he looks more likely to be someone that runs a chip shop than an extremely wealthy biscuit developer.
Just to be clear, David, this is you not judging.
No.
Thank God you didn't judge him. God knows what you'd have said.
Are you ruling out Lee?
Yes.
Lee?
No, because Lee said he's a monk.
That's right.
Well, he's not a monk. Look at him.
What is it about him that's not monk?
Well, you know how monks have to dress as monks the whole time? That's part of the thing.
You didn't ask me whether he was still a monk, did you?
Is he still a monk?
He was thrown out of being a monk. due to his heavy consumption of alcohol.
What does he do now, Lee?
This is the bit that's going to throw you.
Does he run a
He
chip
now runs
shop?
a fish and chip shop.
Well, I've been to an investiture at the Palace and they don't serve any food, so it's believable, I think.
Yeah, it is. It's unlikely but believable, and the other two, they seem impossible.
So, you think it's Cush and the OBE story. Paul, would you please reveal your true identity?
I'm Paul, and Tim and I tried to lure on the biscuits.
Thank you, Paul. Which brings us to our final round, Quickfire Lives, and we start with... It's David.
I once went to the opera, but found it so unbearable, I spent the last hour secretly listening to an audiobook.
Lee's team.
OK, what was the opera?
It was La Bohème.
I've seen La Bohème. Can you tell me what it was about?
Is it set in Paris?
Go on.
Well, am I right? Because I don't want to carry on. They were, like, in a room.
In a room?
And one of them dies, I think, at the end.
Is this the La Bohème that you know and love?
Don't know, I've never seen it.
Who had taken you there? Whose idea was it?
So a friend of mine called... His name's Stephen. I don't know if you believe that or not. He'd arranged a group trip to see this, and it was dark. We were sitting still.
So did you pop your pods in surreptitiously?
I think they were headphones with a wire.
But if this was Stephen's idea, were you not worried that this would look a bit rude in front of Stephen?
No, he's a good friend of mine.
Did you nudge him and say you don't mind, do you? Or did you just do it?
I thought that might put them off their singing, and I didn't want them to slow down.
Would you have had to take the iPhone out, though, to get onto that particular site? It wasn't already on and loaded.
I had to furtively take it out.
Cush, if you're doing one of your wonderful stage performances and you glance into the audience and you notice a sort of figure there going... fiddling in his pocket. Do you ever spot that sort of thing happening in an audience?
I mean, I haven't seen someone take the really long white head, probably untangle them, because they probably become like tangled in your pocket and in with the Werther's Originals and stuff.
Werther's Original.
All right, what are we thinking?
I think it's true.
It was a trick question. I couldn't remember who had said it.
No, well, you've got a lot to do, Ron.
To be fair, I didn't spot it either. I was thinking, I think she's lying about the whole lot.
I had a 50-50 chance there of getting it right. I should have gone, so what do you think?
So do we believe David put his headphones in?
I think he's a polite chap, and I think he'd put himself through something he wasn't enjoying rather than do that. So I think it's a lie.
Cush?
It's a lie.
Think it's a lie?
Yeah.
I think it's a lie? Right, so it's a lie.
It's a lie. They think it's a lie, David. Truth or lie?
It's a lie!
We got one right.
Yes, it's a lie. David didn't listen to an audiobook at the opera. Next. It's Tim.
Aside from Mr. McKee, who taught PE, 3 other teachers at my school taught subjects that rhymed with their surnames.
David's team.
OK, so Mr. McKee taught PE.
Yes.
Who else?
Mr.
I'm having a cough, genuinely having a coughing fit.
Mr. Katz.
Wait, are you ready? Okay, I'm better now, thank you. Carry on, Tim.
Mr. Katz.
Oh, good God. Good God. If you say Mr. Meography, forget it.
Mr. Katz.
Mr. Missile and Technology.
Mr. Katz. K-A-T-H. Mr. Katz.
Yeah.
And Mr. Hench. French.
Mr. Hench, Mr. Kaths, and who else?
It was a little bit tenuous, the third one, but it was a bit of a joke amongst us. So it was Mr. Hort taught sport.
You got PE in sports?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Well, PE was something that happened in lesson time, and then sports was something that we did, obviously.
But what did Mr.
around about 4
Hort
o'clock.
teach?
It might have been what was called loosely then science, so it would have been... You know,
Surely that was Mr. Bryant's.
No.
Do you have any at your school, Lee?
Just the headmaster, Mr. Morstel.
Well, what do you think, Judy?
I don't know. He's always got this face that makes you feel like he's telling the truth. Like, just the most simplest things, and you'd be like...
He's got a simple face, I agree.
What we've got to imagine, it's not true, and what Tim has had to do is turn over the card and quickly-ish make up 3 rhyming names of teachers. Do we believe he could have come up with that?
He's a very
in the
quick
time?
He's a very
person.
Quick...
What would you have come up with? Give me 4 teachers whose names at your school rhymed with subject. Go.
Mr. Starmer. He teaches
He did drama.
Mrs. Panish.
Oh, yeah. Mr. Bleak taught Greek.
Yeah.
Mr. Gratin taught Latin.
This is fun, isn't it?
Yeah, let's just do this.
So what's it going to be, David?
Just one more question. Tim, can you name a teacher whose name didn't rhyme with the subject they taught?
Yeah, Mr. Schwartz. And he was...
He could have done sports.
No,
Do you know we'd have taken Schwartz and sport?
Come on, it's time to decide.
Lie.
All right, Tim, they think it's a lie. Was it, or was that the truth?
It was actually a lie.
It's a lie. They were not the names of Tim's teachers. Well, that noise signals time is up. It's the end of the show. I can reveal that David's team have 2 points and Lee's team have 4. Thanks for watching. We'll see you next time. Good night. Welcome to Would I Lie to You, the show that separates fact from fiction. On David Mitchell's team tonight, from Radio 2 to Strictly, it's presenter Richie Anderson. And here we go, it's comedy actor Catherine Parkinson. And on Lee Mack's team tonight, from Line of Duty to Hull Raisers, it's Taj Atwell. And stand-up comic and friend of the show, it's Chris McCausland. We start with round 1, Home Truths, where our panellists read out a statement from the card in front of them. To make things harder, they've never seen the card before, so they've no idea what they'll be faced with. It's up to the opposing team to sort the fact from the fiction, and Chris is up first.
Right. Read that for us, mate.
Oh, you're so show busy. Read it yourself. I once offended a member of a heavy metal band when I told him his metal wasn't heavy enough.
OK, what was the heavy metal band?
Well...
You can say what... I don't know the names of any heavy metal bands, so just say anything.
Nor do I. I'm on the radio, so I might.
All right, OK.
I might. Error Type 11. Oh, no. We don't play them on Radio 2.
All right.
When was this, Chris?
Oh, this was maybe 20-odd years ago.
Right.
And how did you encounter the band Error Type 11?
I went to watch them.
Right. Because you were already a fan?
No. Yes. I thought I was.
So how had you heard of Error Type 11 in order to go to one of their gigs?
I had the album. I went to a concert and I was expecting them to be really quite heavy and they were quite whiny.
Oh. So, hang on, so you're not talking about literal metal?
It's a genre of music,
I
David.
know it's a genre of music.
It's a very loud, thrashy
I
metal.
wondered whether there might have been some sort of play on words within the assertion. But
No. Oh, I thought you were joking. That was a genuine question.
A genuine... I thought there might have been some circumstances where... I don't know.
They were carrying some metal.
Yeah,
maybe. And he had a chance to hold it and then say, I thought your metal was going to be heavier.
OK, so
and what scenario would that happen?
I'm going to tell you.
Go on, then.
Chris is sharing a flat with someone who's in a heavy metal band many years ago. Right. And this person has to go and buy some saucepans for the flat. And then the saucepans are of insufficient quality for Chris's needs. And one of the problems, one of the signs of that is, unlike, say, a Le Creuset, this is a very light saucepan. It's not heavy enough, and Chris finds that hilarious. The idea that this heavy metal musician has bought stupidly light metal for a domestic context. Now, that would be an anecdote. But what happens is you had bought the album and were disappointed.
Well, they weren't as heavy as I thought they were going to be, and I mentioned this to one of the band members in the interval.
In the interval? I've not been to many gigs. So there's an interval in which it's possible to mingle with the band.
They had an interval, and they came off the front of the stage to the bar.
To chat?
To get some drinks.
All right.
Basically, it wasn't the band I thought it was.
So it wasn't Error Type 11?
So the band I saw was Error Type 11.
But the band you'd hoped to see was...
Eyelid.
Eyelid. OK. And how did you manage to buy tickets to an Error Type 11 concert when what you'd wanted was tickets to an Eyelid concert?
Because I had the CDs in the wrong cases.
So you had been listening repeatedly to Eyelid's music and attributing that music to Error Type 11.
Yeah, and the other way around.
Did they have similar album covers then? Eyelid and what's it called?
Error Type 11.
I mean, I don't know if anyone's mentioned this, but I'm blind, so...
This is a bit awkward because I don't know if anyone's mentioned it, but so's Catherine.
All right, David, what's it going to be?
True?
I think true.
I think it's a lie. Well, the thing is, the specifics. If he was making it up, he wouldn't have said that a band member came down during the interval. He would have made up something better. So we're going to go true.
They're saying it's true. Chris, they think it's true. Was it true or was it a lie?
It is true.
It's true. Chris did offend a heavy metaller. Taj, you're next.
I once looked a fool while trying to play it cool by a pool.
Oh.
Rhyming one.
Where are we, Taj?
Soho House.
Soho House, the exclusive private members club for the fancy pants people of the media industry.
Are you a member, Rob?
Yes. And how recent is this?
About a year ago, and I'd only been a member at this point for about 2 days.
Is it an indoor pool or an outdoor pool?
It's an outdoor pool, and I need to put my bathing suit on.
Right.
Somehow.
So you've turned up, but you're wearing normal, non-swimming clothes.
I'm wearing a full-length gingham dress.
OK.
I like the way you sounded the second G. Gingham.
Are you not supposed to pronounce the second
I don't
G?
know. There's no right or wrong.
No, because I pronounce a lot of words wrong.
No, not at all. It's not a criticism, it's an observation.
I love it when Rob's trying to be charming and it massively backfires. He always starts with, I love the way it always says, I wasn't having a go at you.
No, I didn't mean to offend you. All I'm saying is... I thought it was rather charming.
So, what happens next?
I decided to, for some reason, change by the pool.
To look cool?
Not to look cool, just because I didn't really want to walk in front of everyone.
It's odd, isn't it, though, the idea that you can't be stood next to a pool in your knickers, but you can in bathing bottoms, which are exactly the same.
I know you've had trouble with the police over this. Now is not the time to raise that subject again.
Listen, you find me a bathing bottoms that you can get them both to stay in, and I will wear them. You have to choose left or right.
you decide it would be too embarrassing to walk past the people to go
I was
to a
just feeling a
changing
bit
room.
self-conscious. I didn't want to get up and walk in front of everyone, so I thought I'll just change by the pool
Right.
and shimmy my knickers off. And I put them in a plastic bag and I shimmied my bathing suit on underneath.
I have to, when I take my pants off, I have to put them in a plastic bag. My wife insists.
In the bag, not the bag, straight into landfill.
Well, David, it's funny you say not the bag, because I didn't knock the bag.
Yeah.
And I look over and think, oh, I recognise that plastic bag, and I recognise those knickers that are now out of the bag and just floating in the pool.
How did they get in the pool?
The wind blew the bag.
Right.
So then I look up and go, my knickers! And I jump up and try to run towards the pool. And in my gusto, I fell headfirst into the pool.
Right.
Legs went over the top
I'll
of
tell you what,
me.
if this isn't true, you've watched a lot of Benny Hill.
And I landed in the pool with
Right.
my full dress on, and everyone's just laughing at me.
All right, what's it going to be, Catherine?
I know her, so I think
She
it's
does.
true.
You think it's true? OK.
I don't know her, but I think she's lying.
So, true lie,
Yeah.
but you know her.
And I love Gingham.
Yes.
Gingham.
It doesn't matter.
Gingham.
It's however you want to
Why
say
you've
it.
made people so self-conscious. Left to you, people would just be sitting here in awkward silence, like round that horrible swimming pool at Soho House. Frightened of their own shadows. Should it be sunny enough to cast any shadows, which it never is, sitting there in a gale, judging each other, while pants are relentlessly blown into the water. Is that the Britain we've made? We'll go true.
Taj, was it true or were you telling us a lie?
It was indeed true.
Oh, my goodness, no!
It's true. Taj did look like a fool in a pool. Catherine, you're next.
I used to think water polo was played on horses.
Lee's team.
Is it not? Because I would think that's true.
Just so you know, Taj, you're saying this out loud.
OK, is this a common sport that everybody knows about? Because I've never seen it.
Which one?
Water polo.
Water polo is the game where you've got, I don't know, 3 or 4 aside and you're trying to hit the ball.
And where do you go to watch that?
Well, you don't, it's boring.
That's what I mean.
It's not like the Olympics and...
It's
you know.
not like on the level of football,
Yeah.
but it's... I mean, I've heard of it. Water
I mean,
polo.
presumably you've got to be able to ride and swim.
So you thought it was... and now I'm dealing with 2 people. So you thought... what did you think? You thought...
I thought the same as Taj. It was a long time ago when I was at university. I lived with some very...
You were an adult?
Just.
What kind of adult... Sorry.
Me?
So you were with the type of people that play water polo and polo?
I knew that they were all really sporty and they all had their sports. And this particular person, I knew he played water polo, and I said one day, you know, are the horses all right with that?
Just describe what you were thinking in your head is the sport.
So big swimming pool, because it's
you
got to
actually thought
accommodate
it was
horses.
in a swimming pool? not in a lake or a river, an actual swimming pool.
And how deep would it be in relation to the horses?
It'd have to be so deep. I mean, obviously the horses aren't going to be always underwater. They're going to be coming out of the air.
Oh, you think quite a lot of this is the horses are underwater?
Yeah.
Taj, you think this is plausible?
I mean, it's just blowing my mind that this doesn't actually exist, if I'm honest with you.
Well, this is so confusing because we're in a situation where we want to say, could anyone really be that stupid? and then I realise that's really rude to you, so I don't know what to say.
No, it's fine, I'll take it.
I think it's... Catherine, I think it's an understandable mistake.
Thank you.
Chris, what do you think?
I think she did believe it.
We'll say it's true.
Catherine, they think it's true. Was it true or was it a lie?
It was, in fact, true.
Oh, thank God. Not just me.
next round is called This Is My, where we bring on a mystery guest who has a close connection to one of our panellists. Now, this week, each of David's team will claim it's them that has the genuine connection to the guest. It's up to Lee's team to spot who's telling the truth. So please welcome this week's special guest, Charlotte. So, Richie, what is Charlotte to you?
This is Charlotte, and I fired her from my Spice Girls tribute band.
Catherine, how do you know Charlotte?
This is Charlotte. Hi, Charlotte. She was responsible for the safe return of my missing goldfish.
Right. Then finally, David, your relationship with Charlotte.
This is Charlotte, and she crashed her Lime bike when she saw me take my top off.
So there we have it. Lee, where will you begin?
So, Richie.
Yes.
When you say your Spice Girls tribute act, do you mean you were the manager or you were in the tribute act?
Well, I was a bit of everything. So I was in the tribute act, but I was also manager, choreographer.
Right.
Which
Who were
Spice
you?
Girl?
I'm not going to lie, you don't look like any of them.
Scary Spice.
You were scary.
I was always had to be Scary Spice when I was playing Spice Girls when I was younger.
Am I the only one that's not been in a Spice Girls tribute act? And did you wear the full costume and wig and everything?
No, so basically we were just like a tribute band within the school. We were called the Spice Mix.
Oh, this is when you were a kid?
Yeah.
What age would you have been?
11-ish, 11, 12.
Name the other band members. I don't mean the Spice Girls, I mean the friends.
So...
Even I could name the Spice Girls.
David, I don't think you could name the Spice Girls. Do it now.
I think I could.
Go on,
I
then.
might get...
I might get some of them wrong. But I could do
I
it.
know all of them,
Yeah.
but, you know...
Let's see you try them.
Jerry Halliwell.
Yeah.
It was Ginger Spice.
Yes.
Victoria... She wasn't Victoria Beckham initially, but she is now, and she was Posh Spice.
Yes.
Can I do the others later?
No.
Emma Bunton,
Yes.
Baby Spice. She's been on this programme.
That's right,
The others
well
haven't been
remembered.
on this programme.
Who are the others?
Mel's B and C.
Yes, well done.
Did you do any gigs?
We'd perform at break times and we'd have a massive crowd. All the dinner ladies would watch and we'd stand on the steps.
That's a good sign, because they've got places to go.
And we'd perform and we'd get the biggest round of applause.
When you say perform, were you singing or miming?
We were singing.
Now, Charlotte's not allowed to make a sound, but you could give us a quick blast.
No. Of what?
What do you think?
Oh, no. What now?
Imagine the dinner ladies are watching.
Should I do the rap from one a bit?
Yes, that'd be nice.
We can be the other band members a bit for you.
Yeah, Are you out of your mind? So maybe if you two look like you're just sort of jamming with me.
No, that is off the table.
So, here's the story from A to Z. You want to get with me, you better listen carefully. We've got M and the person X in your face. We've got G like MC, Lex and Easy V doesn't go for free. She's a real lady after me. Ha ha, you'll see. I just want to die.
That was very good. I remember that, now you do it.
So, you said something about Charlotte leaving.
Well, she was fired.
Fired?
Yeah.
Well, how so?
Well, Charlotte was Ginger Spice. And I'll never forget that day, Rob, when I got home and I heard the news that Jerry Halliwell had left the band. It broke me. I was gutted. And obviously I couldn't get to Jerry. So the next day, I went in and fired Charlotte. But she was our Ginger Spice.
Oh, wow.
I was fuming.
If this is true, you're an awful human being.
How did she take it, Richie?
I think, well, I remember just, like, stomping around the school, like, where is she? and then I saw her in assembly and I was like, you're out. But, you know, that's showbiz.
Yeah.
I tell you what, Richie, if you wanted to apologise to Charlotte, you could do it now. There'll be a permanent record of it.
I'd just like to say that you were a crucial part of that band and I was just being vile and I'm so sorry. Genuinely. And I hope you found happiness.
All right, who would you like to quiz next?
Catherine, remind us again.
This is Charlotte, and she was responsible for the safe return of my missing goldfish.
And when did your goldfish go missing?
Well, I didn't actually realise the goldfish had gone missing. Charlotte and I are on a neighbourhood WhatsApp. She put on the WhatsApp that her cat had brought home a fish in its mouth. We've got a very small pond with 5 fish, and I asked her to send me a photograph of the fish up close.
Was the fish returned back to you alive or dead?
Alive, which was
wow.
extraordinary.
Well, how long was it out of the water for?
Well, I don't think it would have been very long because...
Was the cat carrying it in a plastic bag like he'd won it at the fair?
With a pair of pants in there as well.
Charlotte did return him in a plastic bag.
How far away does she live from you?
Probably about a 2-minute walk.
How big is the pond?
Not very big.
People saying it's a tiny pond. How small?
Or how big? It's the same question, isn't it?
What is size?
If you were to step into the pond, whereabouts in your body would it go up to?
It's a really personal...
Or as David would say, how deep is it?
It would depend what footwear I was wearing.
Imagine you're barefoot.
Yeah.
How far up before you get an algae line?
To my sort of breast area.
That's...
Whoa. Your
That's
pond
deep.
is going up to your breast. That's a
My
deep...
chest area.
That's a deep pond, Catherine.
I would say probably my waist area.
You answer... Oh, dear. Is it lined?
Is it what? Lined?
Lined.
Yes,
Is your
it's
pump?
lined, yes.
You got a pump?
Have I got a pump?
Have you got a pump?
Personally, a pump?
Have you got a pump?
A breast pump?
Not a breast pump. Have you... That would be an odd question. If I had a flat tyre and I knocked on your door and said, sorry, have you got a pump? And you went, what, a breast pump? I would go, you're very odd, aren't you?
Is the pond pumped?
Yes, of course it's pumped, but I'm not
It's very
responsible-
excited. It's been talked about on television.
OK, Lee, what about David's claim? David, remind us of your relationship.
This is Charlotte, and she crashed her Lime bike when she saw me take my top off.
Where were you, David?
I was walking along the pavement near my house in London.
Right.
Were you on your own?
I was.
What were you wearing, David?
I might have been wearing shorts.
Short trousers?
In shorts?
Yeah.
And what is covering up that manly chest of yours?
A short-sleeved shirt.
Do you wear T-shirts ever?
Not very often.
Why not?
Because I'm very, very formal.
Are you? Formal from the waist up.
I don't...
But quick but relaxed from the waist down.
From the waist down, I'm positively familiar.
OK. Why did you take your top off?
Because I was being attacked by a wasp.
Of course. But did it go up the shirt?
Yes.
Why didn't you just sort of do that and waft it out?
No, I just because the wasp was just nearby and I thought I would frighten it with my bare torso.
So you took your top off. Now, talk us through Charlotte's...
What did she crash into?
A car.
Oh, a moving car?
No. A very unemotional car.
Right, OK.
But no, a stationary car.
Talk us through what happens after she's crashed the bike.
Well, by this point, I've got my shirt back on to everyone.
The wasp has gone?
I don't know where the wasp's gone, to be honest. We tried to get the wasp on the show, but it was unable to be contacted. So she's hit the back of a parked car.
Yeah.
And I noticed this happening, and I go over, and I'm very, very nice.
Are you?
Yes, in general,
wow.
but specifically on this occasion.
Did you swap numbers afterwards, then?
Well, she asked for a photo. And she said, but I then started to take the shirt off. She said, no.
keep it on.
She took a photo, and I must say, opportunist that I am, I did think, oh, maybe this is one for the programme, you know?
Oh, yeah. I thought that was going to end with opportunist as I am. I said, do you like a Weatherspoon's breakfast?
You see...
Which isn't a euphemism.
All right, we need an answer. Yeah. So Lee's team.
Wow.
Is Charlotte Richie's snubbed singer, Catherine's fishy friend, or David's stunned cyclist?
So who are we ruling out? Let's rule someone out.
Oh, definitely Catherine.
We'll rule Catherine out.
I think so.
It's a long time to survive out of water in a cat's mouth. That's the cat's mouth was very wet.
Now, what about Richie and the spice mix?
The thing about his story, which makes it the most plausible to me, is that he managed to do that rap
I mean, we could probably all do a bit of Ice Ice Baby, but we weren't Vanilla Ice tribute acts, were we?
That's a very good point. And David...
I don't think David wears shorts.
Hang on.
David,
wait.
You've got a fly in your... It's gone now.
You see, this can happen. Insects, you know.
Take your top off! Weirdly, I think the clapping dinner ladies is the most plausible story.
Yeah.
It's the detail of the clapping dinner ladies.
Yeah.
So
it's Richie.
You're saying it's Richie? OK. Charlotte, would you please reveal your true identity?
Hi, I'm Charlotte, and Richie fired me from his Spice Girls tribute band.
Yes, Charlotte is Richie's snubbed singer. Thank you very much, Charlotte. Which brings us to our final round, Quickfire Lies, and we start with... It's Lee.
Once, whilst house-sitting for my friend on his farm, I had to leap out of bed in the middle of the night and deliver a litter of piglets.
David's team.
It's sweet, that, isn't it? Sweet story.
Yeah, it's a lovely story.
It is.
House sitting for a friend of yours on a farm.
Yeah, and he woke me up in the middle of the night and said...
I thought you were house sitting.
What?
Yeah, good point.
If you're house sitting, he won't be there.
No. I was house sitting, but he'd been called in the night, and I wasn't answering the phone.
Sorry, just going back a bit.
Yeah.
Right, whose house are you house sitting in?
I was house sitting for a friend.
And this house is a farm?
It's a farm, and someone else lives on the farm.
Right.
And he couldn't... He phoned me...
But why is he trying to get through to you?
Because he's heard that the piglets are going to give birth.
The piglets are going to give birth?
The pigs.
How did he hear that? Did the pig ring him? That guy you've got up at the house isn't picking up. Can you try ringing him?
I've never said this in 18 years, but I will say it. Can I start again? The truth is, I'm on a farm. I'm house-sitting for my friend on the farm.
Who's a farmer?
He's a farmer, yes.
Where is he, by the way?
He's gone on holiday.
He's on holiday?
Yes.
Right, what happens next?
I don't know, he sits by the pool, he has a drink.
How do you get to the situation where you deliver the pig?
So, I'm in the house, and there's a guy who's just nothing to do with the farm whatsoever. He's just renting a small bungalow at the end of the farm.
Right.
Now, I am asleep, right?
Yeah.
And the pig has gone into labour.
Yeah.
And the guy who rents the bungalow has heard a noise. And he rings the man, doesn't he? The farmer.
Right.
And he says, right, I'll ring my mate who's house-sitting, see if he can deal with it.
Right.
But he can't get through to me.
Why?
Because my phone has not got any battery.
Why can't the guy in the bungalow deal with it?
Because he hasn't got a charger.
So when was this?
I would say I was about 23.
So that's about 40 years ago.
No, it was 2023.
It was...
When they had mobile phones.
So it wasn't... It wasn't 40 years ago, it was just recently.
He's peeked through the sky and he's seen the sow. I know all the words. I've seen Charlotte's Web.
Right.
He sees one bit of a piglet coming out.
So then bungalow guy has to go up to the farmhouse and ring on the doorbell.
Correct. He says, I think the sow is giving birth. Either that or one of the smaller pigs is playing hide and seek.
So what happened?
Well, the pig was in distress. Not distress, in his own dress. The pig was in distress.
Okay.
And...
Rubber gloves?
I don't know what his name was. And...
Her name.
Sorry, her, yes.
Very important point here.
So immediately I go in, and by this point, two of them are already out. And there's another one trying to get out. And that's where I step in.
Did you pull it?
I didn't get off with it, if that's what you mean.
Did you pull the tail?
I did. Pull the little... no, not the tail. I pulled him by his little trotters.
Oh, like that?
I just did that. Slowly coasting out the trotters there. Slowly.
Are you pulling or are you milking the sow?
No, I'm slowly... Because you don't... the first rule of getting a piglet out of a sow is you don't do that, do you? No, because he might be holding on to the other one like that. Then you've got them all coming out at once and you can't deal with that. It's too much stress. You know, I mean, I was frazzled, which is not the right word to use. And I was pulling, and out. That one comes out. So I've got this one out, so immediately put it onto my breast. I did not lactate or breastfeed the piglet.
Once it was all done and dusted, how many piglets?
There was 14. 14 piglets.
14 piglets.
Yeah. Did they name any of the piglets after you or anything? Because that's amazing what you did.
Thank you very much.
Did you get a plaque or anything?
Do you know what, genuinely? Gave me a pig. Gave me one of the pigs.
What have you called it?
I can't remember now because I didn't keep it very long, I'm afraid.
Oh.
I was... there's only one word I can think of. Peckish.
So, Richie, what are you thinking?
I can't get on board with it. I think there might be some inaccuracies. I think it's a lie.
Catherine?
Well, I mean, obviously it's a lie, but it was really... I was really there with you, though.
Yeah.
You did
That's funny, 'cause
paint
I
the
wasn't.
scene.
Let's go for a guess.
Our guess is that it's a lie.
They're guessing it's a lie. Lee, was it a lie, or was that actually true?
It was, in fact, a lie.
Yes, it's a lie. Lee wasn't a pig's midwife. That noise signals time is up. It's the end of the show, and I can reveal that David's team has won by 3 points to 2. Thanks for watching. We'll see you next time. Good night. Welcome to Would I Lie to You, the show that sorts the facts from the fibs. On David Mitchell's team tonight, from the Big Breakfast to Big Brother, it's presenter AJ Odudu. And joining us for his first appearance, comedian Darren Harriott. And on Lee Mack's team tonight, can she be trusted? From the Traitors, it's Diane Carson. And a stand-up from Down Under, Sam Campbell. We start with round one, Home Truths, where our panellists read out a statement from the card in front of them. To make things harder, they've never seen the card before. They've no idea what they'll be faced with. It's up to the opposing team to sort the fact from the fiction. AJ, you're first up.
I once had to leave a hen do because the stripper turned up and it was my old English teacher.
Lee's team.
Wow, OK.
When did you recognise him, immediately or halfway through the act?
Well, you used to be a teacher, didn't you, Diane? Is this ringing bells? You never stripped?
God, no.
No. This is why you've never been a chat show host.
But she left before he stripped, right?
No, I had to leave a hen do because I was so embarrassed. I couldn't look him in the eye.
You're not supposed to, are you? What part of this strip was he at when you left?
I watched the full Monty, of course I did. Have you ever been to a stag do or a hen party with a stripper?
Right, David, no.
They hang around after, because they don't just leave immediatally.
What, to chat? They sort of go, now I've stripped and now I will mingle.
Yeah.
Did you enjoy the show? Actually, I'm an English teacher as well, so...
Did he recognise you?
Yeah.
How could you tell? What, you made eye contact or something?
It was just it was an awkward strip.
An awkward strip?
He looked visibly embarrassed.
Was the strip at all a classroom theme? Did he have, like, the dusters? Like...
No, he didn't.
Maybe a bit of chalk or something like
But
this?
that would have been really
The tie spinning around.
I don't know, because I know some strippers are sort of themed. They turn and look like a police officer or a fireman, and that's... Not sure teacher is the right... I think it feels like it's more of a complicated message they're putting
So I've got your essays back.
So what are you thinking? Sam, what do you reckon?
So, you know the stripper who often emerged from a cake? What if he came out of, like, a giant school lunch?
Yeah, I think we've established it wasn't school-themed.
It's good that you're working on his act for it.
So, Lee, what's your team going to say?
What do we think, Sam?
Maybe when he starts, he'd go, my name is... He writes his name on the wall.
I think we have established it's not a school theme. Lee.
So you think it's true or a lie?
Truth. Absolutely, every time.
I think it's a lie.
I think you're too classy for that kind of tawdry event, AJ.
So, they're saying it's a lie. Was it a lie, or was it actually the truth?
Well, Lee, it is a lie!
Yes, it's a lie. AJ didn't leave a hen do because she knew the stripper. Darren, you're next.
Oh, yeah. Whenever I have a bath, I always sit in the empty tub first, then turn on the taps.
Lee's team.
How long for?
Well, depends what I'm doing.
What might you be doing while you're sitting in an
sometimes
empty
shaving
bath?
my head.
In the bath?
Yeah.
Well, when you put the bath on, all the hairs are floating in the bath.
Well, I don't know, maybe it goes down the drain before I turn it on.
Well, how the hell does it go down if you haven't turned it on? You got a massive straw. Are you naked at this point, by the way?
Of course I am.
Don't talk to me like I'm the idiot. You're sitting in a bath with no water in it, mate.
I just find it very comfortable. I also quite like the fact that it's quite cold in there.
I was going to
as well.
say, that's the problem, right? You're going to have a cold bottom.
What about additives like a bubble bath or some bath salts? Which do you favour?
Yeah, bath salt.
Oh, do you like to put the salts in first on their own? Just sit on there like a really miserable slug.
I just don't believe one word of it. Why would you sit in a bath and shave your head?
I can't shave my hair outside. I don't have a garden. So I realised when I was shaving...
Weirdly, I do have a garden. I've never realised what I was supposed to be using it for.
Can I ask a question? You're shaving your head. Are you manscaping?
Every now and again.
Would you explain to David what manscaping is?
It's sort of shaving and making sure everything looks neat and tidy. Like a
golf course.
Like a golf course.
Let's just do a little poll here. Is there any single person in this audience, just put your hand up, who gets into the bath with it empty, sits there naked, and then watches as the water slowly rises up?
All right, Rob, you don't have to say
because
like that.
that's...
There's a few people!
Really?
That's weird, because it's all the bald men.
What are you thinking, Sam? Truth or lie?
Would you be open to shaving other men in the bath?
We're a pre-watershed show.
It sounds all right, I don't know.
Is he telling the truth?
For a long time, I thought he was, but then some of the stuff Lee was saying, I was like, all right. I would say that I believe Lee in some of the things that
It's not me doing it instead.
I think it's a lie.
You think it's a lie? Yeah, we'll say it's a lie.
They say it's a lie. Was it a lie, Darren, or was it true?
It is a lie. I do turn my hair in the bath.
Yes, it's a lie. Darren doesn't sit in the bath as it fills. Our next round is called This Is My, where we bring on a mystery guest who has a close connection to one of our panellists. This week, each of Lee's team will claim it's them that has the genuine connection to the guest. It's up to David's team to spot who's telling the truth. So please welcome this week's special guest, Dawn. So, Diane, what is Dawn to you?
So this is Dawn. She's the tarot card reader whose warnings I chose to ignore while I was in the traitor's house.
Sam, how do you know Dawn?
This is Dawn. She's the reporter who hired me to work undercover in a disgusting restaurant kitchen.
And finally, Lee, what is your relationship with Dawn?
This is Dawn. I accidentally set a frog loose in her chemist.
So there we have it. Diane's mystic mate, Sam's covert colleague, or Lee's frightened pharmacist. David's team, where will you begin?
Well, Diane, so she's a tarot reader. Tell us what happened.
I'll set the scene.
Right.
It was Christmas, so we all happened to be quite ill, and we were being sick.
All
So
right.
normally at Christmas, when I've got all the family together, I'm really busy cooking, you know, wrapping presents, making everything joyful to everybody, playing board games. That's our sort of Christmas. So this particular Christmas, we were all really, really ill. And my kid said to me, Traitors is on. And I went, no, I don't want to see it. And they just put it on anyway. So we watched the last episode together.
The final?
Of the first series.
Yeah, you just watched that?
Yeah.
No point watching the final of the second series. She knows what happens.
Yeah. And I thought, oh, I think I could do this. That looks like fun.
Can I just check, if we're all going this far back in the story, can I mention about the time that my frog was a tadpole?
I'm just setting the scene.
You are definitely setting the scene. We're still not at the series you were in yet.
So you've seen the last episode, you like it,
and I said,
you
I
think
can
you
do this. And my
Yeah.
kid said, no, you'd be too gobby, you'd be too opinionated, you wouldn't get on. So then I said, no, I'd be OK, I'd be OK at the challenges. And they said, well, you would never be able to blend into the background, not be opinionated, you'd be too noisy. No, I haven't got to that part
No,
yet.
we know that. We know that. I'm looking forward to hearing about Dawn's childhood.
So anyway, one of them flippantly sent me an application form. Now, I was worried if I did watch Traitors, I would be too scared then to continue with the application form, so I didn't watch it. So then...
But you watched the final?
I'd watched the final.
You watched the final?
Usually people interrupt to pad out the stories. You don't need to do that.
Stop it! You're distracting me! I'm telling you the story. Next time I'm on David's team, please have that note.
Whoa.
Right.
Next time.
So, right, when you're going through the audition process, they kept advising us to watch the first series.
Yes.
And I still didn't want to, so then I decided I would ring up and...
I know you're not supposed to talk on this show. Have you ever met her? Yes or no?
Dawn, not a word, nothing.
So anyway, I decided to contact a tarot card reader. So I went round to Dawn's house and she laid out the cards and she basically warned me of a snake that was to come.
Right.
And she told me I needed to do my research.
But you ignored her advice.
Well, no, I took half of it.
Right.
The week before I went into the castle, I watched the first series.
Not until she said, do your research.
Yes. And then she said, beware of a snake.
Right.
What's your favourite breed of snake?
You don't know about Sam's chat-up lines, do you?
So I happened to be in a challenge and we were all in these dry suits and people were taking off their tops and so on and so forth. And I happened to notice a tattoo on Harry's chest.
Harry's the one who eventually won.
Yeah.
And he had a snake on his chest.
Wow, OK.
That's like what the fortune teller warned about.
She's a tarot reader.
The tarot reader. I should have spotted Harry had a snake tattoo and I should have gone for Harry.
OK. All right. Who would you like to quiz next?
Sam, what's your story?
She hired me to go undercover at a disgusting, filthy restaurant.
Why you?
Ooh, so I was interning at the Courier Mail where all this went down.
There's a newspaper in Australia called the Courier Mail. What's the circulation, approximately?
Well, welcome to the fun.
The circulation, I thought you'd never ask. So then it's all sort of Brisbane, all around that area. This is a big paper.
I'm sorry to ask questions that you find inappropriate. Sam, but is the Courier Mail a national newspaper in Australia?
No, it's statewide.
But one state of Australia.
But states are huge in Australia.
Yes, I know, but, you know...
Well, you sound as though you don't.
What I'm trying to get to the bottom of here, Rob, is that this is a big expose on one restaurant. Now, I would say that if it was a national newspaper, that wouldn't be plausible. State-wise, maybe.
What kind of restaurant was it?
Italian.
Italian?
Yeah.
Why did you wave your hands like that, like an Italian? It's an Italian.
How did you come into contact with the paper? How did she find you?
I was interning there because I wanted to be AJ, a journalist. So it was all the interns. We all applied for this job at September's, the Italian restaurant, and I was the one who happened to get the job as a dish pig.
Was a dish pig?
Washing the plates.
Washing the plate.
And that's what they call you?
It's a little dish pig.
Oh, well, that's really good for your ego, isn't it? Oh, they're lovely, the Australians, aren't they?
Remind us of what it is that you are sniffing around trying to uncover.
Truffles.
Basically, things like rats and, like, sort of, yeah, some reheating.
Rats, did you say?
They weren't reheating the rats. The rats are so... Yeah.
But did you bond with everyone then?
I worked there for 4 months.
You just carried on working there.
This is the thing. I was bonding with people, and so I was like, oh, no, it's all pretty legit, and I never squealed.
Did you, at any point, sort of confer with Dawn about what was going on?
There was one meeting where I said, yeah, there's no story here. And then there was just emails about it. Anything yet? Nothing yet.
So how did it come to a close, then?
Oh, no, I just worked there for 4 months and then kept on with my university studies, stopped doing journalism and actually got into a sort of a career in comedy.
And what did you do after that?
That's nasty. You are nasty. You take it back.
Right, David, what about Lee Mack? He's the one in the middle.
Lee's probably true.
Just remind us, Lee.
This is Dawn, and Diane's story took so long that she's changing her name to Evening. This is Dawn. I accidentally set a frog loose in her chemist.
Can I ask why you had a frog and how it managed to get loose?
Yes, you can.
If you don't mind.
Oh, go on, ask it.
Why did you...
Turns out Darren can't answer. Let me ask, how did you have a frog and how did it get loose?
Is that what you want to ask, Darren?
That's what I want to do.
Well, I'm not doing it until I hear you ask me.
Why did you have a frog and how did it get loose?
Did you say frag?
I didn't think anyone heard that.
We all heard it.
The frog there.
So why did you say frag?
No. I tried to do an accent. I kind of lost it.
You're from Birmingham, aren't you?
Yeah, from the West Mids, yeah. All right.
No, that's not... Wait, you're getting it wrong. That's an American accent. So you're frog.
Lee, mate, why did you have a frog and how did you lose it?
Good question, Darren. I was walking down the road with my daughter Millie, and I came across
a frog.
A frog.
A frog. In the middle of the road or on the pavement?
It was sort of. It was on neither.
OK.
It was about a third of the way to the middle of the road.
OK.
We saw the frog.
Yeah.
In the road.
Yeah.
And it wasn't jumping around much.
Wasn't jumping?
Correct.
Interesting. Wow.
Yeah, because if it had been jumping around a lot, I wouldn't have been able to answer David's question so easily, would I? Where was it? It was on the curb, it was on the pavement, it was on the middle, it's on the left, it's on the right, it's gone back on the curb, it's gone down. We'd have been here all day, and no one wants that in a story, do they?
No one wants that. I do.
So the frog was stationary.
Well, no, you couldn't use him as a pencil sharpener. Yes, the frog was not moving.
Yeah.
OK. So how did you catch him?
I had a coffee cup that was virtually empty, and I went up to the frog slowly. I could see he was alive, because it was... And I thought, if he's doing that with his hand, he must be alive. And so I got up that and I just sort of put him in. He jumped in the coffee cup. I put the lid back on the coffee cup. So now I can go back to Costa and get a free coffee because I can say, I found this at the bottom of my cappuccino.
Now, where does Dawn come into this story?
Well, first thing in the morning, wasn't it?
Where does this Dawn enter the story?
Sorry. Well, Dawn is Dawn of Dawn's Chemist. I'm in the shop and I'm waiting, making small talk.
Yes.
Me and Dawn. I know Dawn a bit. We're talking about her brothers. They're both farmers, actually.
Yeah.
Farmer A, Farmer B. She's Farmer C. And... I just was very forgetful for a moment. So went like that.
Oh, no.
And felt the movement. Oh, my God! And in the action of doing that, it bounced against the lid dislodged, and the frog got loose.
And he's hopping around?
Now he's off like a shot.
He's woken up. He's had the equivalent of 19 coffees.
And how did Dawn respond? That's the whole thing here. I mean...
She said, come on, get the frog, get the frog.
So she's behind the counter, just going, get the frog, get the frog.
No, she was multitasking. She's going, get the frog, get the frog, get the tablets for Mrs. Green. Get the frog, get the frog. It's on the top counter, I've told you before.
How does the story conclude?
It doesn't. That was 3 years ago. My daughter's still in that chemist looking for it. Social services have got involved, and the RSPCA.
We need an answer. So, David's team, is Dawn Diane's mystic mate, Sam's covert colleague, or Lee's frightened pharmacist?
What do you think?
I feel like Sam's story is the one that I probably believe the most. And a lot of comedians before, when they're quite young, they would do something like that, where they'd be like an undercover detective and then get a job at a place that is obviously...
He wasn't an undercover detective, to be clear. He was an interned reporter at a paper. What about Lee?
I think Lee's description of the behaviour of a traumatised frog was extremely believable and rather moving.
I think it's Diane, and she looks like someone that I would believe. Do you know what I mean?
Well, if she was dealing some cards...
If she was dealing some cards...
Receiving some cash...
Yeah!
You seem like you can tell the future.
Yeah!
OK, and you...
OK.
Yeah, let's go, Diane.
OK, we're going to go Diane. We'll go Diane.
You're going to say it's Diane? Dawn, would you please reveal your true identity?
I'm Dawn, and Diane ignored my warnings.
Yes, Dawn is Diane's mystic mate. Thank you very much, Dawn. Which brings us to our final round, quickfire lies, and we start with... It's David.
I once unwittingly ran through my school naked.
Lee's team. What do you think?
Why?
I was a child.
What age?
9. And we were supposed to change after sport and have a shower.
What sort of school was this?
Was it a rough council estate school?
It wasn't.
It wasn't?
No, it was a...
Oh, so this is all a facade?
Tell us about this fateful day.
Well, after sport...
What sport was it?
Polo.
Lacrosse.
The Crumpington Toss.
I have a sense that it would have been hockey or football.
Did you love the hockey?
No. I hated football, and I hated hockey more because it was football, but people had weapons. After sport, right, you have to go into the classroom to change for the shower. And the shower... Yeah. The shower...
Is this one of these schools we're going to see on Panorama?
You changed for the shower in the classroom and then went down the corridor and into the shower.
What, naked?
You could take everything off except your pants. And then you go to the shower, you take your pants off, you have the shower, you put your pants on, you go back, you finish changing.
Right.
That was the system.
And so why aren't you wearing your pants?
Because when taking all my things off, I overshot.
Was this the first time you'd got changed for the showers?
No.
Well, then why did you not know?
Human error.
You rip off your pants, you're naked. What happens next?
I head towards the showers.
Do you realise you're naked as you're walking towards the shower? Do you mind?
Yes to both. Yes, I realise as I'm walking along.
Yes, you're
and
embarrassed.
yes, I mind.
And you were further than halfway. It wasn't worth going back.
I'm further than halfway. Nevertheless, I go back. I'm thinking, OK, once I get into the showers, it's fine. It's normal suddenly to be naked, if you can imagine anything so twisted. But then what am I going to do?
Surely you need a towel to dry yourself off.
That's a good point. I'm holding the towel.
Why did you never think to put that towel round you?
But putting towels round your waist, that's not 9-year-olds don't do that. I just wouldn't have the technique with the tucking it in or anything.
You couldn't work out how to put a towel round your waist.
What?
Isn't private education a wonderful thing?
What I was doing was running down a corridor naked, suddenly realising I'm running down a corridor naked and everyone else is running down a corridor just wearing pants.
Right.
I found that quite a stressful moment, so I didn't pause to develop the technique of wrapping a towel round my waist. What I did was I ran back and put my pants on.
How big of an event was it? Like, if we went to the school now, would they sort of be singing songs about this?
They would not, no. I'll tell you why. Nobody noticed.
Oh, I'm sorry. Right, Sam, what do you think?
I think this guy, he is such a little gentleman. I don't think he's ever been naked. I think he's always been wearing at least some long johns or a singlet.
If he's made that up, it just sounds warped.
Well, the guy is sick.
Diane, as a teacher, what do you think?
I think because you've never done it before, why would you do it this time? So I think it's a lie.
I've known David a long time, and I know nothing about the school he went to, but this all makes sense to me. All of it.
If it is true, he sat on this for 18 series.
I know, but I think he's so traumatised, he's been able to shelve it.
No, I told this story years ago to the production, and for whatever reason, they never wanted to use it. But the time came when there was literally nothing else true about me apart from this grotty little moment, this formative moment of secret humiliation. And they thought we're going to have to see if that comes out in a way that is in any form broadcastable.
When you tell this story, were you lying down on a leather couch? You both think it's a lie?
Yeah.
I'm going to go with my team, but... Oh, God, it's true.
You're saying it's a lie?
I'll say it's a lie.
We're saying it's a lie, David.
It's a lie.
Was that story a lie, or was it true?
Oh, God, it's true.
Yes, I'm afraid it was true. David did run naked through his school. Next, it's Sam.
Oh, gosh. OK. I only found out this morning that David Bowie is dead.
David's team.
OK.
Wow.
How did you find out?
Yeah.
My friend brought him up.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. And we were talking about that...
Your friend brought him up? This was Mr. Bowie Senior, was it?
Yeah.
So when you realised that David Bowie had gone, how did you feel?
It's really hard to say with words.
Would you like to tell me through the medium of dance?
I could make just a sound.
Please.
Oh.
It was very, very sad. Too soon.
Well, he's my second favourite David.
Who's your first one? It's quite a big figure to die, though.
It is.
Like, you don't have to be a David Bowie fan to know that he died.
That is true.
I am not a fan, and I knew that
And
he
you
died
knew.
8 years ago.
What didn't you like about him?
I just said... you know, he hadn't chosen to be a novelist. He could have done a sitcom, couldn't he? Make the effort.
Good point.
Oh, another song. Great.
Even if that were to be true, you would never admit that.
If you say a person, I'll say whether I think they're dead or not.
OK, go on then. Michael Jackson.
Dead.
Prince.
Dead.
Winston Churchill.
Alive in our hearts.
Yeah.
So is this a new round?
Right, it's time. What are you going to say, David?
I think it's a lie.
I think it's a lie.
I think on the balance of probabilities.
Yeah.
We have
They
to
think
go
it's a lie. OK, Sam, truth or lie?
Oh, yeah, it's a lie.
It's a lie. Sam knows that David Bowie has passed away. Oh, that noise signals time is up. It's the end of the show. I can reveal that David's team have 3 points and Lee's team have 2. Thanks for watching. We'll see you next time. Good night. Good evening. Welcome to Would I Lie to You, the show with barefaced lies and well-masked truths. On David Mitchell's team tonight, a comedian and writer back for more, it's Sarah Pascoe. And from Slow Horses, and this is gonna hurt, it's actor Kadif Kerwin. On Lee Mack's team tonight, YouTuber turned sitcom star from Things You Should Have Done, it's Lucia Keskin. And he's the Bard of Salford, it's the one and only John Cooper Clarke. We begin with round one, Home Truths, where our panellists read out a statement from the card in front of them. To make things harder, they've never seen the card before. They have no idea what they'll be faced with. It's up to the opposing team to sort the fact from the fiction. Sarah is first tonight.
I recently booked a sleep consultant, but stood them down when they told me what they were planning to do.
Oh,
right. Lee's team.
Interesting. How long have you had problems sleeping?
It isn't actually for me.
Oh.
I have 2 small children.
Right, they're not that big, surely.
Is that not right?
I think it's not a sleep consultant you need to see, it's a paediatrician.
There's a huge industry now of sleep experts, because babies aren't born knowing how to sleep.
Sorry?
Yeah. So they will go to sleep for short periods, but they wake up all the time because they don't know how to get themselves back to sleep.
Let's give us a picture now. How often were they waking up on a typical night?
So the 7-month-old, and it's not his fault, but he's waking every sleep cycle, which is every 90 minutes.
Oh,
and the 2-year-old, he will sleep for like 4 or 5 hours, but then he will get up.
You're not working tonight, you're on a break.
The truth is, it's my birthday. This was how I got out of being at my house.
Well, two things,
Yes,
Sarah.
yeah.
So, first of all, happy birthday.
Thank you.
Secondly, what was the advice
OK,
given?
so the sleep consultant said she would tell the toddler she was a sleep fairy and that she'd put fairy dust on our door and we couldn't come out until morning.
So what is she saying that the fairy dust did?
Locks the door.
Right.
I'm locking your parents into that room. They cannot get out. Now go to sleep. So the toddler wakes up.
Yes.
I'm awake, Mother. Father, I'm awake. Let's play.
What if you made him a Victorian ghost?
What happens then?
She said that she would say, you have to go back to bed, I'm the sleep fairy.
That's what she's told you.
Yeah.
The second they go off to sleep, she's having a little nap, right?
She won't have a very long one, because my kids wake up all the time.
Was she expensive?
Incredibly expensive.
How much?
About £500.
Per night?
Per night, yeah.
Ooh.
Well, that's, you know.
What did your partner make of this?
He wasn't there.
He's moved to a hotel where it's quiet. He's got to see the Premier Inn Fairy.
Which is actually less than £500 a night.
So, Lee, were there ever any sleep issues with your children? Would you just start doing bits of the act and they would...
I'm not going to respond to you, Rob, because I find that kind of banter a bit mock the weak.
What do you reckon, John?
The language of psychology, which I imagine would come into it, surely it'd be wasted on children of that age.
So you think it's implausible?
Yeah.
Lucia, what about you?
I think it could be true.
You do?
Because?
Just sounds true.
I'm going to go with John. John has lived on this planet for a lot longer than Lucia. He knows the difference.
What do you mean?
Well, you're younger.
What did you think he meant?
It could mean that one of you had moved planets, so they'd been on another planet. Obviously, if Lucia is secretly an alien, she thinks she's just been discovered. What are you talking about? How do you know?
We are going to go with John, and we are going to say lie.
You think it's a lie? OK, so, Sarah, truth or lie?
John, it was, of course, true.
Next time I'm listening to you.
Yes, it's true. Sarah did stand down a sleep consultant. John, you're next.
I charge £500 a night to stop the little ones crying.
John.
I once got fired from an advertising campaign for being too honest about the product.
David's team.
Oh, OK, well,
Good, isn't it?
what was the product?
It was a brand of gin.
And you were approached to be the face of the gin?
No, it was. I was approached to write a jingle.
A jingle?
Yes, indeed, a
Yes.
jingle.
Do you remember any of the verses?
Yeah. I'm going to say it's David Mitchell's gin, because it's got the right amount of syllables. At the public bar of any welcoming inn, he's the geezer with the goofy grin. What got him into the state he's in? David Mitchell's gin.
Beautiful.
Do you want to hear the Christmas special?
Yes, please.
By the way, we're edging towards true on
Yeah,
this
I
one.
think so.
I tasted this gin for the fun and frolics, but guess what it tasted like?
Notify your next of kin. Christmas is coming, better get some in. Say goodbye to self-discipline with David Mitchell.
So did you go in and present these to them? And I mean, how did the breakup go?
Well, they said, you know, it's not quite the image we're looking for.
The idea that people don't buy gin because it gets them drunk is absurd. That's what they want. Buy this and it will change your state of mind in a way you will probably like and possibly over time come to depend upon.
What do you think, Sarah?
I thought that improvising poetry was going to be, like, impossible, so it's definitely true. But then Lee did it. And I was like, it
There was
can
a young
be
woman from
done.
China who had an enormous... It's dead easy.
I mean, that's a lot of poetry to have made up on the spot, but obviously if anyone can do it, John can.
Exactly.
But then
Thanks,
another
David.
point is, if he has invented all that on the spot, he kind of deserves the point.
Yes.
This is true. Yeah. So you're saying, therefore...
We're going to go true.
OK, they're saying it's true. John, was it true or was it a lie?
It was true.
It's true. John was fired for being too honest. Lucia, you're up next.
I once accidentally gate crashed the BBC News.
David's team.
Oh. How did you find yourself wandering into the news?
It was the 25th anniversary of the TV show Friends.
All right.
And what's your connection with Friends? You weren't in Friends, were you?
No, no. I did like a video where I created the whole episode.
One of your YouTube
Yeah.
sort of pastiches was
and
of
they
Friends.
sort of assumed I was a super fan.
So you were invited onto the programme?
It was on a sort of Skype, Zoom thing. And 5 minutes before we were about to go on, I lost signal, so I called them back, and they were currently in a Brexit negotiation.
They were literally negotiating Brexit?
That was the segment before.
That was what they were talking about.
So I phoned them back, and then I get a text from my friend saying, your face has just come up on the screen on the BBC News that you're calling the news. Went, you know, over the interview, and there my face pops up.
And your friend texts you to say that?
Well, my mum, upstairs.
You said it was your friend, it was your mum.
No, it was my mum.
You can be friends with your mum. You can be friends with your mum, yeah.
Yes, I know, it's an odd way to refer
I'm
to your
friends
mum.
with your mum.
Yeah.
What? What's wrong being wrong? I like your mum and I'm a friend of your mum. What do you think I meant? There's something wrong with you, Rob.
So your
God,
mum...
you sleep with a woman once and it's a problem. Get over it.
She did say, she said to me, she said, Rob, you know how you're always saying how Lee is so quick? She said. Well, what do we think then? Kadif?
I feel it would happen to you.
I want it to be true
Yeah.
so much that I'm going to say it's true.
Yeah.
Well, I think we think it's true.
Yeah.
Right, Lucia. Was it true or was it a lie?
It was true.
It's true. And you're going to love this. Here is proof of this awkward and unexpected moment.
They will open the withdrawal agreement. Maybe there is some hope for cosmetic changes. Obviously,
Our next round is called This Is My, where we bring on a mystery guest who has a close connection to one of our panellists. This week, each of David's team will claim it's them that has the genuine connection to the guest. It's up to Lee's team to spot who's telling the truth. So please welcome this week's special guest, Mary. So, Kadif, what is Mary to you?
This is Mary. When I pretended to deliver a baby, she actually passed out.
Right. Sarah, how do you know Mary?
This is Mary. As a schoolgirl, I thought that my magical powers had made her fall into a lake.
Finally, David, what is your relationship with Mary?
This is Mary, and I was responsible for breaking one part of her ankle, and you, Lee, were responsible for breaking another.
So there we have it. Kadif's fainting friend, Sarah's soggy sidekick, or David's pained pal. Lee's team, where will you start?
David. We said we'd never speak of that night. OK, where do we want to start? Kadif?
Yeah.
Right. Why were you pretending to deliver a baby?
Because I'm an actor and I was acting.
And where... Which drama school are you at?
I went to the Royal Central School of Speech and Drama.
Right.
They turned me down, Central.
Ah, how come? What did you sing?
No, I think what Kadif is referring to is that in the audition you have to sing a song.
Yeah.
That's right, I sang...
I thought you were having a go at his singing.
Yeah.
No, there's no need for your involvement.
What show were you in?
I was in a show called This Is Going to Hurt.
Right.
I played a obs-and-gynae doctor and I was delivering a baby by C-section.
Right. And is Mary an actor?
No, Mary's not an actor. Mary was an SA on the day, so
Supporting artist.
Supporting artist. She was my obstetrics nurse next to me.
So she's playing a nurse.
Yeah.
You're playing the person doing a C-section.
Yeah, we got taught all of the fingering and all of the knife work, so...
Right.
So you're cutting into some sort of latexy type thing.
Yeah, so say I am the lady who's about to give birth.
OK.
So both her legs were here, prosthetic legs. Her real legs were underneath, and on top of her was the belly.
And when you cut in, what's underneath the...
you release the blood pack.
Oh.
And I'm assuming at the end there's a fake baby in there.
No. The baby gets... No, it gets handed out. They would have cut away and then...
Yeah. Because that would be a bit unfair to use a real baby and go, we'll be with you in about an hour.
So Mary actually came and brought the knives towards me, and I was just doing the incision and blah, 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 and then I just heard a thud. And it was like a cartoon. Her legs went up in the air and it was just
Her real legs or her fake legs? And what do you do then? You forget who you are and say, don't worry, I'm qualified, I can deal with this.
No, thankfully, because it was a set with real doctors on there, she got seen to, and we continued the day. Actually, she was a proper trooper, actually, to be fair.
No one's ever come on the show before, stood there and put their hands in the pockets, and I wonder if hands are full of blood and...
Right, who would you like to quiz next?
Sarah.
Remind us, Sarah, of what yours...
OK, this is Mary. As a schoolgirl, I thought that my magic powers had made her fall into a lake.
Right. How old were you?
11?
And she was in your class? She was your friend?
No, Mary, Miss Cooper, to me, obviously looks amazing, but she was my teacher.
Mary, you look very young.
Yeah.
Well, that face said to me, don't care, it's not true. What was the magic?
Well, I'd written a story
Right.
where Miss Cooper was humiliated in front of the entire school on a school trip by falling into a lake.
You wrote the story as part of a lesson or in home time?
As kind of revenge.
Why?
I was in the first year at secondary school and Miss Cooper accused me of cheating and I wasn't cheating and I was
Whoa, let's get to the bottom of this story.
Yeah, thank you.
Because already just the way you said it, when you went, she accused me of cheating, but I wasn't cheating.
I wasn't.
We're all thinking, you were cheating, weren't you?
No, I wasn't
What were you
cheating.
accused...
Don't make me write a little story about you, Lee.
Which subject was this?
Geography.
Geography.
Right. Where did you go to school?
I went to school in Upminster in Essex.
OK. I like the fact you knew it was in Essex. You're good at geography, I'll give you that.
How was she humiliated in the story?
There was a trip and the entire school was there and she was trying to talk to us about geography. It was the White Cliffs of Dover and she fell. She just, whoa! And then everyone's laughing and pointing at her and she comes out and she's got, like, weeds in her hair.
Just to be clear, this is all in the story?
Yeah.
So what happened in real life that made you think you'd done it?
Exactly that.
We had a school trip and a very similar thing happened. Some details were different,
Right. Did she fall into water?
yeah, like a reservoir.
Reservoir?
Yeah.
And you then feel...
I either thought God was real
Yeah.
or I thought I had magic powers.
But she never knew that you'd written the story.
I did have to apologise to her.
After this event?
Months later, yeah.
How did that conversation go?
I don't think she believed me that it was my story that did it.
Well, that's true.
I think she may have been right.
If you didn't like her...
Yeah.
Why were you telling her?
It was just low level, like, watch yourself. Like, this is the kind of thing that can happen if you accuse people of things.
OK. David, remind us of your relationship.
This is Mary, and I was responsible for breaking one part of her ankle.
Oh, yeah.
And you, Lee, were responsible for breaking another.
What the hell are you talking about?
Well, Mary was watching this programme on a laptop while she was on a running machine.
Right.
And then you said something that amused her.
No way.
I know. And she laughed so much, she fell off the running machine and hurt her ankle. But it wasn't that bad, because it wasn't that funny. So she got back on the running machine, and then I said something that was properly funny. And she fell off again, obviously, and this time it was a much more serious level of injury.
What happened when I said something?
Well, you know, she would have known it was the next round. She'd hurt her ankle and she then sought medical treatment, got it x-rayed, and it was broken in 2 places.
How do you know her? Did she contact you?
I don't know her.
I know you don't. You've never even heard of her till about 30 seconds ago.
I've heard about this accident through the production.
Right.
I sent her a card.
You didn't?
I did, yes.
What did you write in this card?
Something nice, you know, get well soon, I'm sorry about the breakage.
Get well soon, I'm sorry about the breakage. What comes from the heart with you? It just pours out, doesn't it?
Right, we need an answer. So, Lee's team. Is Mary Kadif's fainting friend, Sarah's soggy sidekick, or David's pained pal?
Let's take them individually.
Yeah.
Kadif, I mean, there's some definite facts in this. I didn't see the programme. Did you see it?
Yeah.
Do you remember a C-section?
No.
Oh. Well, that's the end of that round, then. Kadif, there was no C-section.
Unless I've forgotten about it.
If you don't mind me saying, you are literally no help.
What about Sarah's story?
Right, so, the bit that I don't believe about Sarah's story is that she wasn't cheating.
Now, what about David?
I think Lee would have heard about it.
Well, not necessarily.
If he'd made somebody laugh.
About the broken...
What do we think of David?
I don't think David's. I think Sarah or Kadif could be true.
David, you're
David
discounting.
least true, but could be.
Impossible. So just to clarify, they could all be true. next week, can I have someone here, me here, and just a coin? And I'll just... I don't know. I genuinely don't know.
No,
It could be all 3.
I honestly...
It can't be all 3, can it? Is that...
I'll rephrase that. It could be any of them. And only one of them.
Come on, let's make a decision.
We're doing a vote here. One of the 3.
David.
You're going with David. OK.
If I can't decide between Sarah and Kadif, maybe go for David.
I think that's quite often how juries on literary awards work.
Lost again, did you?
Lee, take control, make a decision.
We'll go Kadif.
You're saying Kadif, right. They think it's Kadif. Mary, would you please reveal your true identity?
I'm Mary, and David and Lee broke my ankle.
Yes, Mary is David's pained pal. Thank you very much, Mary. Which brings us to our final round, quickfire lies, and we start with... It's Lee.
Possession.
OK, take a look under your desk. There's an item there. Just take the cloth off, OK? Lovely. It's one of those swimming pool things. Now, would you read the card?
I know, because it's mine. This is my poster. I bought it to remind me of the time I was asked to leave my local pool for breaking all 9 rules in one visit. We've got kind of refrain from running, pushing, acrobatics or gymnastics, shouting, ducking, petting, bombing, swimming in the diving area, smoking. Just put that on there. Rob, maybe just tilt it back a bit more towards me. Thank you. Thank you.
Now, when was this, Lee, first of all?
Well, let's just say I was young enough to be immature, but old enough to smoke.
Where's the pool, Lee?
It's in the local swimming baths.
Where's local to you?
Oh, it's very close. I was 17.
With your friends?
Well, my friend.
Who was your friend?
It was my mate, Bri.
Is that who you were petting?
Bri was not a boy.
Oh.
Bryony. But I called her Bri.
Oh, lovely stuff.
She was there with a sweet smile and her twinkly eyes, and I was there with me Veruca. And we were excited. We were holding hands and we started to run. And that was the first... The whistle blew. like that. And I said, I'm not sure, Bri, you should have a whistle when we're going swimming. She said, no, that was the lifeguard over there, the lifeguard. No, Ronnie! And you know what it's like in the baths, yeah. You what? All right, I can't hear you, mate. I said, I'll come to you. I sprinted over. He said, no running. I said, oh, sorry. So I ran back and...
OK, what was the next violation?
Well, then she didn't want to get in, obviously. She was nervous. So I pushed her in and the whistle blew again. I sprinted over. So I warned you. I haven't pushed anyone before, not about the running. Oh, yes, sorry. You're not allowed to push people in.
Oh, no.
You pushed her in because
she was gentle.
She was
just
nervous.
She was worried about the temperature.
Oh, I see.
Bryony.
Yeah. What was the next one? Well, may I suggest bombing?
Oh, well, we could.
Because you're still outside the pool, so we could get that done now.
I'm still out, she's in.
Oh, right. Sorry.
I've jumped in, but I wasn't looking, was I? I've only gone and landed on her shoulders. Whistle. What now? Don't shout.
And that's the shouting.
You're like, there's no acrobatic gymnastics. I said, I wasn't doing it, I just landed when I jumped in. She's holding on to my ankle, she's not an idiot. I was having this conversation for 2 or 3 minutes before I realised we were in the deep end and she was under the water. And so, yeah.
So what happens next?
I've got angry with her. I shouldn't have done it, but I just... like that, and I just dumped her. I basically put her head under the water for a second. Just for a second.
Just for a second.
I said, hey! She said, no ducking. I said, we're not doing that.
I'm wondering how you're going to get, with her in this state, to petting.
I don't know.
Maybe a cigarette break would help.
I apologised to Bri. And we got a little bit amorous. We kissed passionately. As passionate as you can as a repressed northern man of a certain age.
Yeah. In a slightly too cold swimming pool.
Yeah. So I imagine it wasn't long before the whistle sounded.
Oh, that was it. No heavy petting. So I said, sorry. And I got out. And that's when I spotted a German dam. And I decided to bomb it. And joke. I didn't see a German dam, but I did see 3 German people together, and I thought it would be funny if I recreated the film Dam Busters. And I went all over them.
How could you tell they were German?
How did I tell?
Yeah, yes.
They were on the far right of the pool. And, of course, the uniforms.
And how many have you left to tick off now?
Well, because I'd kissed her passionately...
Yes.
In my weird way, I felt we had consummated the relationship.
Yes.
So I had a cigarette.
And was it at this point that the lifeguard had had enough?
You.
Oh, no.
Get out the pool.
No.
I just said, I'm sorry, but I only thought that applied to people called Will patrons.
All right, so there it is now. It's been very detailed. I surely couldn't have made that up.
There's a lot of recall there of clearly genuine events.
Kadif, what do you reckon?
No.
No, what?
Well, it's, you know, it might not be true.
But we had a lovely time, didn't we?
Exactly.
So they think it's a lie. Was it a lie, Lee, or was it true?
It's a lie.
It's a lie. Lee didn't break all 9 pool rules in one day. That noise signals time is up. It's the end of the show, and I can reveal that David's team has won by 5 points to 0.
Well done, guys.
Thanks for watching. We'll see you next time. Good night. to Would I Lie to You, the show in which it pays to be economical with the truth. On Lee Mack's team tonight, a stand-up comic who is back for more. It's Shazia Mirza. And from Gladiators, it's Matt Morcia, a.k.a. Legend. And on David Mitchell's team tonight, joining us for his first time, it's comedian Josh Jones. And an award-winning podcaster and TV presenter, it's Rosie Ramsey. We start with round one, Home Truths, where our panellists read out a statement from the card in front of them. To make things harder, they've never seen the card before. They've got no idea what they'll be faced with. It's up to the opposing team to sort the fact from the fiction. First up, it's Josh.
I once jumped in a canal because a goose honked at me.
Lee's team.
What was the goose driving?
So, I'm scared of geese, right? And I'm walking down the canal in Manchester. There was a brick wall on one side of me, so I was trapped because there was a wall in the water.
Yeah.
And one goose was asleep, so I, sneaked past it. And then this other goose came in the middle and, quacked. So, and I don't speak goose, but it sounded not like a compliment. So then I went to turn around, and then the other goose was awake.
Oh, no.
I panicked and jumped in the water.
Classic.
You jumped in?
Yeah, jumped in. Pencil dive.
Not knowing how deep it's going to be.
I know those waters quite well because I used to go canoeing on the canals in Manchester when I was a kid.
In what circumstances were you canoeing?
Oh, so every Sunday I used to be in a canoeing club because he wanted to try and keep kids out of gangs. Well, it was on a Sunday morning at 9 o'clock, which doesn't feel like a big gang time to me, but that's when it was.
And how deep was it? Did you touch the bottom?
It was about hip height.
Doing a pencil dive was quite a penetrative dive. Did you go straight to the bottom and...?
Oh, no, but I bent my knees, and...
So not strictly a pencil dive, then?
Well, by the time I landed, it was pencil.
That sounds like quite a controlled manoeuvre, rather than a man, in
You're
a
not the
state of
only
panic.
athlete here.
You jumped in, and
Yes.
what was the immediate aftermath?
Well, I kind of just stood there for about, I'm going to say...
You stood in the canal?
Yeah,
You just
for like a solid 90 seconds, just kind of looked at the goose. The goose just started to look really confused.
Which goose?
The aggressive one. That was the one close to me.
Oh, it was good goose, bad goose?
Yeah.
I think it's like bad goose, apathetic goose.
Yeah, and then I just stood out of the water, walked past the goose, and I remember saying out loud to myself, I think you might have overreacted there, Josh.
You got out of the water and you walked past the goose?
Yeah, because...
Just negate the point. Surely you go past the goose, then get out the water, otherwise you just jumped in and then got back straight to where you were.
The whole story was pointless. What happened was... I jumped in the water, realised the goose was kind of chill by this point, and then just thought, I'm going to risk it.
What colour was the goose?
Like, brown.
Black and brown?
With a black head.
I think that's the Canadian goose, isn't it?
Well, it might have been on holiday in Manchester, because it was there with me.
The other side of the canal, was that an option to continue through the canal to the
No,
other
it was
side?
people's gardens, and it was already getting weird enough. I didn't want to go in. Johnny's there having a cup of tea. What are you doing? I'm running from a goose. I mean, that's not going to make my community look very good, is it? We're already seen as being dramatic. So I just...
All right, let's take a guess. Shazia.
I think it's a lie. It's just too outrageous.
I think it's true. You strike me as the kind of guy that would do exactly that. So I can literally picture him doing it. Do you know what I mean? I'm about 70% sure it's true.
So 70%, how can you measure it?
How sure are you that it's a lie as a percentage?
50%?
That's how we started! It was 50-50 before we started all this! And you've got... Oh, that's definitely still 50%.
Right, what's it going to be, Lee?
I've been persuaded by you that it's a lie.
How is that
Oh, don't be persuaded by me.
Not you, I mean that spiel, not... I don't mean that, I mean, the things you said. series
Don't
of...
say it again. Don't keep saying it.
Series of things that she said. How has that persuaded you?
Because I think she was very good in her argument, just not great at her maths.
I'm going to go with Matt.
All right, I'll say true. If Matt's... I think it's a lie, but you do think it's true.
That is weak leadership. You said lie.
I'm a weak man! I'm a very weak man. There's a reason I didn't pass the test for Gladiators.
Yeah, but we're in
Gladiators ready! And I went, not really.
Lee, mate, come on, let's go. Go with it.
Right.
You initially said
Will
lie.
you say it's a lie?
You said it's a lie?
Yes!
OK, Josh, was it lie or was it the truth?
It's true.
Yes, it's true. Josh did jump in a canal because of a goose. Matt, you're next.
OK. Sorry, that's just my ritual. I'm just trying to build. I'm trying to build the anticipation. Whenever I eat a banana, I eat everything. Including the skin.
David's team.
Oh, that's a good one.
So why do you do that?
A number of reasons. Firstly, easier. How much time do you spend peeling a banana? What do you say on average? I'm literally saving hours of time a year while you morons are peeling bananas. I'm out.
I take your point.
So that's reason
it's
one.
It's a time saver.
Reason one.
Yeah. Okay.
Reason two, there are so many health benefits to eating a banana skin.
Like what?
Skin health.
And also, afterwards, you don't slip on it.
So banana skins are good
health.
for human skin?
There's all kinds of nutrients, fibre, loads of good stuff in there.
Which end do you prefer?
The non-stalk end,
The
obviously.
classic chat-up line of Rob Brydon, ladies and gentlemen.
I mean...
You'll have to excuse my friend, he's not been speed dating before.
So you've used this, then, as part of your regime.
Yes.
This is part of how you've got a better body than Lee.
Better for what, though? I mean, try joining a darts team looking like that, mate. No chance.
Can I ask you as well, were you doing press-ups and bicep curls literally seconds before you came out here? Or is that you in a relaxed
I'm just a very
state?
vascular guy, yeah. No, it's just me in a relaxed state.
Vascular.
Nice.
It's a strong look.
Thanks, mate.
You flirting, Rob?
A little bit.
It's working, Rob.
What have you eaten today?
So, Rob, let's start at breakfast.
Cornflakes and the box.
I had a protein shake comprising of 2 scoops of protein.
Protein, like from a lab?
or
protein?
It's a whey protein. It's a powdered form.
So you have a whey protein-based shake for...
Does this pertain to the banana skin consuming? I'm thinking we're going
We want
way
an
off.
overall picture, and I'll thank you just to answer our questions, not question them. It's your first time on the show,
Sorry,
Matt.
that's my bad,
You're very
yeah.
sure of yourself, but you'll play the game our way or no way at all.
No whey-based protein at all?
Yeah, you see, that's the sort of stuff we do. So...
I'm me, you just pointed at you. Can I be in the gang as well?
I want to know how it comes out the other end.
You don't think it comes back together as a whole banana?
You must give it a good chew, I imagine.
Yes. Although over time, my swallowing mechanism has developed to allow me to swallow bigger chunks of banana.
Me too, me too.
It's time to take a guess. Truth or lie?
What do you think?
I think it's true.
Ah.
You think it's a lie?
Who's eating a banana with the skin on?
Him.
True. You think it is true? OK. Matt, was it true or was it a lie?
You'll be glad to know, David, that it was, in fact, a lie.
Sorry.
Yes, it's a lie. Matt does not eat banana skins. Shazia, you're next.
I once got into big trouble at work after my boss saw what I was doing on CCTV.
David's team.
Right. Where were you working?
It was a food shop.
A supermarket.
No, it was a restaurant.
OK. In a sense, a restaurant's a food shop. Yes, but in another sense, it isn't.
Well, There's food involved. I was selling food there, like ice creams and stuff.
It was an ice cream shop.
No, it was a restaurant. We've already established it was the type of food shop that's called... It's not a supermarket, it's a restaurant.
What, you were caught on CCTV? What were you doing?
I made up some ice creams.
So the ice creams you were caught on CCTV selling were not ice creams on the restaurant menu?
Yes.
I don't even know what yes means now.
Is it just an ice cream restaurant, or is it a restaurant that, amongst other things, sells ice cream?
It was a shop?
Genuinely, I feel like watching this back on television and it's been badly edited.
OK, it's ice cream shop.
What's it called?
Baskin-Robbins.
What?
Oh, so that's a huge ice cream place.
Yeah, but it sells other things, doesn't it?
Where is this Baskin-Robbins?
It's in Birmingham.
Birmingham. And the year?
2000 and...
Keep it below 24 is my advice.
2006.
So you're in Baskin-Robbins,
Yeah.
and you said you sold your own ice cream.
No, I didn't sell my own. I made it up. Chocolate and vanilla is boring, isn't it? So I mixed the two together and made it, like, chocolatey banana-y.
How did you make it banana-y? Just using chocolate and vanilla?
I added some bananas in it.
So now you talked about getting into trouble. How did the trouble come along?
One day, some boy band came in.
Which boy band?
Duran Duran.
You're saying Duran Duran came in?
Simon Le Bon came in.
Just him?
Yeah.
Not the whole band?
No.
Hey, how hungry was he?
Hungry like a wolf.
Yes. Did he say, what's your special? Please, please, tell me now.
Don't look at me, I haven't got a clue.
You're in there, Simon Le Bon is chatting away. What happens?
He says, can I have an ice cream? I said, yes. And then he says, what do you recommend?
Oh.
Now it's got interesting.
And then
It's taken an hour, but here we are.
I just mixed a few flavours up and I served that to him. He really enjoyed it, apparently, and then he sent in some other band member of his band the next day to come and try.
Which one was it?
Which one?
It was the one that wears a lot of makeup.
Nick Rhodes.
Yeah, that one. Simon told the other one that...
And if Simon tells them they have to do it, that's the game, isn't it?
No. Simon says... You've got to go in there. They do amazing ice creams, and the girl behind the counter, she will do you something you've never seen before.
She'll literally do 3 different flavours scooped next to each other, even though, as we all know, that's illegal.
So how did you get into trouble?
It was seen on CCTV that I was mixing...
A little bit from here, a little bit
well,
from there.
who's not going to want to watch that? Because it's gripping viewing, isn't it?
What was your punishment?
I got a letter of warning.
An official warning?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
What are you thinking there, David?
I'm thinking that I can't remember before the time we were discussing this.
Is what she just said true?
We're saying it's true.
What?
Yep.
The holes in the story.
Yes, but she's not trying to convince us at all. That's a clear hallmark of someone who's got a truth on a card and is trying to make it sound like nonsense. The fact it moved from food shop to restaurant to ice cream parlour means it was always an ice cream parlour. It was always Simon Le Bon. She was trying to make it sound unconvincing. Well, I'm not having it.
You're going to overrule...
It's true.
So you're going to overrule the only woman on your panel. That's a shame.
And a gay.
OK, they think it's true. So, Shazia,
Yes?
here we go. Was it true, or was it a lie?
I'm afraid it was true.
Yes, it's true. Shazia did get in trouble when she was caught on CCTV. Our next round is called This Is My, where we bring on a mystery guest who has a close connection to one of our panellists. This week, each of David's team will claim it's them that has the genuine connection to the guest. It's up to Lee's team to spot who's telling the truth. So please welcome this week's special guest, Ryan. So, Rosie, what is Ryan to you?
Yeah, this is Ryan. He went viral after I secretly filmed him singing in the car.
Josh, how do you know Ryan?
This is Ryan, and I was forced to take part in a hot dog eating contest with him.
And, David, what is your relationship with Ryan?
This is Ryan, and he let me have a go at painting a parking space with his special contraption.
So, there we have it. Rosie's musical mate, Josh's hungry helper, or David's paint pal. Lee's team, where will you begin?
Would you mind just telling us again, Rosie? Sorry.
This is Ryan, and he went viral when I filmed him singing in the car.
What was he singing?
I will do anything for love, but I won't do that.
Why? What were you asking him to do?
He was driving me home.
He was driving you home?
He's a driver that we sometimes use. Me and Chris, my husband.
So you are the back seat?
Yes.
With Chris at this time?
No, Chris wasn't there.
He is doing the singing?
Yeah, he was singing.
And what were you doing?
I was trying to sleep in the back, if I'm honest with you.
So you're creepily filming behind his head.
So I could see the back of his head. I couldn't see his face.
But how is that? That's gone viral?
Yeah.
The back of his head singing?
Yeah.
I find that hard to believe.
Well, to be fair, if it was the back of his head singing, that would go viral. If that hair parted and there was some lips, I'd watch that.
What's viral?
It got 5 million views.
5 million? Him singing that back of his head?
Yeah.
Has he got a beautiful voice?
Yeah, he was singing Meatloaf, and he sounds like Meatloaf.
Was he singing along to the radio?
Yeah.
And he sounded like Meatloaf?
Yeah.
And you couldn't see his lips moving? Can you see where I'm going with it? I think there's a possibility that all you've done is record the radio.
Where did you post it?
Instagram.
How many followers you've got?
I've got about 950,000 followers.
I don't know much about this world. Is that good?
Followers.
Good, yes, good.
Nearly,
Is that good?
it's nearly a million.
How many have you got? How many have you got? I want to gauge what's good and bad.
200,000.
That's good,
That's
is it?
good.
That's good. Have you got followers?
1.1 million.
1.1 million?
Yeah.
Oh, did you
Wow.
buy them?
That's it.
Things that go viral on the internet are generally you can see their face.
Yeah.
Or not some of the ones I've seen.
Were you filming on just a phone?
Yeah.
Because the microphone on the phone is pretty poor. If you're sat behind him in a noisy car on a motorway, radio's going, you're behind him, your story is falling apart. There is no way in a million years.
Hey, Matt, can I ask you this? Is there anything that you don't know a little bit about? OK. How do you know Ryan, Josh?
So this is Ryan, and I was forced to take part in a hot dog eating contest with him.
When was this?
About 10 years ago. It was the opening of a new hot dog restaurant, and there was...
A hot dog restaurant?
Yeah.
Were you with him?
We lived together. I lived with him and a bunch of other Viking reenactors, because he's a Viking reenactor.
Now, for the first time in the whole evening, I believe that. Were you a Viking reenactor?
No, but they kept all the spears and shields in our house, and sometimes when they wasn't there, I'd do a little naked photo shoot.
How did the competition come about, then?
OK, so earlier that day, I went for an all-you-can-eat buffet, right, with my friend.
It's a terrible idea on the day of a hot dog eating competition.
Well, I didn't know.
Oh.
As I left, my brother phoned me and was like, I need you and Big Ryan. Because, like, Ryan's my friend, but people, like, borrow him when things need eating or moving, really. So...
If any leopards need shooting.
Yeah. So my brother...
So your brother entered a competition?
Yeah, you need 4 people in a team for this hot dog eating competition, and they had 2 dropouts. And I was like, I can't help you, I've just come out of buffet, like, I'm full. And he was like, you can do it. And I love a compliment, so I was like, I'll be there. So then I had about 7 hours to get ready for this competition.
I said get ready, just not eat.
I did a few star jumps, tried to make a bit of movement, and then I'd been Googling all day. What you're supposed to do in a hot dog eating competition is you're supposed to wet the bread, because it's quicker to eat bread if you wet it right. The way they do it is you have all the hot dogs on a tray, right, and then they weigh them all, and then the most weight wins, right? So I said to the three lads I was with, I was like, boys, you get the hot dogs, I'm going for the buns. So...
That's a great name for an autobiography.
Yeah.
So you're there, the tension's mounting. You're eating a hot dog.
No,
you're on bread.
I said I took the bread.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
No wonder these geese hate you.
And how much did you eat?
Well, we came second. Me and Ryan carried the team. I was a machine, and I was just like swallowing this bread hole, and I was getting a crowd around me. They were like looking at me. The weird thing is, though, a couple of months ago, I matched with a guy in a dating app, and he was like, "Hey, about 10 years ago, did you do a hot dog eating competition?" And I was like, "Yeah." And he went, "I've never seen someone destroy bread so manically." And he was like, I was genuinely terrified, and a bit of me was like, "Yeah."
Right. How do you know Ryan, David?
Well, he let me have a go at painting a parking space with this special contraption.
Did you seek him out?
I was passing with my daughter. It was in the car park outside a hotel. It was a hotel in Cardiff, actually. The parking spaces had already been painted at some point in the past, but the thing is that they'd faded to a certain extent, and the hotel, wishing the whole place to seem spick and span, had commissioned Ryan here to repaint the lines.
Commissioned him? Like an artist?
I'll admit it, I put it in a needlessly poncy way.
David, that's not like you.
What was the contraption?
The contraption was a sort of cuboid on a stick and an accompanying jug. And the cuboid allows a certain amount of the paint to, as it were, leak through in a square pattern. And paint goes on the lines with straight edges, just like you'd want with a parking space.
Right.
And as we walked past, my daughter took an interest.
Right.
And then Ryan said hello, and then he said, "Would you like to have a go?"
Did he say it from the back of his head, the way he sings Meatloaf songs?
He turned to me, he said it to my face. If I'd videoed it, it would have gone viral.
Your daughter took interest, but then you just hogged the thing and did all the...
I didn't hog the thing. The two of us held it together.
I would imagine, Matt, that you know quite a bit about painting parking spaces. So does this add up for you?
It's strange that a professional car park space painter would just let a random bearded man grab his thing.
I am so sorry. When you look at his body of work...
I don't think Ryan has ever used the phrase, "He looks like a random beardy man," in his life. Unless he's looking in the mirror cleaning his teeth.
It's David Mitchell.
That's even worse, because we know he's not done car park space painting before. A random guy, maybe he has. We know David's never done that.
If you've ever seen him with his daughter, it's a lovely sight, the two of you together.
It's like the Mitchell family version of going to Alton Towers.
Right, we need an answer. Is Ryan Rosie's musical mate, Josh's hungry helper, or David's paint pal?
Right, well, what do we think of Rosie?
Unless she's misdescribing that video has not got 5 million views.
That would not get 5 million views.
Well, I don't know enough about that world.
I think it's Josh.
Very believable, yeah.
Well, I didn't think it was Josh until he said, 10 years later, I meet this bloke
On the apps.
On the apps, right? And I think that's a bit of detail.
Josh is on the apps.
He's added... Is he on the apps?
He's on the apps.
Yeah. What do you think of David's story, Matt?
I can't see a professional car park space painter just letting a guy take the reins, and it's just not going to happen, is it?
Well, it's illegal.
Stop giving me a go in a Harrier jump jet.
It's time to go for a guess.
You going for Josh?
Yeah.
You're going for Josh?
Yes.
Let's go with Josh.
Saying that it's Josh, OK. Ryan, would you please reveal your true identity?
I'm Ryan, and Josh and I did the hot dog eating contest.
Yes, Ryan is Josh's hungry helper. Thank you very much, Ryan. Which brings us to our final round, Quickfire Lies, and we start with Lee.
I briefly dated a girl from the circus after she flew too far out of a cannon and landed in my lap.
David's team.
Oh, when was this?
This was this morning. No, this was in 1988.
What was her name?
Her name was Lola. She was a showgirl.
OK. Usually, as I understand it, the firing out of a cannon act, it's not actually done with gunpowder, is it?
They make the explosive noise, but actually it's just a spring system.
Yes, but usually the landing place is also within the stage area. They don't tend to fire someone into the crowd.
Of course, it wasn't deliberate.
So what had happened?
Well, it was a combination of overly sprung spring and terrible trajectory.
OK.
Terrible for them, beautiful for us.
But was it not...
She broke both her legs, but we fell in love.
That was what I was going to say.
She couldn't run off and leave me.
And yet, she has.
Yes. How do you know she left me?
I can't imagine it being possible for someone launched in that way to land lightly and non-disastrously.
It wasn't lightly. It wasn't lightly. You haven't met Lola, have you?
No.
I'm surprised she managed to get in the cannon. Very muscular woman. She had to Vaseline herself in every night.
You read off the card that she landed in your lap.
Correct.
Would not crashed through your torso be more accurate?
The sentence may be a tad exaggerated and probably should have read, I briefly dated a girl that I met online. Producers, they said, can we just... I don't know. Can she be fired from a cannon?
All right, well, what do you think, Josh?
I think it's true.
It does have the ring of truth.
Yeah.
Rosie?
No.
David?
Well, I think on balance we'll go lie.
They think it's a lie. Lee, was it a lie or was it actually the truth?
It was, in fact, a lie.
Yes, it's a lie. Lee didn't date a girl from the circus. Oh, that noise signals time is up. It's the end of the show. I can reveal that Lee's team have 2 points and David's team have 3. Thanks for watching. We'll see you next time. Good night. Welcome to Would I Lie to You, the show with tall tales and tantalising truths. On David Mitchell's team tonight, an award-winning comedian, podcaster and presenter, it's Chris Ramsey. And she's the model-turned-actress-turned-comedian, it's Michelle de Swart. And on Lee Mack's team tonight, she's free from the dragon's den, it's Sarah Davies. And pray for David. Bob's back. We start with round one, Home Truths, where our panellists read out a statement from the card in front of them. To make things harder, they've never seen the card before. They've no idea what they'll be faced with. It's up to the opposing team to sort the fact from the fiction. First up, it's Sarah.
Despite being a wealthy dragon, I recently sold half a tin of paint on eBay for £7.50.
David's team.
You sold it on eBay?
Yeah. What else do you do on eBay?
Buy things. That's the other. Why?
Why did I buy half a tin of paint?
Sell. You said you sold it.
But don't worry, it's going well.
No. You can buy and sell things on eBay.
He told you that.
But always keep the half-used tins of paint in the house.
Yes.
Because in case you need a touch-up and everything,
You need a little touch-up, don't you?
And then you find 10 years later, don't need that anymore, half a tin of paint, but doesn't go off.
Is there a market for second-hand, half-full tins of paint?
It's not really second-hand, because it's brand new.
The man in the green jacket.
Yeah. Yes, there is a market.
How do you know that?
I pursue it ferociously.
10 years you've left this paint in the corner. Yeah. And then you've opened it, had a look, and you're like, that's good to sell.
You genuinely can use the paint after that long.
That's what you tell them, innit? After when they What's the post and packaging for half a tin of paint?
It was £6.
£6?
So £7.50 for the paint.
Mm-hmm.
Almost as much again for the postage and packaging.
Yeah, but do you know how much a 2.5 litre of paint costs?
I have absolutely
It's
no idea.
a lot of money, mate. It's a lot of money. That is a bargain.
Do you have people that do that for you, David?
God, yes. She's called Victoria.
Do you paint your turrets?
That's a euphemism, you know.
If I didn't know he knew I called them that.
What are we thinking, Michelle? What do you think of this?
This one's tricky because it's like, yeah, that's why you got money. Because you're selling half a tin of paint.
So you think it could be true?
To me, it seems wild that anyone would do that, but I'm like, that's why you're minted, and I'm not.
I think when we were saying it might be true, there was a little glimmer of hope on Sarah's face there.
Yeah.
I think she thought, oh, they're going for it. And I think that in that moment, you betrayed yourself. So I think it's a lie.
I think it's got to be a lie. £7.50.
I think we feel it's going to be a lie.
All right, they're saying they think it's a lie, Sarah. Was it a lie or was it true?
It is the lie.
It's a lie. Sarah didn't sell half a tin of paint online. Bob, you're next.
I once upset a lot of people after I was hired to film a wedding. Something I'd entirely forgotten.
David's team.
Who hired you to film their wedding?
A very good friend of mine who saw something in me. He was called Dr. King.
All right.
And he had an act. He was a comedian. It was his stage name.
Oh, right, yeah.
And he had little toy rabbits, little furry rabbits on the end of string, about 10 of them. And he would tell a joke. I bought my granddad a snowboard for Christmas. He's been going downhill ever since. And then swing the rabbits.
Right.
Put too much petrol in my car the other day. I couldn't get in it. That was his act.
Someone married this man.
Did I say he was married?
Well, you
did say it was his wedding.
You asked me who asked me to film a wedding.
OK, I think I asked you who asked you to film their wedding.
Well, in that case, I apologise. I've behaved very badly.
OK, Dr. King commissioned you to film someone else's wedding?
Yes.
OK.
I obviously was drawn to Dr. King on account of the rabbits, but also his personality. He was...
That older, yeah?
Yeah. I don't know why I'm telling you about him, other than the fact I found myself living with him.
What?
And he was a professional gambler. He made his living betting on the horses.
Right.
He would only make a few bets a year. It could be as little as 5. He also did videos of weddings.
And you lived with him?
I lived with him, yeah. He drank 5 pints of milk a day.
Wow, that's a lot of milk.
Isn't it a lot of milk?
Wow. At what stage in your life did you live with Dr. King?
I was probably about 30 years old, I think.
What was his real name? Because you say Dr. King was his stage name as a comedian.
Yeah. I'll say Jerry Knuckles.
OK.
don't want to say.
So obviously he had to change it to something more amusing for his comedy work.
I'll tell you what's interesting. Nothing to do with the story. His girlfriend was one of the Teletubbies.
Which one?
The green one.
And you said he would only make about 5 bets a year. How do you make enough money from that?
Big bets.
Is that his girlfriend's name? King and Big Bets are coming around for lunch again.
There you go. So obviously that's true.
So he ran a business videoing weddings and similar events.
Yes, and one Saturday I was asked to go along and be one of the 2 cameras. So I went to this wedding and he said, "Go down the front and get the bride coming in."
You mean filmer?
Filmer, yeah.
All right. You don't mean kidnapper.
And you said this angered a lot of people.
No, that didn't anger anyone. What you do is, in those days, is you didn't edit videos, you just gave them all the footage. I go home back to the flat to transfer the little cassettes that are in the VCR onto a VHS.
Onto a VHS. So what happens then?
I did what I was meant to do.
Yes.
Handed it over to the family. And then the next morning... Did it say I upset someone? The next morning, there was a knock on the door, like the police.
Yeah.
Bang, bang, bang. And it was the father of the bride.
Oh, no, what had you done? What was the footage?
Exactly.
Oh, no.
Because the VHS that I gave to the family was a recording of a horse race. So when they turned it on to show the family, it went, and they're off!
Because you had recorded the wrong thing?
I know I'd taken the wrong VHS, which was one of... This ties in, because it was one of Kingy's...
Bets.
Horse racing.
But you've transferred it from the small cassette that
Yes.
goes in the camera to a VHS.
Yes.
And then just picked up a different VHS.
I mean, it's a long time ago. My memory's fleeting, a bit like a mouse's tear on a hot griddle.
Did you still have the right VHS in the flat? Because that could have
Yes.
resolved matters
We
quite quickly.
Absolutely did. But he did say to us, "You've behaved very badly and you should be ashamed of yourselves."
How did the father of the bride know where you lived?
It's on our letter heading. Perhaps.
Yeah. Michelle, what do you reckon?
The thing is, the story is absolute nonsense. Like, it's ridiculous.
No, actually, when you get into it...
That's what I'm
the
saying.
milk and rabbits aside, it's just Bob took the wrong VHS.
Yes!
If you imagine I once mixed up 2 VHSs, we'd think that was plausible, wouldn't we?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, there we go. Let's move on.
So do you think Bob's been telling you the truth?
I don't want to talk on that subject. You happy to go true?
Yeah.
Me gut's saying lie, but...
You think lie, you think true.
Yeah.
We're going to say true. We're going to say true, and then I've just got some things to do. So that's fine. Then you can let me know at some point.
You're 100% on this?
I've said what I've said.
Oh.
That's your decision. You're saying it's true.
I'm just trying to... You know, there's a bigger picture. It's a troubled world out there. I think I'm going to address that.
And we'll live with the consequences.
Absolutely.
OK, they say it's true. Bob, was it true or was it a lie?
I was telling the truth.
It's true. Bob did upset a lot of people when he filmed a wedding.
I must say, that is gratifying.
Chris, you're next.
I once had a row with a friend after he did something inappropriate in my car.
Lee's team.
So when was this?
Probably 15 years ago.
I'm just going to go straight for the obvious question.
Yeah, what type of car?
What type of car was it?
It was a silver Ford Focus.
What was the reg?
Are you serious?
May I ask what your first car was?
A little Ford Fiesta, and you're going to ask us the reg now and point made.
Right. You said you did something inappropriate.
Yeah.
That's it. Check the card. But I must say, Chris, you did that very subtly, and I think you got away with it.
Thank you very much.
And what was that inappropriate act?
He brought into my car and consumed a full lasagna.
That is outrageous.
Was it a supermarket ready meal?
It was, you know, one that your mum would do for the full family.
In a
massive one.
In
Massive.
a dish.
Fresh from the oven.
Why were you offended?
Because it stank.
Lasagna doesn't stink.
It doesn't afford Focus.
The thing about smells is it's all about whether they're appropriate. There are some smells that no one ever likes. And there are some smells that are always pleasant. And then there are other smells that are nice in some circumstances, but wrong. For example, you don't get any shower gel that smells of lasagna, do you? However nice the smell of a lasagna might be in, say, an Italian restaurant.
What did he eat it with?
Basically, his mum started coming down the drive, and I thought his mum was coming to tell him, quite rightly, that he couldn't eat a lasagna in the car of someone who was driving to a gig.
Right.
But she was actually just passing him through the window a plate of garlic bread.
Nice, Mum.
OK, I'd say that's pushing it.
When I said what did he eat it with, I didn't mean what was the accompanying dish. I meant, was there cutlery? Was it bare hands? Did he use an old CD?
It was a knife and fork.
A metal knife and fork?
Yeah.
OK, so he's now got a metal knife and fork. He's even got the side dish. Has he got a napkin?
It was wrapped around the knife and fork.
Right, it's time to go for a guess.
So what do we think?
True.
Well, you sound convinced.
Oh, I'm sorry, Lee, it's a tricky one.
Can I have a more assertive side, please?
False.
Oh, we've just made it harder.
How many times have you been on this show, Bob? It's not called Would I False for you, is it?
Get up to your master's office and take your punishment.
Go on!
Sorry, I think it's false.
A lie!
I think it's a lie.
Oh, you two. I'm going to say it's true.
Chris, was it true or was it a lie?
It was true.
Yes, it's true. Chris did have a row with his friend over his car. Our next round is called This Is My, where we bring on a mystery guest who has a close connection to one of our panellists. This week, each of Lee's team will claim it's them that has the genuine connection to the guest, and it's up to David's team to spot who's telling the truth. So, please welcome this week's special guest, Linda. So, Sarah, what is Linda to you?
Yes, this is Linda. She is me on German TV.
Right. Bob, how do you know Linda?
This is Linda, and she allowed me to blow up her caravan.
And Lee, what is your relationship with Linda?
This is Linda. Her monkey beat me at Snap. And I will be taking no further questions.
So there we have it. Sarah's Teutonic twin, Bob's blast buddy, or Lee's primate pal. David, where will you begin?
OK, so, Sarah, in what sense she's you on German TV?
Well, I don't really speak German, so when I do all of my TV in Germany, Linda is my voice. So I say it in English and she translates it for me.
What shows are you on in Germany?
I do loads of shopping telly in Germany.
What's that? What's shopping telly?
When you shop on telly.
You can shop on the internet, you can shop in the shops. How can you shop on telly?
Sorry, are you taking the mickey? I've never heard of television home shopping. Do you ever use that remote control? When you're searching for those adult channels, you must go through that. As soon as I see a blender now, it's all over. Sorry, not blender, Brenda.
I have have heard of shopping TV. I've never really watched any.
But you're acting as though the whole concept is alien to you.
Just want to nail the concept. I'm not disputing its existence. German shopping TV.
Yeah.
You're there
Yeah.
saying in English about the things you're selling.
Yeah.
And then Linda is what stands next to you and translates.
No. She sits in another little room, like in a sound booth. So
And
you never
dubs
see...
you live?
Dubs me live. You never see Linda.
How does she know what you're going to say?
Oh, she is that good. As the words are coming out of my mouth, it's like she's in my head and she just knows what to say.
So she's also psychic?
Yep.
What sort of things would you be saying on the show?
And today we've got this fantastic demonstration.
Und
I'm going to
today,
teach you how to
Demonstration
make
fantastic,
this
was sagt man?
using this paper,
Ja.
these scissors.
Scissors, a weißen kleinen Burschen backen.
Ja, das ist sehr gut.
They're really good. Are you on by yourself or with a host?
With a host.
So
Always.
the host is speaking in
German.
So how do you communicate with the host?
Because when the host starts speaking in German, I've got a little earpiece and Linda talks into my ear and tells me what they're saying in English.
Linda's an unusual name for a German lady, isn't it? Linda?
Linda.
Oh, that was better.
Sorry, I should have said Linda.
Is she German?
Well,
I mean, she's not. She's from Accrington and she owns a monkey. But in your story...
I don't know whether Linda is an unusual name in German at all, actually.
How many German women have you known called Linda?
How many German women have you known?
David,
I don't think.
how many women have you known?
Right, David, who would you like to quiz next?
Bob.
Right.
Right, you
Bob.
blew up Linda's caravan.
Yes. Husband's caravan, family caravan.
Right. OK, tell us how you came to blow it up.
Linda works at the local commercial fishing lakes where I fish down in Kent. She works in the bait shop.
Where does a caravan come into it?
I talk to Linda every time we go. She comes and checks your tickets, checks what you're fishing with and for.
What are the options of fishing for?
Well, you could fish for a carp or you could fish for a perch. You really want to know about fishing?
Yes. No, that's a good point he makes.
Yeah, sorry.
The thing is that we want to get to is the caravan being blown up.
How did you come to blow up her caravan?
Thank you. I got talking to Linda on many occasions, and she told me that her husband is in demolition. And I said how much I would like to blow something up. I think... wouldn't a lot of people? I'm not...
Definitely.
Yeah, blow something up.
Who doesn't want to blow something up?
And her husband... Is it Len?
I don't know.
Well, we don't know.
Maybe his name's got a question mark in it.
He's called Len Question, exactly. His nickname's Pothole. Pothole.
Pothole?
Yeah, because he comes around unexpectedly or something.
It's not what you want from a demolition expert.
So one time when I was fishing, he said, if you would like to, we have an old caravan in one of our paddocks. And Len said, you can blow it up. And I blew it up.
How did you blow it up?
You're not going to believe me, but one of those.
But did you take any part in placing the explosives in advance?
So Len set the charges or whatever.
Is that his middle name?
How big an explosion was it?
One side of the caravan went... Just one side
Straight
of it.
past you.
Straight past Asda. Right through town. Bang. So I don't know whether he set it wrong. I was hoping for, like...
The whole thing.
And what about your gear?
Nothing. I was...
Nothing?
No. Len Question knows what he's doing. You know, they bring down tower blocks. Len does.
And yet he can't properly wire up a caravan.
Oh, he didn't. No, don't disrespect Len. Len's terrific.
Is that his third name?
I've lost track now.
Lee had a pretty mundane claim. Remind us of what it was.
This is Linda. Her monkey beat me at snap.
And, OK, how do you know Linda?
Well, I don't know her, really. I just met her for one day.
And why did you meet her?
Because she wanted me to play snap with her monkey.
How did she convey that desire to you?
She told someone else.
Who?
A guy called Brian.
Who's Brian?
It's Brian exclamation mark.
OK, Who is Brian?
Brian is the producer of a television show called Prove It. Genuinely, prove it! Exclamation mark.
Saying what?
That she had trained her monkey to play Snap, and she trained it so well that it was beating people. I'd been asked to go on the show. And my daughter loves the programme Prove It! Exclamation mark. She's always saying it, you know. I'll say, hey, I'm your father. And she says...
So it was a thing on this TV show...
Correct.
That you had to play Snap against Linda's monkey. What type of monkey?
It's your classic error on the card. I don't write these cards. It was a chimpanzee.
Could the chimpanzee say the word snap?
In chimpanzee world, you don't have to say it. You just have to hit the button.
The button?
The button. One of them is for snap, one of them is for blowing up a caravan. Neither of us were allowed to say snap. We both had a button, and we had to sort of look at each other and then look at the monitor, which was in front of us like that, and then go.
Yeah.
And you look at all these images, and when two of the images are the same on the run, because it's not cards, it's images, he would look a bit wistful when it was a banana. When I say wistful, I don't mean he was wanting to play another card game. The purpose of the exercise was because it was a monkey ape sanctuary, and as long as the monkeys could stroke the apes, they were allowed to stay. It was monkey-ape sanctuary, and she would teach them how to play Snap.
Had they trained these chimpanzees to do anything else?
One of them presented a shopping channel in German.
So, there we have it. Is Linda Sarah's Teutonic twin, Bob's blast buddy, or Lee's primate pal?
Well, I find myself in the strange situation of thinking that it's Lee.
Can I just remind you?
Yes?
I did say I beat a monkey at Snap.
You said a monkey beat you at Snap?
Yes, I did.
That's right.
No, you're quite right. If you'd said the other thing, I wouldn't have believed that.
I mean, what about Sarah and the shopping channel?
I think there is no doubt that if what she does is dub people into German on shopping channels in Germany, she is most likely to be German, which makes it very suspicious that you didn't just go, yes, she's German.
Yes.
The great irony about this conversation, and you never asked me, is she genuinely can speak monkey.
Now, what about Bob and the caravan? You don't seem to be considering that.
That could be true.
I like the idea of, like, Bob just having a moment of tranquility while fishing and then going, I really want to blow something up.
What's it going to be?
It's Lee.
You think it's Lee?
That's what I think it is. Do you think it's Lee?
I think what you think, Captain.
I think
go for it.
Oh, you are dynamic. I love this. Linda, would you please reveal your true identity?
I'm Linda. And I'm Sarah on German TV.
Thank you very much, Linda. Which brings us to our final round, Quickfire Lies. We start with... Michelle.
I once ate a full English in a plain toilet.
When you say plain, not very brightly decorated?
Aeroplane toilet.
Why were you eating it in the loo?
Because, like yourself, I am sensitive to smells and I get outraged.
So you went to the toilet?
Wait, no. OK, wait, let me explain. When I get on planes or trains and I see people eating, it really does my head in.
I was on a plane once and something was up with the food and they literally gave everyone crisps and everyone opened their crisps and was eating crisps at the same time and it was one of the worst noises in the world.
How do you cope in a restaurant? Do you feel like standing up and going, oh, give it a rest, some of you?
You're on the plane, the full English arrives to your table.
It's outside food.
You brought it on board with you?
Oh, I see.
I didn't want to impose my outside from the plane food on the plane.
Right, so it's for everyone else's benefit?
I am a selfless person. I think we've established that.
So you put the lid down and you're sitting on it, using it as a seat, obviously, or did you sit on the floor and use it as a table? Well, both work.
Yeah, I'm getting to it. All right? I'm just having a think.
I'm just having a think. By which you mean having a remember?
I remember sitting on the toilet like a normal person.
Well, you say that. A normal person who's got the lid down whilst eating a full English breakfast. At least I assume the lid was down.
Yeah.
Well, you never know. You might have been multitasking.
Yeah. So I'm sat on the toilet having a munch.
Now, when... Did people see you taking... Did people see you taking the food into the toilet?
No, because they're minding their business, Lee.
My mind's in my business, but I tend to sort of look at people walking into toilets with full English breakfast.
Sarah, what are you thinking?
There's no way that can be true. You would go so far down in my estimations if that was true.
Right, Robert Mortimer.
I think that it's probably a lie. If that helps.
Well, it does, because I need to know what you think, and you've told me. I think it might be true, but I'll go with my team and say it's a lie.
They're saying it's a lie. Michelle, was it a lie or was it the truth?
It is, in fact, sorry, Sarah, I am disgusting. It's the truth.
That's disgusting.
Yes, it's true. Michelle did eat a full English in a plain toilet. Oh, that noise signals time is up. It's the end of the show. I can reveal that David's team have 3 points and Lee's team have 2. Thanks for watching. We'll see you next time. Good night. Good evening and welcome to a very special edition of previously unseen clips from Series 18 of Would I Lie to You? Joining David Mitchell tonight, Stacey Solomon, Eddie Marsan, Judy Love, Sir Grayson Berry, Rosie Ramsey, Josh Jones, Richie Anderson, Koji Radical, Harriet Kemsley and Chris Ramsey. And joining Lee Mack tonight, legend, Jill Scott, Cush Jumbo, Harry Hill, Shazia Mirza, Ivo Graham, Chris McCausland and Kadina Cox. First up, it's Richie.
Thank you. To make sure I get to the Radio 2 breakfast show on time, I always eat my shreddies in the shower.
These two.
I'm guessing by the time the shower's finished, it's then more water in there than milk.
No, so I have a door in the shower and I'm in there, but I leave my arm out
Whoa,
with the cereal.
whoa. You have a shower whilst holding a bowl out of the shower. And also, the very act of washing your body, sort of... I can't imagine doing that with one hand.
No. I use one of those lather things. You know, what are they called?
A loofah.
What you need to get is like a loofah, where it's a loofah at one end and a spoon at the other. And you just flip it, you know. Wash, flip. Have some cereal. In the morning, I get up at 3:30. I'm frazzled, and I've just got to get ready.
You eat frazzles as well?
What time do you have to be at the studio?
6:30.
How far's the journey?
Northamptonshire, so I live about an hour and a half away.
And you do that every day?
Every day.
Why don't you move?
I mean, you need to be getting up in about 25 minutes.
So you're having a shower.
Yeah.
You're going out, you're eating. You're going back in the shower, going out, you're eating.
Yeah.
So there's water going all over the bathroom.
Sometimes.
Does that not bother you?
Not really, because we've got one of those... Is it laminate floors?
I wouldn't know, I've never been.
Well, is it like that plastic floor thing? I don't know what it's called.
Linoleum.
Lino?
Lino, we've got
Linoleum.
lino. You've got a lino floor in your bathroom. I'm on Rob's side. Why don't you move? Is Radio 2 not paying very well? Where is the shower?
We've got an ensuite.
So you think it's less disruptive for your other half for you to be clank, clank, clank with a spoon while you're having a shower, rather than just silently lathering and rinsing?
No, because we use plastic cutlery, so there's no clank.
Plastic cutlery, lino, Northampton. It's just sounding so glamorous. What's on your bedroom floor?
Carpet.
Thick shag? Can you tiptoe back through?
When we got the carpet laid in the bedroom, I specifically told them about this. So they put that, you know, that underlining thing.
Whoa! Richie? No, you didn't.
I did.
You're telling me you told the carpet manufacturer, the company that did your carpets, just so you know, this has to be just right for my cereal shower.
So what are you going to say, Lee?
What do we think?
Oh, come on, it's...
Can't be true, this, can it?
Lie.
It is a lie.
Lie.
OK, Richie, was it a lie or was it true?
Well, unfortunately, it was a lie.
It's Kush.
I once couldn't go to the loo because someone famous was in the cubicle next to me.
Right. David's team.
Oh, so who?
Beyonce.
Oh, come on. Now, Kush, where are we?
OK, so I went to the Met Gala a few years ago when I was still living in New York, and she was there.
Do you know what the Met Gala is?
I do.
You do?
Do you? Yeah. It's a big sort of party/charity event in New York where lots of famous people turn up in costumes and I don't know, and I assume then it's sort of drinks and nibbles.
When you go there, there's like a massive party inside, but there's also only really 1 or 2 toilets, so lots of famous people end up queuing for the loo, and it's taking them a lot of time to get out of the outfits to have a wee, because everyone needs help, because all the outfits are really high-tech.
Who was in your queue?
Well, Barbara Streisand was behind me.
No.
Wow.
And Beyonce was in front of me.
Did Beyonce have security with her?
Everybody had, like, 2 or 3 people with them to help them in and out of their stuff. So she was in a very tight, tube-like dress made out of plasticky stuff. I got in the cubicle, and obviously she went in one before me, and I went in the one next to her, and I could hear...
She's in there with... She's in there with 2 other people.
Yes, so I'm not sure if you've been in a girl's toilet recently, David, but anybody that needs an outfit that needs help, we go in together and we help each other with it.
Beyonce is like Queen Bee. I just don't think she would queue. I think she's got a toilet built outside separately.
At that level, you can probably organise it that you have, like, one massive wee at the beginning of the year.
Yeah.
And then you're done. Because otherwise, you're just too busy.
God, I'd kill for that.
So you're in the cubicle, you can hear... next door.
You can hear everyone in the other toilets trying to do the same thing, but get, you know, oh, here, unpin this, oh, wait, I'll sew this.
Further along, could you hear memories like the corners? We've got nothing to be guilty. I am a woman in love. No. No?
No.
Oh, what a stuck-up old cow. She could have given a song, didn't she?
Anyway, so she started to wee.
You heard it?
You heard Beyonce.
Well, that was why I couldn't go. I could hear her stream.
Oh.
And...
Islands in the stream, that is what we are.
I just felt it was my most magical moments of my life. I thought maybe if I listened, I could maybe take on some of the magic or something, like it would rub off on me in some way, just in the...
Well, if she missed the toilet, it definitely would,
So I couldn't go.
Did you talk to her? Who did you talk to that night, Kush?
It was hosted by Taylor Swift and Tom Hiddleston.
Oh.
And I think I was sat between Sarah Jessica Parker and Grandmaster Flash.
Oh, wow.
And tonight...
Lee Mack and Tim Vine. But if it's worth anything, I have been to the toilet whilst we've been doing this.
OK, it's time to take a guess. Is Kush telling the truth?
I want
It's a
it to
hard
be true, because I love
Yeah.
the idea of the sort of crackly dress and, like, being unable to... Because you think I can imagine that.
I want it to be true as well, so that we can go to the Met Gala together next year. She laughed like, yeah, right.
Yeah. I think my instinct is it's a lie.
OK, they think it's a lie. Kush, was it a lie? Were you telling us the truth?
It was true.
It's Stacey.
My middle name is Gary.
Please, team.
How is it spelt? Gary. Yeah.
Why is your middle name Gary?
Because we had an old uncle, Gary. My dad really looked up to him, idolised him, and he passed away when he was quite young.
Your dad's uncle?
My dad's uncle, yeah. In Jewish tradition, your middle name is someone who you've loved who has passed. So I got Gary.
Have you had problems with this over the years?
Yeah, I don't write it down. It's on my passport and my birth certificate. That is it.
What about at the wedding when you married Joe? Did they say, and do you, Stacey Gary Solomon? No?
No, I was like, no middle names, and he didn't get his either.
What's Joe's middle?
Adam.
Oh, you should have said Brenda.
What are you thinking, Harry?
It's so far-fetched, it's got to be true, isn't it?
What do you think?
I think it's true.
Yeah.
You don't think it's true?
Yeah. Do you think it's a lie?
I'll go with you guys. I'll go home tonight. My wife say, "Did you lose again?" I go, "Yep." Did you have a chance of winning? Yep. Got to the end. Oh, what did you get wrong? Oh, Stacey Solomon was on and she said her middle name was Gary. And she said that was a lie. No, we went for true. Because you know Stacey Solomon, she looks like a Gary, doesn't she? I don't buy it, but I'll go true.
You're saying true? OK, Stacey, were you telling the truth? Or was it a lie?
What is the matter with you?
Matt.
I love being a gladiator so much, I'm having building work done so I can play gladiators at home.
David's team.
Oh, what are you having built? What's the...
I'm getting a specific game constructed in my house.
Which one?
Hang Tough.
Hang Tough.
Oh.
Talk us through.
You
know it.
With the rings.
So what do you have to do and hang tough?
But people, you got to...
Are you asking him? Do you know what I mean? I'm literally the...
What do you have to do?
I'm literally on the show.
There's loads of rings attached from the ceiling, and then you've got to, like, get across, like monkey barring, and he's trying to get you.
And what happens when he catches you?
So we meet in the middle.
We kiss. No.
Is this an indoor or outdoor thing you're having done?
Indoor.
Wow.
Where do you live?
I live down on the south coast.
What's the house prices like?
Fairly high.
And underneath, I'm hoping you're going to say crash mats, or what have you got under there in case you fall off?
A swimming pool.
You fall
It's
into
not
the
gonna be
pool?
Oh, that sounds like a really nice day, that, actually.
You've got the pool, you've got the rings. Anything else out of the ordinary?
We are getting a slide installed in our house.
Where will the slide be?
From a hidden door upstairs in the hallway. To
Hidden door?
It's a cupboard.
And then when you open it, it's actually...
Yeah.
Do you have stairs as well? Is the only way?
Yeah, we do.
I was going to say, because imagine if you've had a bit of bad news and then you've got to get on the slide.
Where does the slide take you?
It emanates in the cinema/games room.
Wow, Gladiators pays well, doesn't it?
What do you think?
I think it's a big part of his job, this ring hanging. So, to practice, he's got to make his own rings.
But he hasn't yet, has he? And he's been fine without this facility so far.
What's your win ratio like?
100% success rate.
Have you? Wait for the celebrity version with me and Rob. I mean, you're going to have to lift him up on the rings, but when he's up on that floor...
It's interesting you're confident that I won't be taking part.
No. Sorry, in that scenario, just to be clear, you haven't turned it down, you weren't asked.
How much money has he got?
I think we can assume that he is comfortably off.
I think he's OK.
He's probably got protein bars that he sells and, like...
Would it be possible for us to have a look at your account?
What's your mum and dad do?
They are both retired.
Are they now?
Retired billionaire. True, we'll go true.
Matt, was it the truth or was it a lie?
It was, in fact, true.
Eddie, you're next.
I once kicked Harold Pinter in the privates.
Lee's team.
Wow. When?
1997.
I should say, by the way, for a lot of my audience that watch for me are the younger sort of crowd, and they might not know, Harold Pinter was a very famous playwright, now deceased. Just there we are.
So, why did you kick Harold Pinter in the privates? I almost said, why did you kick Harold Privates in the Pinter?
It was during a rehearsal of a play.
What was the play?
The Homecoming, at the National Theatre.
Oh.
OK.
We were doing a fight scene, and the actor that I was supposed to be kicking moved out the way.
Who was that actor? Will we know that person?
Keith Allen.
Keith Allen from the comic strip?
Yes.
Keith Allen.
Who else was in it?
Michael Sheen.
Wales' second greatest actor.
After Anthony Hopkins.
Is it normal that he would be there?
Keith Allen was terrible at improvising lines, so Harold was making sure that every comma and pause and
Right.
was being adhered to.
And at one point, you're supposed to kick the character of Keith
Allen.
that Keith Allen's playing.
Moved out of the way, and I kicked Harold Pinter.
What was he doing? Stood right behind Keith Allen?
Checking that he was doing the...
By physically standing an inch behind him?
I've never written a play myself, but I don't think you always have to turn up to every rehearsal of every play you've ever written just to make sure the actors aren't going off script and stand near them to stop them doing so.
This is quite a major revival of the play at the National Theatre.
Writers do attend some rehearsals.
Yeah, no, I suppose so. Well, he's paid a terrible price. Did you ever laugh about it, or was it very awkward?
No, he did. Harold didn't laugh about it. Harold was very offended.
What did he say?
Offended.
Oh, people are so offended these days, aren't they? They take offence at anything.
Can't kick anyone in the balls anymore.
So why was you kicking him in the play?
Because he's my abusive brother. It's a marvellous moment. It's brilliant. I was fantastic.
It's one of the great groin-kicking moments
one of
in
the great.
theatre. It's up there at the moment when Hamlet kicks Claudius in the balls.
Yes.
Yeah, but he got Shakespeare one time, and that was very awkward.
Yeah.
What were you wearing?
I had a suit specially made for me. It was all, like, set in the 60s, so I had a nice...
Oh, it was a dress rehearsal?
No, but we'd always wear costumes in rehearsals.
Why?
So, because it affects your physicality.
He wouldn't understand.
He wouldn't
understand. I tell you what, in the pantos, they don't do it until the very first performance. Now, Ivo, what do you reckon?
I think it is a lie.
Kadina?
I think it's a lie.
You think it's a lie?
I think it might be a lie.
They think it's a lie? Eddie, was it a lie or were you telling the truth?
It's a lie.
It's Koji.
I have what I call happy trousers and sad trousers, and I choose which ones to wear depending on my mood.
Oh, that's a lovely story.
Oh.
Are you wearing your happy or sad trousers this evening?
These are a neutral pair.
It's great to be on the show, isn't it, Coach?
I'm outside of the house.
Oh.
Oh, only in the house?
Only in the house.
What's the difference between the happy and the sad? Is it colourful, brightness?
Juxtaposition, you know?
Oh.
On my happy days, I like to wear dark colours, and on my sad days, I like to wear bright colours.
Gosh.
I thought maybe your sad ones would be really absorbent, so you could cry into them.
It takes a lot of confidence to go to the shop and ask for absorbent trousers. Trust me.
Yes.
Can you describe them in detail, both pairs, please?
Yes.
Well, do it, though.
One's like linen, it's oxblood.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the other one...
Just plain?
Very plain.
So they're the happy trousers because they're a darker colour?
Yeah.
Sad trousers, please.
Yellow, mustardy.
Oh, so really bright?
Oh. In a situation where you wake up sad, you think, right, the sad trousers, straight away, put the yellow ones on. And then perhaps you watch an upbeat item on This Morning. Would you change your trousers?
No. I start as I mean to go on.
Well...
Do you ever wake up happy?
How do you know?
I'm happy that I've woken up.
How do you know you're happy when you wake up?
The sheets are dry.
Koji, how long after you wake can you ascertain your mood?
OK, so I've woken up, boom, that Sleeping Beauty vibes, yeah. I've sat up.
Yeah.
The sheets have fell gracefully to my waist
Nice.
to cover...
Very poetic, isn't
the
it?
nudie bits. Yeah. I look towards the window.
Yeah.
Yeah. And normally, if it's a happy day, there are birds waiting to take the covers off me and bring me my trousers.
Let's go for a stab at this. Jill.
Jill, what do you think?
I think you might have got the pants the wrong way around. Happy should be happy.
But I get the idea that if you're sad, you put on your happy trousers.
Yeah, like I was so sad this morning knowing I had this with you. So I
Put on your happy
colours.
And yet I was happy to be with you and put on my black T-shirt.
I'm going to go... Oh, it's so hard.
It is.
Lie.
And Harry, what about you?
Yeah, I'm saying lie.
Lie as well. OK, Lee.
It's a lie.
Koji, truth or lie?
It was a lie.
It was a lie. It was a lie. It was all a lie. Rosie, you're next.
I hated a shirt of my husband so much, I secretly gave it to a charity shop, then had to come clean when he saw it on a mannequin in the window.
Lee's team.
OK, where do you live?
South Shields.
So you're in South Shields and you're walking past and Chris, your husband,
Yes.
Chris Ramsey,
Yes.
he sees the offending article, shall we call it?
Yeah.
Describe the shirt.
So it was just very patterned, and I really
Don't listen to her, Josh.
Sorry.
Nervous moments. We're all thinking, we put our little choices out there, all vulnerable and hopeful.
Oh, bless him. I love the fact that David thinks he's being as bold as Josh.
So, describe this shirt for us.
So,
then.
firstly, I really don't like the colour burgundy.
Why don't you like it? What is it about it?
It just doesn't suit his skin tone.
Oh, so you just don't like it on him?
Don't like it on him.
How would you describe his skin tone?
Like pasty. He suits like greens.
Would he suit what Josh is wearing?
No.
Did he see it first?
In the charity shop?
Oxfam, yeah.
Yeah, he saw it.
What did he say?
Is that my shirt?
And you said?
It might be.
It's true, isn't it? Come on, it's true.
Do you think it's true?
Yeah, I'm very confident.
Why are you so confident?
Because I don't think she's got it in her to be that smooth with a lie.
Why don't you think she's got it in her to lie that well?
I just don't think... Well, I mean, it's... who knows? I mean,
See how nice looking?
I just think it was so quick and it was so natural. Oh, sorry, sorry, yes. Yeah, because of that.
It's fine, don't worry about it.
I mean, you could have at least looked her for another second. What do you think, Shazia?
It's true.
You think it's true? You're not said with much conviction.
It's a mundane thing that could happen to anyone. So it could go either. It could go either.
They're full of the compliments, these two, aren't they?
Right, they both think it's true.
Right, Matt, you're so confident. You tell
True,
her.
yeah, it's
Go
true.
on, be a
Definitely true.
legend.
Yeah, yeah.
You
Tell
think
her
it's true? You think it's true?
Yeah.
All right, so, Rosie, looking lovely tonight, by the way. Truth or lie?
It was, in fact, a lie.
Padina, you're up next.
When I was on I'm a Celebrity, I managed to smuggle 2 banned items into the jungle.
Oh, David's team.
OK. Right, what were the items?
Some sweets and some lip gloss.
What kind of sweets we talking?
Chew It and Werther's Originals.
That's great. That's the complete opposite end of the age spectrum, isn't it? You start with Chewits and you end your life with Werther's Originals.
What made you think of taking a lip gloss?
Because my lips were getting a bit dry. So...
Right.
No, but lip gloss dries them out.
Do you think?
I feel like I've parachuted into loose women.
Wow. Won't be the first time you've done that. I mean, it's a hell of a trick, I'll give you that.
Who else was in there with you?
So we had Richard Madeley.
Yeah.
Naughty Boy.
Who was he?
Richard
Madeley was a
Madeley.
naughty boy. You had an EastEnder, didn't you, when you were in it?
Oh, we had Ian Beale. What's his real name?
Adam, would you?
Adam, yeah.
Yeah.
So, you smuggled the stuff in.
Yeah.
Did anybody notice? Anybody find out?
Not noticed, but, like, I told, and the name's just gone from my head.
Just, you describe her, and we'll try and figure out who it was.
She's a judge on Strictly. She used to be.
Arlene Phillips.
Arlene Phillips.
Right. Lovely Arlene.
But Arlene was struggling a little bit, so I'd just smuggle it, because you said they're old people sweet. I smuggle her a little Werther's Original.
Arlene, if you're watching... Well, look, David, let's say about 5 to 10 years from now, you are going on to I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here.
OK.
What are you smuggling in to help you through?
I admire your optimism, Rob, but I don't think there is any way that in 5 or 10 years' time I would be insurable for that show.
Imagine taking part in the fun of the game.
Lee, for you, what would you need?
Just anything. I mean, just...
Yeah, you're really helping this. I'm so sorry about the insurance remark, because this is gold.
Stop trying to play along, David.
What are we thinking? Eddie?
I think it's true. I've never watched I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out.
Because you're the most cultured person we've ever had on here.
No, it's because they never have me on. If I'm not on it, I'm not watching it. No.
Is this the first time you'll have seen this show when you're watching it?
OK, I'm going to go true.
You're saying it's true?
Yeah.
OK. Kadina, they think it's true. Was it true or was it a lie?
It was indeed true.
It's David.
Last year, I won this hat on a plane for being the only person to find all the words in the in-flight magazine word search.
Just take the hat and pop it on the desk for us.
There we go.
Wow. What was the flight?
Easy Jet.
Were the rules anyone who finished it gets a hat, or the first to finish it gets a hat?
Of all the finishers, the person they randomly select gets a hat.
Are you sure you weren't the only person to complete it, like it says on the card?
Yeah, I was probably the only person. Thinking back, they had to give it to me because I was just the only person.
Do you remember any of the words that you identified?
February.
What was the theme?
Sorry, the theme of the word search.
They were often themed, aren't they?
Are they?
Yes,
Often, yeah.
almost always.
Ah. Maybe the theme was the early months of the year, but that seems quite a narrow theme.
Yeah, just, isn't it? Can you put it on for us, David?
Let's have a little look.
Okay.
Oh, now it's believable.
It's an incredible-looking hat to give as a prize. You'd think a baseball cap, wouldn't you? But no, they went for that strange hat. They might have been borrowed from a lower low.
I think they wanted a sort of undertone of totalitarianism. Just to remind everyone that we live in a troubled world.
Michelle, if you were getting onto a plane and you looked in the cockpit and you saw that in the cockpit, how would you feel?
They didn't let me sit in the cockpit.
No, but sometimes the captain pops out, doesn't he?
No, I'd say a man looking like that in the cockpit is not as worrying as a man looking like that sat at the back.
No, it's a fair point.
Yeah.
Who are you travelling with, David?
With my wife and daughter.
How did your daughter feel when Daddy won this accolade.
She was very, very proud.
Actually,
very proud.
Did she help you?
No, that would have been quite unethical.
Oh, that's a horrible image, isn't it?
Yeah.
Daddy, I think I'm doing it.
No, she didn't want to...
She didn't want to do the word
No, she
search.
said it's just like crosswords for stupid people.
Tell me this, David. Did they give it you mid-flight or when you land?
I think it was towards the end of the flight.
Did they make an announcement?
Yes, they made an announcement, and I said, could they please mention my degree? Because I thought it was
Your degree of
appropriate
contempt for all the other passengers?
all right, what are we thinking, Bob?
I can't buy into the idea of David on EasyJet.
Oh, I've been on EasyJet. That's true. I mean, that's true.
I was feeling like it was all a bit of codswallop. You're too clever at that, so there might be a lot of double bluffing, so...
It does fit.
They measured everyone as we got on.
Right, it's time to go for a guess.
I say lie.
You say lie?
Go with Bob.
Or I would say it's a lie.
You're going to say it's a lie. David, was it true, or were you telling us a lie?
It was a lie.
I'm overthinking it.
Well, that's all we have time for on this special edition of Would I Lie to You. Thanks very much for watching. Good night. Good evening and welcome to a special edition of the very best bits from Series 18 of Would I Lie to You. Joining Lee Mack tonight, Harry Hill, Jill Scott, Chris Jumbo, Legend, Tim Vine, Nabil Abdul Rashid and Kadina Cox. And joining David Mitchell tonight, Judy Love, Stacey Solomon, Sir Grayson Perry, Harriet Kemsley, Rosie Ramsey, Koji Radical and Josh Jones. First up, it's Harry.
When I was a doctor, I accidentally sent 2 patients for procedures they didn't need because I'd got their forms mixed up.
Oh, so each other's form?
The test that they needed, I put the wrong one on the wrong person.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Because, in fact, you've rather understated your crime, because not only did you give them tests...
Crime is a very strong word.
Well, I'll commute that to act of gross professional misconduct.
It was a very different time, David.
How long ago was this?
Well, I wasn't a doctor for long.
No. Probably for the best.
What kind of doctor were you?
I was a junior doctor. I would get patients ready for the operation and I would assist the surgeon with the operation.
What tests were they?
There were 2 patients and one required an X-ray of their neck.
Right.
And then the other one required a barium enema.
A what? What's a barium enema?
So that is where you squirt a radio-opaque dye into the anus, I'll say the word.
Were you like this as a doctor? I'll say the word.
One of them had a barium enema they didn't need, but also didn't have the neck X-ray they did need.
I then had to sort of correct that. So they ended up having 2 tests each instead of 1.
Well, hold on. Someone went in, right, for a neck X-ray and happily laid down and had an enema. Just because it said it on the sheet.
That is a hell of a blockage.
I never used the word happily.
How did they not question that? Did they not say...
Well, they wouldn't have understood a technical phrase like neck X-ray. They'd have no idea what that means.
The lady who required the neck X-ray and got the barium enema said to me she was impressed at how thorough I'd been.
did it help, these extra tests? Did you find anything up this lady's bum or this man? That could have saved him in the future?
No, fortunately, those were the normal. They were normal
So
tests.
neck lady had a perfectly healthy bottom, and bottom guy's neck was A-OK.
Did you, at any stage, come clean to these patient A and patient B?
Of course not.
All right, what are you thinking then?
That's
Koji.
impossible, man. I can't go for a neck X-ray and get something in my bum. Crazy.
Stacey.
I couldn't tell you what it was like in those days.
No, exactly. Exactly, Stacey. It was a different time.
What
it was
year?
a different time.
What year?
This would have been 1988.
What was it like then?
It was a different time, you know. But yes, I think doctors carry a lot of authority.
Yeah. And who do you complain to? You know how difficult it is to get to see a doctor at all.
Yeah, they won't want to see you again if you just complain.
You don't want to be known as a pain in the arse or a pain in the neck, do you?
All right, so what are we going to say, David?
I think it could have happened, but equally...
Really?
Yeah. Why?
God, well, honestly, I fear for people who grew up in that time.
Well, if you two are both convinced it's a lie, I won't overrule you, because it definitely might be a lie.
All right, then. So, Harry, was it true or was it a lie?
It was... true.
Yes, it's true. Harry did send 2 patients for procedures they didn't need. Matt, you're next.
OK. Sorry, that's just my original. I'm just trying to build. I'm trying to build the anticipation. Whenever I eat a banana, I eat everything. Including the skin.
David's team.
Oh, that's a good one.
So why do you do that?
A number of reasons. Firstly, easier. How much time do you spend peeling a banana? What do you say on average? I'm literally saving hours of time a year while you morons are peeling bananas. I'm out.
I take your point.
So that's reason one.
It's a time saver.
Reason one.
Yeah. Okay.
Reason two, there are so many health benefits to eating a banana skin.
Like what?
Skin health.
And also, afterwards, you don't slip on it.
So banana skins are good
health.
for human skin?
There's all kinds of nutrients, fibre, loads of good stuff in there.
Which end do you prefer?
The non-stalk end,
The
obviously.
classic chat-up line of Rob Brydon, ladies and gentlemen.
I mean...
You'll have to excuse my friend, he's not been speed dating before.
So you've used this, then, as part of your regime.
Yes.
This is part of how you've got a better body than Lee.
Better for what, though? I mean, try joining a darts team looking like that, mate. No chance.
Can I ask you as well, were you doing press-ups and bicep curls literally seconds before you came out here? Or is that you in a relaxed
It's a very
state?
vascular guy, yeah. No, this is me in a relaxed state.
Vascular.
Nice.
It's a strong look.
Thanks, mate.
You flirting, Rob?
A little bit.
It's working, Rob.
What have you eaten today?
So, Rob, let's start at breakfast.
Cornflakes and the box.
I had a protein shake comprising of 2 scoops of protein.
Protein, like from a lab? or protein?
It's a whey protein. It's a powdered form.
So you have a whey protein-based shake for...
Does this pertain to the banana skin consuming? I'm thinking we're
We
going
want
way
an
off.
overall picture, and I'll thank you just to answer our questions and not question them. It's your first time on the show, Matt.
That's my bad.
You're very sure of yourself, but you'll play the game our way or no way at all.
No whey-based protein at all?
Yeah, you see, that's the sort of stuff we do.
I'm me, you just pointed at you. Can I be in the gang as well?
I want to know how it comes out the other end.
You don't think it comes back together as a whole banana?
You must give it a good chew, I imagine.
Yes. Although over time, my swallowing mechanism has developed to allow me to swallow bigger chunks of banana.
Me too, me too.
It's time to take a guess. Truth or lie?
What do you think?
I think it's true.
Ah.
You think it's a lie?
Who's eating a banana with the skin on?
Him.
True.
You thinking it's true? OK. Matt, was it true or was it a lie?
You'll be glad to know, David, that it was, in fact, a lie.
Sorry.
Yes, it's a lie. Matt does not eat banana skins. Judy.
As a schoolgirl, I got a free can of Coke every day from my newsagent in exchange for keeping quiet about his affair.
Lee's team.
How old are you?
I was 12.
And this happened for how long?
Maybe for about a year or so.
How did you know about the affair?
Because I walked in on them.
What were they doing?
Something that they shouldn't be doing.
Bit of a pick and mix?
Well, he was picking and she was mixing.
What did you see them do? They were getting amorous, were they?
Gosh. Right, so went in and the door, because it was a post office as well, was open. And because we know him, I peeked round and somebody was on their knees.
Oh, God.
Have they dropped a contact lens?
Or they were simply praying for forgiveness.
Yeah.
That's not how you lick a stamp.
He went, oh, they all kind of like made noise, and I kind of, oh, just checking if you was all right. So I was just checking if you was all right.
What did he say?
And he was like,
oh yeah, I'm fine.
Yeah.
Did you know who she was?
Yes.
She was a member of the local community.
She definitely was part of the community.
Was she married?
Yes.
So they were both married?
Yeah.
Not to each other?
No.
At what point did you have the actual deal where you said, I need to be paid with cola?
Right, so I didn't go in for a couple of days.
Right.
But back in those days, they had... Do you remember the jelly sweets that was a watch?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
I loved those sweets, and that was the only one that ever did it. So after 2 days, I was like, you know what? I'm going back in there. And then he was like, oh, no, take some more. You can have some more. And I was like, you never give anything free. So I said, can I have a cola as well? And he was like, OK. And I was like, OK.
So
and
at
then
no stage did he say to you, don't tell anyone? It was all just done with looks and stuff?
I went back again. He gave me more sweets. I said, can I get a cola? And once I realised he was going to give it to me every time I went in...
You realised you were on for it. So, in a way, by you talking about this on national television, you've reneged on the deal.
Well, I haven't said their name, and I haven't said where I lived at the time.
Where did you live at the time?
How long did the fizzy drink deal go on for?
Oh, that went on for time until... I'd definitely say at least...
Last week.
Still get them delivered to my house now.
What do you think, Tim? I don't mean in general, I mean about this.
Yes. I think it's true because your description of the sort of looks backwards and forwards and it rings true to me.
I'll go with whatever you think. I'm not sure.
Are you 51% even towards one or the other?
Oh, I see what you mean.
You'd have to be sure,
Is that
but...
part of the game, or do you just not want to decide?
I don't like deciding.
OK.
Because I like someone to blame.
OK.
There's no right and wrong answers.
Well, I mean, yeah, there are.
I'm going to say true.
True.
OK.
We'll say true.
They're saying true. Judy, it was a while ago. It was shocking.
Very.
But was it true?
It definitely was a lie.
It's a lie. Judy wasn't bribed by her newsagent. Jill, you're next.
OK, here we go. I was sick into the FA Cup.
Oh, yeah. David's team.
Were you?
For the love of God, say yes.
I actually was.
That's a very good follow-up question. Under what circumstances?
So, basically, we just won the FA Cup, and then people do that thing where they pour the champagne into the FA Cup.
Who is we, Jill?
Manchester City.
Manchester City,
yeah,
right,
Manchester City. I take a sip of this champagne stuff and I brought it back up into the FA Cup.
Did they sing a song like, we like to drink with Jill?
Because Jill is our mate. And when we drink with Jill, she dance her drinking 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, yay! And then and then I was sick, yeah. Are we the only two that go out?
Yeah, I've never heard that song.
That's also new to me.
I've never heard that in my life.
Well, you know what the worst thing was?
The person who got the second swig.
I didn't tell the girls.
Oh.
I know, because then they were passing it round.
This wasn't a full vomit. This was
No.
more like a short-term regurgitation.
Yeah, but I was a bit sick.
Did it go down the wrong hole?
No, it definitely went down the right hole.
I think the part that makes me suspicious is I believe Jill was a really nice person and she'd be like, oh, I've just puked in that.
Is that your definition of a nice person?
What do you reckon, Koji?
I reckon you did it.
It's like the end of EastEnders.
You think lie? So it's up to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I reckon that's true.
Jill, was it true? They think it was, or was it a lie?
So it was a lie.
Yes, it was a lie. Jill wasn't sick into the FA Cup. It's Nabil.
I once climbed into a crocodile enclosure because I wanted to get a closer look.
David's team.
When did you do this and where did you do this?
When I was little in Nigeria. It was a crocodile-themed restaurant.
Was crocodile on the menu?
I think so, yeah, I can't remember.
It's the restaurant's gimmick that there's a crocodile enclosure with real crocodiles, and you can watch the crocodiles as you dine.
Yes.
On crocodiles.
How easy was it to get into the crocodile?
I mean, at that time in Nigeria, we didn't have health and safety. We had the concept of common sense. So, for example, if there was like a street next to a river, there wasn't a fence and a sign saying caution, river next to street. Because the Nigerian philosophy is that if you can see the sign, you can probably see the river. I hopped over the fence because I wanted to look at them because I just thought they were cute and friendly and stuff. And I got close to one and they just like came at me. And luckily for me, I didn't know. I just found out by accident. But they're fast running in a straight line. But if you take a corner, it's hard for them to kind of like...
Yes. Yeah. You're meant to run away from crocodiles in zigzags.
Yeah,
I didn't know that at the time. I was running straight, but he was gaining on me. I was running, and then I just like took a corner and hopped the fence.
And what sort of state were you in?
What do you think?
What, terrified?
Have you been chased by an animal before? Anybody?
I've been attacked by a crocodile.
Yeah, there you go.
When were you attacked by a crocodile?
We were in a Louisiana swamp. We were rescuing crocodiles.
Will they not have been alligators?
Alligators.
Oh, well, I don't want to hear about it then. It's totally irrelevant.
They're much smaller.
I got chased by an ostrich as well.
No way.
Yeah, in a police officer's house. He's quite a well-to-do police officer.
Okay.
Because they take bribes. No. He had a lot of exotic stuff in his house, and one of the things he had was an ostrich. I got too close to one, and I was laughing at it because it was doing, I don't know whether it was a mating dance or a challenge. Like a... I kind of ended up doing the dance back. That probably wasn't a good idea.
And it chased you?
Yeah.
Sorry, who did you say you was with? Who was looking after you?
On which occasion? The policeman's house at the ostrich or the restaurant and the
Well,
crocodile?
I mean, I'd like to know both, really.
So, my parents practiced free-range parenting. Although that being said, I was more scared of my mom than I was of the crocodile.
So, what are you going to say? What are you thinking, Lucy?
think it's true. I was listening to it like it was a real story. I forgot, actually, we were playing a game.
Fran?
I think it's true because you haven't embellished it any further. You've kept with the story.
He has, in the sense that he's added an extra story of being chased by an ostrich.
Maybe he jumped to that truth story because he needed a break from telling a
Yes,
lie.
exactly, yeah. But
Maybe.
then why didn't he tell the show's researchers about being chased by an ostrich? That would have been equally interesting, particularly at the huge private zoo of a corrupt police officer.
What are you going to say?
I do
You have
not
to make a
know.
decision, David.
True.
You're saying that it's true. Nabil, was that true or was that a lie?
It's not true. It's not true.
Which one is it? What?
It's too late, but I sense now it's not true. I have that feeling.
It's not too late. You can change if you want to.
Go on, then. You had a feeling then.
There was a smile the way he was smiling. He was smiling like, I've got him.
I don't know if it's true or a lie, but if you now get this right because he's got you want to change your mind, I'll be livid.
OK, I'm going... Lie.
You're saying it's a lie.
I think so.
Nabil, was it a lie or was it true?
It's true.
It's true. Nabil did climb into a crocodile enclosure. Harriet, you're next.
Once, while camping, I lost my tent, then took desperate measures to find somewhere else to stay.
Right, Lee's team.
Define desperate measures.
That was said like a lawyer in an LA.
Where are we, Harriet?
Newquay.
Newquay.
Oh,
when was
lovely
this?
Cornwall.
It was when I was 17, which is...
Is it written up there?
The early 2000s.
So you're in a campsite. Who were you with?
2 girls.
What they called?
Their names were Sam and Susan.
How many tents have you got?
1 tent.
Between the 3 of you?
Yes.
Is it a 3-woman tent?
No, 2-man.
Come on. Hashtag everyday sexism. So it was a 2-man tent.
Yes.
But you were trying to squash in.
Yes.
Right.
We went to put it up and then we realised we didn't know how to put up a tent. So then we went to go get some food to have energy to make the tent. But then...
But then you weren't lacking in energy, you were lacking in knowledge.
Then we came back.
Yes.
But then the tent was gone. So now we have nowhere to stay because we didn't have any money as well.
Whoa, what do you mean you got no money? You're on holiday.
Well, no, because we were only going for, like, 1 night. And then we saw a sign.
And it said?
Bikini Beach Babe competition. The prize was £100. And so Susan
Sorry,
said...
can I just check something?
Yes.
Did this happen or did you watch a Carry On film? So you've now decided
Yes.
this is your way to get some money?
Then the guy came out and then he was like, there's only one other entrant. So our
What a
odds
charmer
were
he
good.
was! You might win this because there's only one other girl, isn't it?
Then we go in and we're a bit nervous, but then we meet the other entrant. She's a professional.
A professional what? She could be a lady of the night, she could be a plumber. What is she?
She's a professional beach babe. We're not even semi-professional. But our odds are good because there's three
There's
of
three
us.
of you and one of her.
So, it's about to begin.
There's a crowd of men and they're all cheering.
Is it just men?
It's just men.
Oh.
Yes.
What were the men? What were the look on their face? See David's look on his face then. Is it that sort of look?
No, that's panic. That was my look. That was what I had. Sheer panic, yes.
Could you teach David to give the face of the look that the men were giving?
Like...
So, David, give it... Yes.
I'm getting flashbacks.
Did you do a catwalk type thing?
Yeah, a little bit of catwalk. Yeah, a little catwalk. But the professional, she had a chair.
Oh,
she brought her
like
own
flash
chair.
dance.
Yeah.
Yes. A chair to dance, not... You didn't just sit there. I'm a professional, I haven't got time for this. I just sit there. Judge me, 100 quid, I'm off. It's Penzance tomorrow.
Can we ask now who won?
Well,
The professional.
yeah. Then we had to find somewhere to stay, but we didn't have a tent, so...
So, in many ways, the situation is unchanged.
So then a guy, he was like, oh, you can stay in my van.
Oh, my God.
Then we slept for a bit.
So why don't you sleep in your car?
Yes.
Good question.
There was more space than I had a Renault Clio, and so we could have a proper sleep.
Right. So has it finished, or did anything else happen?
Then we had a lovely day in Newquay, and then I drove back.
And that's it?
Yeah, on the way back, I was driving, and then I was like, oh, there's a stag in the road. And then Susan said, I can't see a stag. And I'd imagined stag.
Whoa, what do you mean? I don't think in the history of this show has an added bit ever been more worthless. Oh, one more thing. I thought I saw a stag, but I didn't.
So what do we think?
You can have that as a bonus.
Right, Kadina, what do you make of it?
I think it's a lie.
You're not having it?
No.
What about you, Ivo?
I've had a lovely time. But I think it's a lie.
Lee Mack?
To have invented a story like that would require genius. So I think it's true. But I'm all about democracy.
Yeah.
So I will go with my team.
OK. They think it's a lie, Harriet. Was it, or was it true?
It is true.
It's true. Harriet did take desperate measures when she lost her tent. It's Tim.
Aside from Mr. McKee, who taught PE, 3 other teachers at my school taught subjects that rhymed with their surnames.
David's team. OK, so Mr. McKee taught PE.
Yes.
Who else?
Mr.
I'm having a cough. Genuinely having a coughing fit.
Mr. Katz.
Wait, are you ready? Okay, I'm better now, thank you. Carry on, Tim.
Mr. Katz.
Oh, good God. Good God. If you say Mr. Meography, forget it.
Mr. Katz.
Mr. Missile and Technology.
Mr. Katz. K-A-T-H. Mr. Katz. Yeah. And Mr. Hench. French.
Mr. Hench, Mr. Kaths, and who else?
It was a little bit tenuous, the third one. It was a bit of a joke amongst us. So it was Mr. Hort taught sport.
You got PE in sports?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Well, PE was something that happened in lesson time, and then sports was something that we did, obviously.
But what did Mr. Hort teach?
It might have been what was called loosely then science, so it would have been... You know,
surely that was Mr. Bryant's.
No.
Do you have any at your school, Lee?
Just the headmaster, Mr. Morstel.
Well, what do you think, Judy?
I don't know. He's always got this face that makes you feel like he's telling the truth. Like, just the most simplest things where you'd be like...
He's got a simple face, I agree.
What we've got to imagine, it's not true, and what Tim has had to do is turn over the card and quickly-ish make up 3 rhyming names of teachers. Do we believe he could have come up with that?
He's a very
quick
time?
He's a very
person.
Quick...
What would you have come up with? Give me 4 teachers whose names at your school rhymed with subject. Go.
Mr. Starmer. He teaches
did drama.
Mrs. Panish.
Oh, yeah. Mr. Bleak taught Greek.
Yeah.
Mr. Gratin taught Latin.
Yes.
This is fun, isn't it?
Yeah, let's just do this.
So what's it going to be, David?
Just one more question. Tim, can you name a teacher whose name didn't rhyme with the subject they taught?
Yeah, Mr. Schwartz, and he was...
He could have done sports.
No,
Do you know we'd have taken Schwartz and sport?
Come on, it's time to decide.
Lie.
All right, Tim, they think it's a lie. Was it, or was that the truth?
It was actually A lie.
It's a lie. They were not the names of Tim's teachers. Well, that's all we have time for on this special edition of Would I Lie to You. Thanks very much for watching. Good night. Welcome to Would I Lie to You at Christmas, a very special festive edition that sorts the facts from the fibs. On David Mitchell's team tonight, comedian and king of the one-liner is Jimmy Carr.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And stand-up comic and writer, it's Laura Smith. And on Lee Mack's team tonight, she puts the personality in TV personality. It's legendary chef Rusty Lee. And a BAFTA-winning actor and our youngest ever guest, it's Lenny Rush. We begin with round one, Home Truths, where our panellists read out a statement from the card in front of them. To make things harder, they've never seen the card before, so they've no idea what they'll be faced with. It's up to the opposing team to sort the fact from the fiction. Rusty, you're first up tonight.
OK, my card. In our house, we don't have turkey for Christmas dinner. Instead, I treat my family to a dish I call Santa's Sausage Surprise.
David's team. Lovely. And so what is Santa's Sausage Surprise?
And bear in mind, Lenny is 15 years old.
OK, so my other half is German, and they are very well known for sausages. So, with the Caribbean, I like to do a nice mixture of jerk chicken and I can't ever say German sausage.
Bratwurst.
Thank you. Mix together and make it up into a lovely big sausage that all the family can slice into.
So what you do is you take...
I don't think she's fully convinced herself.
You take...
You've got to be careful that you don't sound like you're laughing because it's the first time you've heard it.
I don't want to be that guy, but she's got a weird laugh, hasn't she?
But to be fair, Jimmy, the difference is hers sounds like it's coming from the soul. You sound like you pressed a button.
So, just to clarify the recipe.
Yes.
You get some bratwurst.
Yes.
And what's in a bratwurst?
Meat.
She's good. True. And you're saying you disassemble a sausage in order to then make a bigger sausage?
Yes, indeed.
So you empty the sausage out?
Yes. Then I get a jerk chicken, which is quite spicy as well.
Yeah.
Chop up the chicken and mince it and mix it all together and then roll it all out.
All right, it's not this morning.
And you call this Santa's Sausage Surprise?
Correct.
Where's the surprise?
When the pepper hits your mouth.
What do you think?
What about the sausage jerk?
About whether or not...
Hey, he's the host.
Now, that was good. That was good. Well done.
I think it's a lie.
You do?
I just can't see the big sausage. I just
Right.
can't see it.
You
I
just can't imagine
picture
a
it.
big sausage.
I can't see it.
Yeah.
I don't think it's a lie in the true sense, because I only think she now believes it.
This is better than when we had Basil Brush on.
What's it going to be, David?
So do we think it's a lie?
I think it is a lie.
We think it's a lie.
But we also think that Rusty may now do this this Christmas and forever
Basically
after.
to spite us.
Rusty, they think it's a lie. Was it a lie or was it true?
It was a lie.
I'm so relieved.
Yes, it's a lie. Rusty doesn't serve Santa's sausage surprise. Jimmy, you're next.
Right. Excellent. Thank you. Whilst test driving a car as a potential present for myself, I crashed it.
Lee, Steve.
OK, what was the car?
Like a Tesla.
Like a Tesla?
Like it.
Was it a Tesla?
Yes.
Oh, they are like Teslas, aren't they?
What did you crash into?
What would you call it? A gantry?
What's that?
I don't know what he means by a gantry. What do you mean?
You know those the signs above? It wasn't like a full crash.
It was a prang.
A prang is exactly
Just a
it.
prang.
Oh, OK.
You got the scale, one end prang, the other end pile-up.
OK.
You know,
Yeah.
and it gets less Christmassy as you move up from prang to pile-up.
Where was he going with his car, with his prank?
The crash happened in the shopping centre, in the car park, and I'd already completed the test drive, and I quite liked it. And the guy that was with me for the test drive got out of the car. I didn't realise he'd left the back door, the gull wing door, open.
Oh.
And so I drove and took the door off the car.
How much did you have to pay to, like, redo it?
To redoor it. Oh, we're all happy with the term redoor, are we?
Can I just remind you, Jimmy, he's 15. You're going to look really bad if you slam him.
Christmas.
I'll wear it.
Christmas.
I'm only little.
It's only little. It's
Stop it, you. What was the question?
How much did you have to pay?
Well, so I took the door off the car. The guy that had been doing the test drive with me, obviously his jaw was on the floor. He was, like, a bit
That had
shocked.
come off as well, had it? I think it's on a gantry.
So I wound down my window and leaned out and went, I'll take it.
You'll take
What?
it?
You take the car?
Yeah, I bought it.
What, in the condition it was in?
No, I'll have a new one, obviously. I'm not an idiot. But I thought I had a moral obligation to buy it. I'd made a mess.
Where was this in the world?
Westfield.
Shopping centre.
I just can't see Jimmy Carr in Westfield.
What do you think?
I just don't think Jimmy would ever pay for a car. And also, the idea that Jimmy bought it out of guilt. I'm not sure Jimmy has that emotion.
So, what are we going to say?
What do we think?
I think it's a lie.
Yeah, a lie.
I'll go with my team. Say
They're
it's a
going to
lie.
say it's a lie. Jimmy, was it a lie or was it actually true?
Oh, well, I can tell you it was...
It's true. Jimmy did crash a car. He was test driving. Lenny, you're next.
I once accidentally made my nan eat something she shouldn't have.
Oh.
Made your nan eat something. What was that thing?
It was a toenail.
Ouch.
True, let's just move on.
I need to ask a question. Is your nan still alive?
She is.
Yeah.
Or
You sounded rather regretful there, Lenny. Are you keen to get rid of the old bat?
Yeah, he's just making... It is June we're recording this, and this is going out at Christmas. He's just hedging his bets.
Yeah. Can we just do different takes? Just say one no, she isn't, and then one she is.
OK.
Just we have both options.
Is your nan still with us?
No.
I don't think we should do the version whilst Rusty's laughing. Is she not alive? No. Boom! Boom!
All right. So, how long ago was it, first of all?
This was probably like April last year.
And where are we?
We are in my... I'm weird now. We're in my bedroom.
You're at home in your bedroom.
Yeah.
And what happens?
So I
Sorry, I thought it was very funny the way you said, "Where are we?" You said, "In my bedroom," and you changed it to, "So you're
Yes,
in your
I
bedroom."
did.
I'm not there anymore. Carry on, then.
That's absolutely right.
What happened, wasn't it? I'm not going to say the wee thing again. Why are we in your bedroom? I'm confused, man. In your bedroom again.
Get out, Rob, get out.
Just to be clear, I'm not in Lenny's bedroom, and I never have been. Have I, Lenny?
For legal reasons, no.
So you're in your bedroom with your nan. What happened next?
So, well, just going to go a bit before that.
OK.
So maybe a week or something before. I've just had an operation in March on my back and sitting on my bed, and I realised my nails look a bit long on my toes. So I cut them. Basically, I had a Reese's Pieces packet, and there was,
those little sweets.
yeah. So there wasn't there's barely any left. Oh, I'm not going to eat the rest of them, and I couldn't get up to put it in the bin because I was in bed. So I'd put the nail in the packet. My nan's come to visit me after my operation. Then said, "Oh, I like Reese's." She picks it up, and she's got half a nail hanging out.
Merry Christmas, kids.
What do you think, Jimmy?
Well, firstly, I think it's true, and I think also it serves her right.
Yeah.
You're meant to bring the person who's recuperating some treats.
That is wrong, actually, isn't it? Thank you, Nan.
That's a point.
Yeah. Or let Lenny maybe do one where you go, "Thank you, Nan."
Maybe just for safety, do another one where we go, "Thank you, Nan," just because we don't know. We don't know.
Miss you.
Laura, what are you thinking?
You couldn't have reached your toenails if you'd had an operation on your back.
I've got little legs.
OK.
Hang on, you've also got little arms.
That's where Rob comes in.
All right, it's time to make a choice here, David.
OK. I'm trying to read your mind, as you rightly tell, so try and keep still. OK, I think it's true.
They think it's true, Lenny. Was it true or was it a lie?
You can read minds well, it's true.
It's true. Lenny's nan did eat his toenail. Laura, you're next.
My kids once built a snowman that looked so creepy, I went out in the middle of the night and flattened it with a hammer.
Lee's team.
How very festive. OK. I mean, describe the creepiness.
You know, a snowman should be rolled nice and big and round.
Yeah.
They just seemed to make it knobbly. It was so... And they got it so tall that it... You know, you look at a 6-foot thin thing, but with a hat.
What was the hat made out of?
It was a really wide-brimmed hat.
Where did I get it?
Just in the hat cupboard.
What hat cupboard?
Your hat cupboard at home. Everyone's got a hat cupboard, right? Yeah. Hat cupboard full of hats.
What was so creepy about the hat? Just the fact that it made it look more human?
It made a really... It was giving Freddy Krueger, you know, that wide brim.
If it was so human-looking
Yeah.
and you were attacking it with a hammer, weren't you worried what the neighbours might think?
Oh, they've heard worse and seen worse in my garden.
Oh,
I
is it?
think, yeah. I just flipped.
How old were the children again?
Would have been 6 and 3.
And they made it...
Those poor children.
6 and 3!
6 and 3,
Oh,
and they
yes.
built a 6-foot snowman. No, they're really wonderful. They're wonderful, those kids.
No! I'm sorry, your kids aren't as capable as mine. They high.
What do you think?
Remember, Jimmy, we believe this.
No, I mean, it's... No, I was just saying.
Every mother at home watching this is like, yeah, I know she did that. I've been pushed to that point.
My mum is like that.
6
Yes.
and 3!
Your mum is like that?
Yeah, she's nuts.
Your mum's lovely, I've met her. She's not nuts.
You've not seen her with a hammer at Christmas.
Right, what are you thinking?
What are we saying, Lenny?
I think it's a lie.
Think it's a lie?
Yeah.
Rusty?
I feel positive it's a lie.
I've got a suspicion this is true. I will say lie.
You're saying lie. Right, Laura. Fact or fiction?
It is...
It's a lie. Laura didn't flatten her kid's snowman. Our next round is called This Is My, where we bring on a mystery guest who has a close connection to one of our panellists. This week, each of Lee's team will claim it's them that has the genuine connection to the guest. It's up to David's team to spot who's telling the truth. So please welcome this week's special guests, Jane and Phil. So, Rusty, what are Jane and Phil to you?
This is Jane and Phil. I went to what I thought was their wedding, only to discover it wasn't.
Right. Lenny, how do you know Jane and Phil?
This is my Auntie Jane and my Uncle Phil. I brought them here tonight because they're trying to get on as many TV shows as possible.
All right. And Lee, what is your relationship with Jane and Phil?
This is Jane and Phil, and when he was stung by a jellyfish, he asked me to wee on him, and then she asked me to stop.
So there we have it. David, where will you begin?
Well, let's start with Rusty. So you thought you were going to their wedding?
Yes.
So you know them?
Very well.
How do you know them?
I know Phil from his father.
Right. So how did you know Phil's father?
Phil's father's a family friend of ours.
Is he called Fred?
He's called Phil.
Oh, yeah. He's called Phil, but what's his dad called?
Phil, Senior.
Oh, really? Phil's father is also called Phil?
Yes.
Phil's father, Phil, is a family friend.
Phil.
Yeah.
Called Phil, Senior.
What's the surname?
Smith.
That doesn't work.
So you're hoping to go to the wedding of the son
and Jane.
of family friends?
Yes.
What happens?
We went to the same hotel.
Yeah.
And then we all got ready to go to the service.
Yeah.
When we were a bit rushed, we went... It was in the country lane somewhere in the country.
Whereabouts, Rusty, in the country, was it?
Up north.
Up north. Can you be any more specific than that?
Rockland Waters.
All right. Lovely.
So we got ready and left to go to the church.
The service, yes.
To the service, and landed up in the wrong church.
Ah.
We landed up sitting and watching the wedding and looking around and couldn't see anybody we know. And then they started...
I mean, the main people to look for would be Phil and Jane.
Phil and Jane, yes.
Yeah.
And then the bride and groom are walking out. The services, they've been married.
So when they were down at the front, you couldn't tell...
We sneaked in the back and we could see the back of the head of these people.
Right, OK.
So the back of their heads, it could have been Phil and Jane.
But it wasn't.
But it wasn't. You only twigged when they started to walk out.
And when people was looking around and go, oh, look, Rusty Lee's here. They were very surprised seeing a celebrity at their wedding that they hadn't booked. So we then drive and ask questions and find the other church.
Who do you ask the questions of?
To the local yokels.
Oh, the local yokels. You drive away, and you spot a local yokel.
You say, do you know where the so-and-so church is? And they said, oh, it's up there.
That is how yokels talk.
Yeah.
And then we landed up, following these two. They were in a carriage. They were married and we missed the wedding.
So you follow them?
Yes.
What happens then?
Champagne reception.
Yeah.
And we walked in. Congratulations all round. Where were you two? Was the question.
They knew.
Oh, so sorry. We went to the wrong church. Never mind. Typical of you. Come and have a glass of champagne.
A sausage surprise, maybe, as well?
No, not then.
No, that would be later. Right, who would you like to quiz next, David?
OK. So, Lenny, they're your aunt and uncle?
Yes. Jane is my mum's older sister.
OK.
You could have just said sister, made her feel better, but...
Sorry. Yeah,
And what did you say? They're trying to be on lots of telly shows?
They just want to be on telly. I was in a series a few years ago and they were, like, just a background and like an extra.
Yeah.
That was Am I Being Unreasonable? There's a massive party scene.
Yeah.
And there's this one kid, annoying Auntie Jane, just got a fake balloon sword and just whacking around the edge of it. Auntie Jane's got a bit of a temper.
We all have.
I'm not surprised if you keep calling her old Auntie Jane.
Yeah, he got pretty told off. But they've done things on their own. They've done a few quiz shows. They've done Pointless.
Right.
Phil wanted to do Naked Attraction, but Jane thought that was I'm joking. Done, Pointless. Had to give the 1% Club.
Did they?
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember them.
What's that?
What do you mean, what is this? What I do? How far did they get?
Phil wanted to get obviously really far. He got to about 70.
OK.
He's not
bright.
The brightest.
Now then, in terms of them being here tonight, how has this come about?
So, even though I signed an NDA, I told them. They just want to be on telly. I don't know if it's for the fame, but I think a lot of the time they feel happy for me, so, like, they'll come on tonight.
They're hanging on your coattails, OK?
Yeah.
Old Auntie Jane, she's taking a mick.
All right, now then, what about the one in the middle, Lee Mack? Lee, remind us of your connection.
So this is Jane and Phil, and when he was stung by a jellyfish, he asked me to wee on him, and then she asked me to stop.
David?
Well, that is a real thing, that you could... If someone gets stung by a jellyfish, you have to pee on it.
Well,
but...
let me tell you, Jimmy, I thought it was the right thing to do, but it turns out it's not true anyway.
Yes, it's an urban myth, isn't it?
It's an urban myth.
Yeah.
It sounds more of a maritime myth.
Why didn't Jane just wee on him if there was weeing to be done?
Because Jane and Phil are not a couple, despite what these two liars are saying. They've met twice, that day and this time now.
All right.
So, Lee, talk us through what happened.
This was last summer.
OK.
South of France. And Phil came out of the water. I was on the beach sunbathing.
And you don't know Phil at this point?
Never met him in my life.
Right.
And he came out of the water, screaming.
Oh.
I've been stung by a jellyfish! He said, wee on me. I said, what do you mean, wee on me? And he said, it's a cure.
It's an interesting point here that Lee is fully aware that this is an urban myth, and yet...
Wait, I know that now. I've subsequently learnt it by the police.
Oh! All right, OK. So...
How many people did you wee on before the police had to get involved?
This has been going on for quite a long time. No, it was...
You've been going to the beach every day, having pints of water so you're ready. Made yourself a little sign. Lee Mack's Treatment Centre.
Anyone been stung by a jellyfish? There's a treatment centre just down here. Get yourself in the water, love. Come out when you're screaming.
Lee's little friend will make it all better.
It's like the NHS, it'll cost you now.
Now, where on Phil's body had he been stung?
He'd been stung at the back of his leg, quite high up, above the knee.
Do you think he recognised you?
I doubt it with the balaclava on. Speedos and a balaclava.
What position did he adopt to be weed on?
Oh, he just turned his back on me like that so he could show me the back of his leg.
OK.
And what position did you adopt?
All fours, pretended I was a Labrador.
With all of the sophisticated French people looking at two middle-aged British people peeing on each other, thinking, thank God for Brexit.
So, tell us about Jane entering the story.
So, I am thinking no one's looking at this, and that's when I realised that, actually, there was a family in view. And so the police got involved.
How?
She called Nerf, Nerf, Nerf.
She rang the police?
Nerf, Nerf, Nerf.
OK. How quick quickly did they arrive?
I could hear the sirens, the French siren.
What
is wrong with the weeing on another man? I do it all the time.
How did this story come to a conclusion?
It was what I've described is not what, you know, it was a... Never
It's not
happened.
true.
Right, we need an answer. So, David's team are Jane and Phil, Rusty's confusing couple, Lenny's fame-hungry friends, or Lee's beach buddies?
I think Lenny has lovely details. The blow-up sword, the shows. I just believe Rusty would do that.
You think that is true of Rusty? The police element of Lee's story. I mean...
Oh, that's where it falls down, is it? Rusty, confused, goes to the wrong church, very apologetic. That seems plausible to me.
We're all leaning towards Rusty.
OK.
We're going with Rusty.
You're going to say that it's Rusty. So, Jane and Phil, would you please reveal your true identities?
I'm Jane.
And I'm Phil.
And Rusty failed to turn up to our wedding.
Yes, Jane and Phil are Rusty's confusing couple. Thank you very much, Jane and Phil. Which brings us to our final round, Quickfire Lies, and we start with... It's... David.
As a child, I once de-bearded the Father Christmas in Oxford Debenhams because I believed him to be my dad in disguise.
Lee's team.
OK, how old were you?
I was, I think, 6.
And were you going... Was it in the grotto?
It was in the grotto.
And what made you think it was your dad?
He looked like my dad.
This guy's good.
Would your dad not have been going to the Santa's grotto with you?
No.
Who were you there with?
My mum was with me.
Did you think it was Father Christmas because he was kissing your mummy?
So, Mummy ushers you into the grotto.
Yes.
I picture you saying,
Oh, Mother. This is the one time of year I always look forward to.
That's how he holds hands with his wife, of course.
Right, so, you're in the grotto.
I'm in the grotto.
You can probably only see his eyes, really.
Exactly.
And they were enough like your dad's that you pull the beard off. What happens next?
Well, it wasn't my dad.
I know that.
I pull on the beard. He goes, ow, in a voice that is not my dad's, because the beard is glued on. It wasn't just a sort of over-the-ears job.
And what did Mummy do?
What are you doing, David?
Said Mummy.
That was my interior monologue. And then I think I'd probably go, oh, sorry.
Said David.
And then I then burst into tears.
Oh. Spluttered David.
Yeah.
At Debenhams, would you really have a glue-on beard? It would just be the over-ear one,
That's what I was wondering.
Well,
yes.
you have to remember that the retail sector was in a considerably better state back in the early 80s than it's since declined into, and Debenhams was quite the place back then. At that point, there were so many department stores, up to 7% of the British workforce were being Father Christmases at that time of year.
Let's go for a guess, then. What are you thinking, Rusty?
I think it's a lie.
Why?
Well, I think a 6-year-old would be just happy and excited.
Have you met David?
I think that maybe he's lying. This is my gut reaction.
Yeah.
Only because I don't think David had a childhood at all. I think he was born middle-aged.
All right. Was it a lie, David, or was it the truth?
It was indeed a lie.
Oh! It's a lie. David didn't de-beard Father Christmas. Oh, that noise signals time is up. It's the end of the show, and I can reveal that David's team has won by 4 points to 2.
That's a Christmas miracle! Christmas miracle!
Thanks for watching. Merry Christmas. We'll see you next time. Good night.